Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Cooking. After leaving behind a letter for Kakuo who looked especially cute while sleeping, Masatsuki Aozaki left the Shiba residence. The Gotei 13 was quite far from West Rukonga. Fortunately, Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't in a hurry. Taking his time, he found a small restaurant, had a leisurely breakfast, and rested for a while before heading toward the 12th Division under the scorching sun. For the past 2 days, Kiryu Hikifune had been using Kid to send him requests for takeout again. He had been busy at the time and turned her down, saying he didn't have time. Instead, he arranged to teach her how to cook today. By now, it was close to noon, and the streets were still bustling with Shinigami moving quickly. Masatsuki figured they were most likely hurrying to the squad cafeteria while they still had some free time. It reminded him of his past life back in high school. His favorite class had been gym. He still remembered how physical education was always the last period before lunch. If he was lucky, and the PE teacher wasn't out sick, he could run to the cafeteria early and avoid competing with other students in the mad dash for food. Funny how I ended up in a place where life and death are unpredictable, yet my days somehow feel more relaxed. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled to himself as he happened to pass by the 8th Division barracks. The sight reminded him of an old friend. He had first met this friend on the day he enrolled at the Shin Academy, and they had since been caught up in a business venture that would definitely be considered illegal in modern society. Soon enough, that very friend appeared in front of the 8th Division barracks, holding a peculiar-looking book. The faintly visible title read Tsuchigetsu, Masatsuki Aozaki's pen name. The person holding it was none other than Lisa Yudmeru, lieutenant of the 8th Division. Lisa glanced up at him, her eyes filled with expectation. Beside her stood a young girl with glasses. Following Lisa's gaze, the little girl looked at Masatsuki, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Masatsuki Aozaki cast a brief glance at the girl before shaking his head slightly at Lisa. Lisa's face fell in disappointment as she turned back and walked into the 8th Division quarters. I feel like I've seen that kid somewhere before. Next time, I'll ask Lisa about her. Shaking off his curiosity, Masatsuki continued on his way. After days of rain, Seireitei was finally blessed with a bright and sunny day. At some point, the number of people on the streets had dwindled significantly. With a light step, Masatsuki Aozaki arrived at the entrance of the 12th Division barracks and informed the stationed Shinigami of his arrival. The guard seemed to have been expecting him and wordlessly opened the door, allowing him to enter. Masatsuki strolled down the clean, orderly corridor, heading straight for the captain's quarters. That was his destination, or more precisely, where Kiryu Hikifune lived. Stopping in front of a paper door, he raised his hand and knocked gently. "Kiryu-san." "Come in," came a muffled voice from inside the room. Masatsuki Aozaki slid open the paper door. Inside, Kiryu Hikifune was sitting cross-legged on the floor, chewing on something, a book resting on her lap. Beside her were tea and snacks. Just from the cover, Masatsuki could tell she was nothing like Lisa Yudmeru, whose mind was filled with all sorts of bizarre material. Kiryu was a true food enthusiast, the kind who could start salivating just from reading about recipes. Noticing his gaze, she gave a sheepish smile. Food in Seoul society was scarce. The nobles undoubtedly lived the best lives here, but their so-called luxurious meals, while intricately prepared, weren't as grand as they seemed. Sure, there were delicious dishes, but the variety was limited. No matter how good something was, eating the same things over and over again eventually got dull. Kiryu picked up the book, which was essentially a cookbook, and handed it to Masatsuki. "Masatsuki, look, don't these dishes seem pretty good? I managed to get this from some top chefs in the noble district." She suddenly clapped her hands. "Speaking of which, you're a noble now, right? You must have had these kinds of meals before. Let me take a look." Masatsuki took the book. The recipes were all traditional Japanese cuisine, not much different from what existed in the world of the living. At this point in history, Japan had only just begun interacting with the outside world. It was nothing like the advanced nation it would become in the future, and its culinary variety was still quite limited. Most of the dishes in the book focused on bringing out the natural flavors of the ingredients, favoring lighter seasoning. However, the people of Seireitei Masatsuki included generally preferred bolder flavors. While the dishes in the book were visually appealing and required complex preparation, they didn't necessarily guarantee great taste. Kiryu might think these recipes were amazing, but to Masatsuki, who had never skimped on good food and had learned various cooking styles, they were completely unremarkable. They looked nice, but the flavors seemed too mild. "Not my thing," Masatsuki said matter-of-factly. "If you really want to try noble cuisine, I could cook some for you." Despite his words, he made no move to do so. He knew Kiryu had a similar taste to his. She liked her food rich and flavorful. "Forget it, then." Kiryu waved a hand dismissively, instantly losing interest in the book. Masatsuki thought for a moment. "How about I teach you how to make fried food today? It's easy to prepare and suits your taste better." Fried food was high in calories and could easily lead to weight gain. Masatsuki himself had the kind of metabolism that made it hard to put on weight, but he knew Kiryu had the potential to gain some. Not that it really mattered, she could always burn it off by using up her ryotsu. Besides, it wasn't like he was about to deny her the joy of eating just because she might gain a little weight. If he tried, she'd probably cut ties with him on the spot. And since she could slim down whenever she wanted, it wasn't an issue at all. Without waiting for her response, Masatsuki moved around the room and opened another door. Inside was a fully equipped kitchen. Kiryu's love for food had driven her to convert part of her captain's quarters into a dedicated cooking space. This wasn't Masatsuki's first time here. He effortlessly opened the cabinets and pulled out various ingredients. Kiryu, having completely abandoned any captain-like dignity, followed him around like an eager apprentice. Seeing how serious he looked, she even took out a notebook and started jotting down notes. Standing at the counter, Masatsuki couldn't help but marvel at the setup, even though he had seen it before. Her kitchen was better stocked than his own. For this era, it had an impressive collection of cooking tools, rivaling anything in Seoul society. Under Kiryu's attentive gaze, Masatsuki began cooking with practiced ease. With her watching, he felt even more motivated. Of course, he hadn't come here just to cook. His real reason was the charming woman standing right behind him. There was an old saying, if you want to win someone's heart, start with their stomach. Masatsuki didn't know if that worked on everyone. But after spending so much time with Kiryu, he was certain it worked on her. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Little Sister. Kiryu Hikifune ate heartily, her chest rising and falling with each bite. Meanwhile, Masatsuki Aozaki sipped his tea, pretending not to notice the captivating scene before him. At this point, his interest in the food had completely vanished. He couldn't help it, the sight of a beautiful woman enjoying a meal so enthusiastically had stolen his attention. At first, under his gaze, Kiryu maintained a refined demeanor. But as time went on, her chewing sped up, and soon, she was devouring the food without restraint. Masatsuki Aozaki watched with amusement, a smile playing on his lips as he considered what to teach her next time. Fried foods were easy to make, but they also became tiring to eat quickly. Well, that was part of the plan. Knowing Kiryu's appetite, he had intentionally prepared enough food for 5 people. Yet in just over 10 minutes, she had polished off everything on her own. Wiping her glossy, well-fed lips, Kiryu patted her still flat stomach, signaling that it was time to get down to business. The real reason she had invited Masatsuki over wasn't just to eat, it was to learn how to cook. She returned to the kitchen, with Masatsuki following closely behind, giving her a hands-on, one-on-one lesson. By the time the sun began to set, both of them had achieved their goals, parting ways fully satisfied. Masatsuki Aozaki left the 12th Division and returned to his mansion in Noble Street, where he and Ranjaku Matsumoto delved into the profound academic discussion of creating Little Shinigami. The next morning, Masatsuki and Jin Ichimaru went to the 2nd Division cafeteria for breakfast. Though Masatsuki was a noble, the 2nd Division was managed by both the highest-ranking and wealthiest noble clans. The food served here was no worse than what noble chefs could prepare. Neither of them had any complaints about the cafeteria when they were too lazy to cook. This was the best option. After breakfast, Masatsuki left all the work to Jin and headed toward the nest of maggots. He was planning to meet its newest resident. If the newcomer was suitable, he might even recruit them to help with his training. However, just as he stepped out of the 2nd Division barracks, a loud voice called out behind him. "Masatsuki-san, please wait." Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. "If it's about work, just go to Jin, why are they looking for me?" The voice was familiar, so he turned to see a broad-shouldered, stocky man with a brown pompadour, a thick gold chain around his neck, and an unmistakable presence. An old acquaintance, Marino Shinmada. "What's up?" Masatsuki asked, puzzled. As the lieutenant of the 2nd Division, Mada rarely sought him out unless it was to pass down official orders. After spending so much time here, Masatsuki had long established that all of his duties were Jin's responsibility. "The captain wants to see you," Mada said. Masatsuki frowned in suspicion. "Yoryuki wants to see me? What for? Is she trying to drag me into another game of cat versus dragon again?" Led by Mada, Masatsuki arrived at the captain's office. After announcing his arrival and receiving permission to enter, Mada bowed and took his leave. Masatsuki slid open the door and immediately spotted Yoryuki Shion lounging comfortably on a seat that resembled a legless sofa. Her small, delicate feet were bare, carelessly resting on a soft cushion in a way that was undeniably enticing. Masatsuki hesitated, battling with himself internally, before reluctantly tearing his gaze away. However, Yoryuki, as if sensing his thoughts, deliberately stretched her body. Her smooth, petite feet curled slightly, her toes flexing like the sculpted details of a masterwork. It was almost as if they were inviting him to reach out and admire them up close. Masatsuki nearly stepped forward, ready to offer his captain a foot massage. That was when he noticed someone else standing beside her. The figure was small and slender, with short black hair and dressed in a black Onmitsukid combat uniform. A cute, petite girl. From her rosy cheeks and the slightly nervous look on her face, Masatsuki could tell she was shy. However, what surprised him was that her flustered expression wasn't directed at him, it was because of Yoryuki. "Wait! Is this a love rival?" Masatsuki's eyes widened in alarm. "Masatsuki, this is Shang FNG, from the FNG family. Starting today, she will officially serve as my personal guard, codename Sui FNG," Yoryuki Shion said. "FNG, this is Masatsuki Aozaki, 3rd seat. Introduce yourself." "Yes, Yoryuki-sama." Sui FNG bowed and said to Aozaki, "Masatsuki, it's a pleasure to meet you, Aozaki 3rd seat. I look forward to working with you." She's surprisingly formal. Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding what Yoryuki meant. Sui FNG must be the girl she had once described as her favorite type, the future captain of the 2nd Division. At this moment, she still looked young, her features carrying the innocence of a girl who had yet to mature. But beneath that, traces of her future self could already be seen. Masatsuki estimated she couldn't be older than 50. To be personally assigned as a bodyguard to the commander-in-chief at this age was already an impressive achievement. Still, Masatsuki wasn't foolish enough to ask Yoryuki if this meeting was simply to fulfill some past promise. After all, no one would be happy about being presented as a gift. Even if that gift was just a simple introduction. Likewise, Masatsuki responded seriously before turning to Yoriuki. So, did you call me here just to show off your new, capable subordinate? Hearing Masatsuki's disrespectful tone, Suifng instinctively straightened, ready to reprimand him, but Yoriuki casually waved her hand, stopping her. Of course not. Suifng is now part of my personal guard, and today is her first day with the 2nd Division, Yoriuki explained. So, I'm asking you to show her around. No objections, right? Masatsuki was a bit surprised. Making a rookie who had just joined the Onmitsukita personal guard seemed bold. Still, he led Suifng out of the office and turned to ask, "FNG, where do you want to go first?" Suifng didn't answer right away. Instead, she glanced back at the paper door behind her. Is Yoriuki really that charming? Masatsuki wondered, then suddenly remembered, wasn't he the one who had spent a whole month entangled with Yoriuki in the underground training hall? You want to stay in the captain's office? Suifng shook her head. I want to stay by Lady Yoriuki's side, but I will follow her orders and take the tour. You really like Yoriuki, hey? Masatsuki remarked. Suifng's face immediately turned red. That's not it. I just come from the FNG family. Our lineage has always taken pride in serving and protecting the Shine clan. I have no right to like Lady Yoriuki. Just being able to stay by her side is enough. Masatsuki was at a loss for words. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether this girl was just stubborn, easily embarrassed, or simply too bold. Was she denying it or confessing? It was hard to tell. The passing squad members seemed to have overheard their conversation, casting Suifng some rather curious glances. Noticing the attention, Suifng immediately shrank back, lowering her head. Did I embarrass Lady Yoriuki? Masatsuki covered his face. Is this what they call being love-struck? You should be worrying about yourself, little sister. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Witnessing Strength. Masatsuki Aozaki led Suifng away from the gathering crowd, distancing themselves from any unnecessary trouble. As they walked, he rubbed his chin. Sui. Shang Fng, can I just call you Suifng from now on? He had always referred to her as Suifng in his previous life, and changing how he addressed her so suddenly felt a bit unnatural. Shang Fng was briefly taken aback before nodding. Of course. The codename Suifng originally belonged to her grandmother, and she had inherited it upon joining the Onmitsukita. As a lower noble family, the Fng clan had a long history of serving as executioners and assassins. Anyone who failed to join the executive militia was exiled. Because of this, members of the Fng family underwent Onmitsukita training from an early age. For someone like Shang Fng, who had grown up under strict family training, using codenames was second nature. So when Masatsuki made his request, she didn't think much of it. Masatsuki nodded. Suifng, let's skip the office area for now. Next up are the training grounds and the nest of maggots. Where do you want to go first? Where to go? I heard that Aozaki third seat and Lady Yoriuki are quite close. Is that true? Rather than answering, Suifng posed a question of her own. Masatsuki immediately sensed hostility, but he remained composed and openly admitted, that's right. Suifng stopped in her tracks. I want to go to the training grounds. Seeing Aozaki third seat's strength would be even better. Masatsuki was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. So, she sees me as a romantic rival and wants to test me. If it were anyone else, he would have beaten them into submission and left them in the dirt without a second thought. But since it was Suifng, he was willing to show a little more patience. Leading the young girl, Masatsuki stepped into the training grounds. Wait here for a moment. With that, he walked over to the Shinigami guarding the area. The guard seemed a little surprised to see him but said nothing, simply leading the two of them to one of the best training grounds in the 2nd Division. A wooden sign with the character, 3, hung at the entrance. This was the exclusive training ground for the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division. Masatsuki had always treated the nest of maggots as his personal training space, so he had never actually been here before, hence why he needed guidance. Many of the squad members who had been training turned their attention toward them. They had never seen Masatsuki Aozaki in this training ground before. And now, seeing him bring a beautiful girl inside, curiosity spread among them. Wasn't Aozaki 3rd seat afraid that the commander-in-chief would be angry if she found out? In the crowd, a short, chubby young man with short black hair who didn't seem much older than Suifeng watched the scene unfold with a look of impatience. "Don't break anything, or our family will have to pay for the repairs." Marino Shinmada smacked the boy on the head. "You brat, all you ever think about is money. Pay attention. Don't underestimate people. Even I wouldn't dare say I could definitely beat Masatsuki." The chubby boy clutched his head, eyes wide with surprise. His father's strength had been recognized by the head of the Cheyenne clan. The Mada family had held the position of lieutenant of the 2nd Division for generations, not just because of their wealth but because each generation produced individuals with the talent to join the Onmitsukid. And his father, Marino Shinmada, was a rare genius within the family. Marino Shin smirked. If only this kid had more ambition. But he knew that was wishful thinking. This brat only cared about money and food. Who even taught him to be like this? He shook his head, causing the large gold chain around his neck to jangle. Meanwhile, seeing that Masatsuki Aozaki had no intention of attacking, Suifeng made a decision. She would strike first and teach this villain, who had stolen Lady Yuryuki's heart, a lesson. Suifeng took a deep breath, shifted her stance, and in the blink of an eye, vanished. As expected of someone raised in the FNG family, trained in Onmitsukid from childhood, her shunpo was executed with impressive precision. She disappeared in an instant, reappearing right in front of Masatsuki Aozaki the next second. With a flick of her right hand, cold steel gleamed. At some point, the Zanpakutō that had been at her waist was now in her grip. As an assassin-type Shinigami, Suifeng specialized in close-quarters combat. She struck swiftly and fiercely, refusing to give Masatsuki even a chance to counter. Her Zanpakutō was small and compact, and every slash and thrust demonstrated the danger of a shorter blade speed and precision over brute force. Masatsuki had to admit, her assassination technique was excellent. Unfortunately, against overwhelming strength, these slashes barely qualified as attacks. No matter how tricky her angles were or how lethal her strikes seemed, without sufficient speed and power, it was meaningless. Besides, it was clear that while she disliked him, she had no intention of actually killing him. Though her blade aimed for vital spots, the angles were slightly off. Her strikes lacked the force that should have accompanied her riot soul level. It was obvious she was holding back. Even if her attacks landed, they wouldn't be fatal. Masatsuki didn't believe for a second that a professionally trained assassin couldn't control her own strength. This wasn't a serious assassination attempt. She had simply heard rumors, believed she had lost her beloved, and in her frustration, was venting her emotions, yet in the end, she couldn't bring herself to truly hurt him. She's surprisingly gentle. Masatsuki suddenly found her even more endearing. Suifeng's pupils shrank. In her disbelieving gaze, Masatsuki smiled and effortlessly grabbed her wrist. To avoid accidentally hurting her fragile Ryutsu, he applied only a controlled amount of force. This girl was still young, yet her strength and speed already surpassed many executive militia members. But Masatsuki remained completely at ease as he pressed down on her sword hand before letting go. "Do you want to continue?" He scratched his head and smiled. "If so, go all out. I am the third seat, after all. You don't have to worry about hurting me." Suifeng nodded. She seemed calmer now, but she didn't back down. With unwavering resolve, she raised her blade and charged at him again. Now, she genuinely wanted to see how strong Masatsuki Aozaki was. Flashes of steel filled the air. The battle had only just begun, yet the intensity had already reached its peak. Their clash grew fiercer with each exchange, drawing the full attention of the watching squad members. After another rapid sequence of slashes, Masatsuki casually extended a single finger and lightly tapped the side of her blade. A simple motion. Yet in that instant, Suifeng completely lost control of her Zanpakutō. With a sharp clang, the blade was sent flying, and the training ground fell silent. Suifeng's expression grew serious. She now understood this man's strength was far beyond ordinary. From start to finish, he had remained utterly composed. He hadn't even drawn his Zanpakutō or used Hakuda, yet he had effortlessly suppressed her the entire time. The gap between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. She briefly considered abandoning her sword and switching to Hakuda for close combat instead. But before she could act, Masatsuki stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder, and spoke in a calm, encouraging tone. "You did well. You're more than qualified to serve as Yoryuki's personal guard. However, your swordsmanship still has some flaws. The coordination between your blade work and footwork could use improvement." 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Masked Monster. At that moment, Masatsuki Aozaki seemed almost possessed by Retsu Unohana. Just as Unohana had once done during a Zanjutsu class at the Shin Academy, he pointed out each flaw in Suifeng's combat technique with precise clarity. The onlookers mentally reenacted the battle between the two and quickly realized that Masatsuki was absolutely right, prompting murmurs of amazement. As she listened to him highlight her weaknesses and offer solutions, Suifeng's sharp eyes lit up only to dim again a moment later. "If this man is my rival, how can I possibly remain by Lady Yoryuki's side?" As soon as their sparring match ended, several team members clenched their fists in anticipation, itching to challenge him next. Unlike their more laid-back superior, these members were brimming with motivation. Masatsuki, however, had no interest in them whatsoever, his expression making it clear that he found the idea bothersome. He was willing to humor Suifeng because she was Suifeng, but as for the rest, they could find something else to do. Scratching his head, he absent-mindedly grabbed Suifeng's hand and glanced toward the mountains northwest of the barracks. "The training ground tour is over. Let's head to the nest of maggots. There's a newcomer there, the most powerful and most cowardly criminal in its history." Powerful? Cowardly? How do those two words even go together? Suifeng tilted her head in confusion, momentarily forgetting to pull her hand away from his grasp. The moment they stepped out of the exclusive training ground for the third seat, they were immediately surrounded by an eager crowd of squad members. Fortunately, with Marino Shinmada's help, Masatsuki and Suifeng managed to slip away from the overly enthusiastic group. After leaving the 2nd Division barracks, they made their way through the moat and dense forest, eventually arriving at the nest of maggots. Jin Ichimaru was already there, waiting. When he noticed the unfamiliar girl at Masatsuki's side, his expression remained unchanged, calm and indifferent, as always. He was used to this. "This isn't exactly an ideal spot for a date," Jin quipped. "If you're trying to charm a little girl, you should take her to the noble district instead. With your noble status, the 10th Division won't bother arresting you." In the past, the 10th Division wouldn't have dared to provoke a noble. But under a captain dead set on making his mark, that might not be the case anymore. Masatsuki pondered this briefly before turning his gaze toward Suifeng, who was a short distance away, storing her Zanpakutō. Her petite frame certainly gave her a youthful appearance, but from their time traveling together, he was certain she was already an adult just still in the middle of growing. Though Masatsuki didn't quite understand how someone could be both fully grown and still developing at the same time. But whatever. If Suifng said so, then it must be true. After all, she was both cool and adorable. Who was he to argue? Gesturing for her to follow, he casually waved to Jin before stepping into the underground prison that housed the most dangerous criminals. The prisoners, as always, exuded menace, but Masatsuki had long since lost interest in them. With little effort, he swatted away any who dared to get too close. Suifng could clearly sense the prisoners' ryutsu, and the sheer power radiating from them left her stunned. It wasn't just the strength of these criminals that shocked her, it was the way Masatsuki moved through this place as if it were his own backyard. And the most unsettling part? He had been suppressing his ryutsu the entire time. The realization made the whole situation feel almost surreal. Pushing open the heavy prison doors, they arrived at Takasugi Hirofumi's cell. The sheer durability of his confinement and the appalling conditions within were far beyond what was standard for a prisoner in the nest of maggots. There were no torture devices scattered around, no grisly instruments of pain, just an empty space, barren except for the chains and shackles binding him to the wall. Immobile, restrained in a way that would surely drive a person mad over the course of 3,000 years. Masatsuki, however, remained completely unfazed. He didn't even acknowledge the prisoner's piercing stare, merely leaning against the wall with a nonchalant air. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he unlatched the metal mask covering Takasugi's face. "Long time no see, Takasugi. Or perhaps I should address you by your full name, Takasugi Hirofumi. This cell of yours is downright miserable. Not even a place to sit. Maybe we should install a sofa outside so I can drop by more often. What do you think?" It doesn't matter. I'll be out soon anyway. By then, you'll be the one staring at the walls, or maybe you won't even have the luxury of sitting here and doing that. Takasugi Hirofumi let out a chilling laugh, his expression twisted in an attempt to kill with his glare. But even his threats sounded hollow, utterly lacking menace. A man who could barely move a finger, how was he supposed to be intimidating? Seeing Masatsuki Aozaki standing there, looking down on him with that arrogant expression, Takasugi snapped, his fury boiling over as he shouted. "Why the hell are you here? Are you here to kill me? Don't forget who's backing me, you can't just do as you please. Just looking at you pisses me off. Do me a favor and get the hell out of my sight." Maybe he didn't realize it himself, but by the end, his words sounded more like a plea than a threat. If anyone familiar with Takasugi Hirofumi saw the trace of fear in his voice as he faced Masatsuki, they would no doubt mock him mercilessly. Then again, anyone who knew him even a little was well aware that, at his core, Takasugi was a coward. His reaction was hardly surprising. After all, Masatsuki Aozaki, a young man thousands of years his junior, had nearly cost him his life not long ago. Even Takasugi's stronger colleagues had fallen at Masatsuki's hands. To the unfortunate Takasugi Hirofumi, Masatsuki wasn't some prize to be hunted for glory, he was a plague to be avoided at all costs. All he could do was pray that Masatsuki would grow bored and leave of his own accord. Of course, there was no doubt that someone would come to rescue him. Until then, he had no intention of dying a meaningless death. Masatsuki, completely unaware of Takasugi's frantic inner thoughts, and even if he was, he wouldn't have cared, simply looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. "Come on, no need to get so worked up, Takasugi-san. I'm not some villainous monster. Why would I kill you?" He stepped closer, a bright, friendly smile plastered across his face. "Relax. We've got plenty of time ahead of us, to take things slow and have some fun." Takasugi's whole body trembled. A chilling dread spread through him as a vision of Rentere's gruesome demise flickered through his mind like a film reel. Suifng's eyes widened in disbelief. Takasugi Hirofumi's ryutsu was undoubtedly captain class, so why was he this terrified after just a few words from Masatsuki? She still didn't know that Renter, a captain like Takasugi, had already met his end at Masatsuki's hands. If she did, she might have understood Takasugi's fear a little better. Masatsuki turned away and called out, "All right, Takasugi-san, we've got other people to see. We'll be heading out now." "You bastard, do you take me for some kind of performer here for your amusement?" Takasugi snarled through clenched teeth. Masatsuki ignored his outburst. With a flick of his fingers, the metal mask snapped back into place, sealing Takasugi's mouth once more. Then, without looking back, he walked off with Suifng, making his way to another cell. It was time to show this inexperienced little girl his prized collection of masked monsters. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, Combat Division. The forest was silent, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. A towering figure leaned against a tree, remaining motionless for a long time before finally straightening up and stepping to the edge of the cliff. He had a rough, menacing appearance, massive in stature, clad in a white haori emblazoned with the kanji 411, and sporting two metal lip piercings that jutted from his mouth like the fangs of a ravenous demon from hell. And yet, this very man was the captain of the 11th Division of the Gotei 13. Beneath the dense canopy of the forest, a dozen figures dressed in black Shihakushō stood at the ready, their gazes wary, each one armed with a sword at their waist. Kenpei Kigenji curled his lips into a sneer. The 2nd and 3rd Divisions were attacked at the same time? What's this? The Gotei 13, the so-called guardians of Seireitei, can't even protect themselves. And this is the force that maintains order in Seoul society? Ha! You're nothing but lapdogs groveling at the feet of the aristocracy. What a joke! The members of the 11th Division turned pale with anger, fists clenched, but none dared to refute his taunts. "Captain, there are no reports of an attack on the nest of maggots. Should we move to assist elsewhere?" one of the squad members asked with a slight bow. Kenpei Kigenji cast him a sideways glance. "Since when do I need you to tell me what to do? But Central 46 has ordered us to provide support. If we disobey, we'll be punished, won't we?" Maki Ichinos, a member of the 11th Division, voiced his concern, his eyes still brimming with admiration as he looked at Kigenji. Seeing this little admirer of his, Kigenji showed rare patience. He leaned forward slightly, as if about to place a reassuring hand on Ichinos's shoulder. Ichinos stiffened, uneasy. But Kigenji hesitated for a brief moment. Instead of touching his shoulder, his hand moved downward, resting firmly on the hilt of his Zanpakutō. Then, with his other hand, he lightly patted Ichinos's cheek, his grin widening. "Ichinos, my apologies. This time, I don't have the patience to answer your questions." The other squad members froze, unsure of what this brute, whose strength far outweighed his intellect, was planning. Kigenji fell silent, then slowly unsheathed his Zanpakutō, the motion as casual as if he were brushing away dust. From deep within the forest, the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. Maki Ichinos had been sliced in half by a massive 1.5-meter-long blade. Blood sprayed from both halves of his body, hot, real, and unmistakably not paint. The warmth of it splattered across the faces of those nearby. "You won't be going anywhere to assist the other divisions," Kigenji muttered. "You'll die here, but not without purpose." The 5 great noble clans achieved something remarkable. They used mortal bodies to overcome gods and carve out a new world. It was an extraordinary feat, no doubt. But I have no interest in shaping worlds. Do you know that there were once only 5 noble families? Yet now, they've multiplied like locusts. No matter how many you kill, they just keep coming, devouring everything in their path. Have you ever truly seen what life is like in Rukonga's 80th district? I refuse to accept it. I have power far greater than most. And I deserve to be the locust ravaging the land, not the grain trampled beneath their feet. Ladies and gentlemen, I take joy in crushing, ravaging, and destroying life itself. Your corpses will be the proof of my ascent, the steps upon which I climb to power. This lunatic has been completely consumed by his sick desires. The captain of the 11th Division, betraying the Gotei 13? Does he even care about the captain commander? The squad members trembled in shock. Kenpei Kigenji was widely regarded as a fool within the Gotei 13. That much was common knowledge. But no one, not a single soul, underestimated his strength. Born a warrior from the savage depths of Rukanga, he had seized his position as captain by slaying his predecessor the 9th Kenpei Gosuk. Though Suk had earned the title of captain without ever challenging his own predecessor for the Kenpei name, he had nonetheless attained Bankai. And yet, in the end, he still fell to Kigenji. That fact alone was enough to prove just how fearsome Kigenji truly was. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, I Am Here. Nest of Maggots, Moat River Bank. As Kenpei Kigenji stepped out of the barrier, the scent of the river filled his nose. In the dense, thriving forest, more than a dozen figures clad in black night gear followed closely behind him, their expressions wary. They drew their long swords from their waists, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Gazing at the prison in the distance, Kenpei Kigenji wore a look of satisfaction, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Captain Kigenji. A group of black-clad figures in Onmitsukid uniforms emerged from the prison, nodding in greeting. Are you ready? What you desire is right in front of you, don't let me down. Kenpei Kigenji patted his large belly and let out a hearty laugh. His Zanpakutō, still slick with fresh blood, carried an unmistakable air of menace. The black-clad figures hesitated briefly before one of them stepped forward, bowing slightly. Everything is prepared. The barrier surrounding the nest of maggots can be lifted immediately. Kenpei Kigenji cast him a glance and chuckled. Well then, what are you waiting for? At his command, the leader of the black-clad figures raised his hand, and the others swiftly got to work. Standing along the edge of the moat, they formed rapid hand seals. The barrier disintegrated like sand in the wind, dispersing into Reishi as it vanished. The barrier is down. We won't take part in the battle beyond this point, it's up to you now. Kenpei Kigenji sneered and waved his hand. At his signal, the black-clad figures behind him darted forward, their silhouettes merging into the shadows as they charged into the prison. Seeing this, the Onmitsukid members instinctively prepared to retreat, hoping to avoid being caught in the inevitable battle. However, before they could act, Kenpei Kigenji blocked their path. Grinning widely, he spoke in what he likely thought was a friendly tone. Now, no need to leave in such a hurry. What are you trying to do? One of the Onmitsukid members instinctively stepped back. Kenpei Kigenji shrugged. You know too much. And that's not exactly a good thing. The Onmitsukid members exchanged wary glances. Without a word, they drew their short blades and lunged at him. Screams soon echoed through the forest. Nest of maggots, surveillance room. Ichimaru-sama, the intruders are closing in on the main entrance to the dungeon, a detention unit member reported, bowing. Has the distress signal been sent out? Jin Ichimaru asked. No, the team member replied. The enemy has set up a barrier around the nest of maggots, blocking all outgoing communication. There were patrols stationed outside. This shouldn't have happened. It's likely that someone within the detention unit. He trailed off, but his implication was clear. Jin Ichimaru gave a slight nod, choosing not to dwell on the matter. The more pressing issue was stopping the enemy's advance. Do we know who they are? The team member's voice was tense. Among them, we've identified rebels, assassins, and the captain of the 11th Division Kenpei Kigenji. A heavy silence fell over the surveillance room. Jin Ichimaru licked his dry lips and let out a slow breath before speaking, his back still turned to the others. Ryusuke, Izumo, the enemy has already infiltrated the nest of maggots. Will you come with me to put down these rebels? This time, there's a good chance we won't make it out alive. But the third seat, Masatsuki, is still inside. Quite the predicament, hey! As he spoke, Jin Ichimaru clenched his fists. His narrowed eyes opened slightly, revealing a chilling glint. A cold, serpentine aura seeped from him, subtle yet deeply unsettling. It was the kind of presence that sent a shiver down one's spine. The Onmitsukid members present couldn't help but feel a creeping fear. Ryusuke and Izumo exchanged glances before turning their gazes back to the screen. Looking at the striking figure displayed there, their eyes shone with unhidden fervor and admiration. Masatsuki, third seat saved our lives. It's time we repaid that debt. The usually silent Ryusuke suddenly spoke. Izumo nodded in agreement. Ryusuke, sixth seat is right. We were cowards once, we can't afford to be cowards again. Jin Ichimaru was still smiling, but the sharp coldness in his expression had softened. He thought to himself. That guy really is a magnet for trouble. I wonder if I'll even make it out alive. He was ready to die. This time, they were facing a true captain of the Gotei 13. None of the members on the other side of the screen could even last a single exchange against him. And among those present, the strongest were merely 3 seated officers, himself included. Victory was nowhere in sight. Jin Ichimaru drew his Zanpakutō and was just about to push open the door. Boom! A sudden impact rocked the room. The metal door of the surveillance room, reinforced to withstand the full force of a lieutenant's strike, suddenly caved inward with a loud crash. Boom! A second explosion followed as the sturdy wall collapsed in an instant. Dust and debris surged through the air like a storm, and the violent shockwave sent Jin Ichimaru and the others flying. They crashed hard into the rubble, coughing up blood. Gahahaha! You brats, where the hell did you hide that worthless trash Takasugi Hirofumi? A rough, boorish voice echoed through the dust-filled air. Ryusuke and Izumo, blood dripping from their lips, trembled in disbelief as they watched a hulking, dark-skinned figure slowly step out from the swirling smoke. Captain of the 11th Division Kenpei Kigenji. So it really is you. How dare you storm in here? You've committed an unforgivable crime. A chorus of furious voices rang out as Ryusuke, Izumo, and the others launched themselves at him in rage, drawing their blades in unison. Ryusuke's Zanpakutō surged with swirling water. Izumo's blade shrank into a short sword in an instant, crackling with yellow lightning. But before they could even react, Kenpei Kigenji moved. They couldn't see him. All they felt was an explosion of pain tearing through their bodies before they were sent flying. Crash! Their bodies slammed into the thick prison walls, designed to hold the most dangerous criminals. Deep cracks spread through the stone, the impact accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound suddenly cut through the chaos. A short, razor-sharp dagger shot from Jin Ichimaru's hand like a venomous snake striking from the shadows, slicing through the air with lethal precision aimed directly at Kenpei Kigenji's throat. Jin Ichimaru, who had been waiting in silence, finally made his move. But then something impossible happened. Clang! The unmistakable sound of steel striking an impenetrable surface rang out. The dagger, honed to a razor's edge, scraped across Kenpei Kigenji's throat only to spark against his skin like it had hit a solid shield. Jin Ichimaru's pupils shrank. He saw it. A thin crack had formed on Kenpei Kigenji's neck, small, but there. Tiny fragments flaked off from the fissure. Your Zanpakutō. He never finished his sentence. Kenpei Kigenji was gone. Bang! A brutal fist slammed into Jin Ichimaru's abdomen, sending him flying backward. His body crashed to the ground several meters away. Kenpei Kigenji loomed over him, raising his massive Zanpakutō like a cleaver, grinning wildly. Gahahaha! I heard you're Masatsuki Aozaki's little lapdog. I wonder if he's in the nest of maggots. If he saw you like this, what kind of face do you think he'd make? Just imagining it cracks me up. He swung his blade. Then suddenly frowned. Bang! 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 A series of muffled explosions rumbled through the air, growing louder by the second. The attacks were closing in from behind at an astonishing speed. Kenpei Kigenji didn't even glance back. He simply swung his Zanpakutō down, the sheer force of the strike so immense that the gust of wind alone stung the skin. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the ruins, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. His blade halted less than half a meter from Jin Ichimaru. No matter how much force he put into it, he couldn't push forward. A deep, steady voice spoke from within the smoke. "I'm right here. Do you see my expression now?" 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, The Captain is Stronger Than the Pet. Kenpei Kigenji swung his sword in a wide arc, scattering the dust and smoke to reveal a striking yet eerie figure. Long black hair billowed in the wind, and a blood-stained Shihakushō flapped noisily around him. In his hand, he clutched the severed head of a masked opponent, exuding a presence both composed and unhinged. In Jin Ichimaru's eyes, it was as if a pitch-black sun had risen, drawing his gaze upward. Masatsuki Aozaki. Kenpei Kigenji recognized the newcomer instantly. His eyes narrowed, and his expression turned cold. He knew this opponent's strength and discarded any thought of toying around. Among those present, this was the only one worthy of being called his opponent. He tightened his grip on his massive Zanpakutō and swung it horizontally, sparks flying from the force. At the same moment, a petite figure in an Onmitsukid uniform flickered into view at his side, quickly retreating with a short blade in hand. Swish! Seeing this, several nearby rebels hesitated for a moment before sneering and charging forward, their raised Zanpakutō glinting coldly as they aimed for Masatsuki Aozaki. Slash! With a casual swing of his sword, Masatsuki Aozaki sent a blue crescent of energy flying from the blade. The sharp sound of steel shattering rang out as three bloodied heads soared through the air. Masatsuki Aozaki, a little rat scurrying in the shadows. Kenpei Kigenji squinted at the young third seat of the 2nd Division, a mocking sneer curling his lips. "The Ryutsu of those weaklings is barely detectable. That was your doing, wasn't it? The brat who used to hide behind Genrisai Ishigakuni Yamamoto to spy on us has grown into someone who can stand on his own now. You've really come into your own. Even that old man Yamamoto would be proud." Masatsuki Aozaki didn't reply, his gaze sweeping over the fallen members of the 2nd Division. Some lay lifeless, while others still clung to a faint Ryutsu. "For what you've done, locking you away isn't nearly enough," Masatsuki Aozaki said. "What did you just say?" Kenpei Kigenji blinked, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Are you trying to amuse me? What can a little punk like you possibly do? I'm a captain of the Gotei 13. I'm not some nobody who just swings a sword around and flares his Ryutsu aimlessly. You don't even know what it takes to become the captain of the 11th Division, do you? You have to kill the previous captain. And I became Kenpei after cutting down Kenpei Gasuke. Now do you understand who you're up against, brat? I'm not like the weaklings you've faced before. I'm a captain who has killed a captain. You killing Kenpei Gasuke is your business. You dying here is mine. I've never gone back on my word." Masatsuki Aozaki spoke without emotion, glancing at the tense girl beside him before tilting his head slightly. The moment the words left his mouth, Masatsuki Aozaki lunged forward. The black-haired girl vanished from sight, along with Jin Ichimaru behind her. Not far away, Kenpei Kigenji's pupils contracted. For a brief moment, he forgot to react. Does this brat really have that kind of self-sacrificing resolve? Last time, he stayed behind to fight Renter alone so his subordinates could escape. And now, he remained to stop me. Masatsuki Aozaki moved at blinding speed, instantly decapitating two rebels who had been hiding in the shadows. But his sword didn't stop there. To the shock of the 2nd Division soldiers, Kenpei Kigenji caught Banch Senran with his bare hand. Masatsuki Aozaki was slightly surprised, but as his gaze shifted from Kigenji's palm to his Zanpakutō, he quickly understood. If his guess was correct, Kenpei Kigenji's Zanpakutō must have some connection to stone or similar materials. Slash! The sound of blood spraying filled the air as the severed palm fell, echoing in everyone's ears. The detached hand tumbled mid-air, and the armor covering it instantly shattered into fine dust, golden particles scattering in the breeze. Kenpei Kigenji's pupils contracted. A thin layer of rock rapidly formed over his wounded hand, and at the same time, the severed limb stretched out, reconnecting with the falling palm. Though forcibly reattached by the stone layer, the hand remained motionless, unlikely to pose a threat. Yet, even as he stared at his crudely reassembled hand, Kenpei Kigenji's shock did not fade in the slightest. He had read Takasuji Hirabomi's confession and knew that Masatsuki Aozaki's Zanpakutō was extremely sharp. But he had always considered his own Ryutsu superior to Takasuji Hirabomi's and Renteres, and with his Zanpakutō's defensive abilities, he had never given much thought to the sharpness of Banch Senran. His Zanpakutō was renowned for its defense. Within the Gotei 13, it was said to be second to none. And yet, even with his armored hand, it had been severed so easily. Masatsuki Aozaki's Ryutsu was a tier below his own. No matter how sharp a Zanpakutō was, it shouldn't have cut through his defenses as if they were made of paper. What was the reason? Masatsuki Aozaki raised Banch Senran, Kunch, pointing it directly at Kenpei Kigenji. A cold gleam flashed another slash. Kenpei Kigenji swiftly raised his enormous Zanpakutō, barely managing to block the strike. The pain from his severed hand flared up, and his eyes widened in shock. Your Ryutsu! Even as he spoke, he felt the weight pressing down on his sword, forcing him to brace himself to keep it from being severed as well. Just a captain. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled faintly, no longer suppressing his Ryutsu. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, sweeping through the nest of maggots. Third-class Ryutsu. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the nest of maggots. Not just Kenpei Kigenji, all those still alive, including Suifng, who had returned to bring reinforcements and aid the wounded, widened their eyes in disbelief. Don't be ridiculous. Kenpei Kigenji scoffed, then curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. He swung his massive Zanpakutō, the force of his strike stirring up a violent gust. He refused to believe that Masatsuki Aozaki's Ryutsu had truly reached third-class Ryutsu. No, more than that, he couldn't believe it. It was too absurd, too overwhelming. If he acknowledged it, it would shake him to his core. How old was this brat? What made him worthy? What gave him the right? Had he trained for hundreds, even thousands of years, only for it to amount to nothing? Just sensing Masatsuki Aozaki's Ryutsu forced these thoughts into his mind. And that infuriated him. He didn't want to think about it. He refused to think about it. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked, his Ryutsu surging without restraint as he clashed blades with Kenpei Kigenji. At first, he had concealed his Ryutsu to catch his opponent off guard. But after severing Kenpei Kigenji's hand, the man had likely sensed his spiritual pressure through their brief clash. There was no need to hide anymore. Letting it loose so recklessly would only intensify the psychological pressure on his opponent. Banch Senran and the massive Zanpakutō clashed at blinding speed, blades flashing as their silhouettes flickered through the nest of maggots, too fast for the eye to follow. Feeling the power surging through his own blade, Kenpei Kigenji's expression darkened. Masatsuki Aozaki crooked a finger, excitement creeping into his eyes. The captains of the Gotei 13 truly are stronger than those pampered pets raised by the nobility. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Bankai? Masatsuki Aozaki let out a maniacal laugh, his Ryutsu surging in waves, distorting the air around him. On the other side, Kenpei Kigenji struck at the same time, swinging his massive Zanpakutō in a powerful slash. If one looked closely, they'd notice a thin, rock-like film covering the blade. He trusted his Zanpakutō, but he wasn't about to let it end up like his left hand. Masatsuki Aozaki casually swung his sword, sending out countless flashes of blade light, effortlessly deflecting the incoming attacks. Kenpei Kigenji's eyes narrowed. Everyone watching was left stunned. The captain of the 11th Division was attacking relentlessly, yet Masatsuki Aozaki blocked every strike with ease. His third-class Ryutsu showed no signs of instability. He was a true captain-level combatant. Kenpei Kigenji felt his composure slipping. In that brief moment of distraction, Masatsuki Aozaki swung Banch Senran at incredible speed. A formless sword aura seemed to cut through the air itself. The next instant, the white blade crashed into Kenpei Kigenji's chest. The rock armor he was so proud of crumbled like paper as Banch Senran pierced through, leaving a long, deep gash across his body. Kenpei Kigenji panted heavily, yet his expression gradually steadied. The thin rock film rapidly regenerated, sealing the wound as he let out a cold chuckle. Hat! Ha ha ha! Masatsuki Aozaki, you really are something! Clang! 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 The relentless clash of blades echoed through the battlefield as their swords collided again and again. Yet, Kenpei Kigenji seemed to be getting stronger, meeting every strike head-on. With each impact, the ground beneath them split apart, cracks spreading like a web. Grinning viciously, Kenpei Kigenji sneered as he deflected another incoming slash. Masatsuki Aozaki, you don't understand what it means to be a true Gotei 13 captain. I fought my way from Rukonga to Seireitei, clawing my way to the top to become the captain of the 11th Division. Do you have any idea how many battles I've been through? Your little tricks won't work on me. You arrogant brat, I'll show you what true captain-level power looks like. With a deafening roar, his Ryutsu exploded outward. He stomped down hard, his feet sinking into the earth, leaving 2 deep craters. The ground beneath him groaned, trembling from the sheer force, cracks spreading outward as chunks of rock shattered and crumbled away. Bankai Dan Tengen! Reversed path heavenly rock! Kenpei Kigenji's Zanpakutō transformed into a massive rock blade, seemingly fusing with his right hand. A thick layer of stone encased his entire body, forming a monstrous, jagged armor. In an instant, his Ryutsu surged more than 5-fold. So, this is his Bankai? Masatsuki Aozaki glanced around. Most of the detention unit members had already retreated. Hearing Kenpei Kigenji's boasting, he couldn't help but find it amusing. The true strength of a captain? Do you even know the kind of captains I've fought? You've got a long way to go. A small smile appeared on Masatsuki Aozaki's lips. Kenpei Kigenji froze for a moment. Seeing that confident smirk, an uneasy feeling crept over him. His instincts screamed at him, and he immediately pushed his spiritual perception to the limit only for his face to twist in shock. Masatsuki Aozaki gripped his Zanpakutō tightly, and his Ryutsu was still rising. Bankai! SSSSST! The very air seemed to twist under an invisible force as blue lightning crackled around Masatsuki Aozaki's hands, coiling upward like a living storm. Kenpei Kigenji instinctively looked up, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. If Masatsuki Aozaki had truly mastered Bankai, he might just break. A lifetime of effort, overshadowed by a 20-something-year-old kid? Unacceptable. His face turned pale. A lightning-type Bankai? Wait, lightning? Wasn't his Zanpakutō a pure slashing type? Had 88, Hiri Gekizoko Shinton Ray. Flying dragon striking heaven shaking thunder cannon. Masatsuki Aozaki shouted, unleashing a massive beam of light from his hand. Bankai? Don't be ridiculous. There was no way he could have mastered Bankai in such a short time. Banch Senran hadn't even fully materialized yet, let alone submitted, acknowledged him, or revealed her true name. Kisokura hadn't developed the tenshintai needed to force a Zanpakutō into materialization. The only way to achieve it was through long-term training, communing deeply with Banch Senran through Jinsen. The sudden surge in Ryutsu? That was just a trick. He had been holding back, suppressing a portion of his power in advance. By releasing it all at once, he created the illusion of an explosive increase. As the blinding light engulfed Kenpei Kigenji completely, Masatsuki Aozaki didn't bother to look back. He turned and ran. A Bankai state could boost combat power by 5 to 10 times that of Shikai. And he had no idea what Kenpei Kigenji's Bankai could do. Under these conditions, the odds of victory were slim at best. With a burst of Shunpo, Masatsuki Aozaki shot away from the nest of maggots. But before he could take more than a few steps, a sharp glint of light flashed toward him. Whoosh! A piercing whistle tore through the air. A three-pronged spear streaked forward like a battering ram, cutting through the wind with deadly force. Masatsuki Aozaki's pupils contracted slightly. Following the weapon's trajectory, he spotted Takasuji Hirofumi, shirtless, frozen in the motion of a throw blocking his path. You must have a death wish. Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed, regaining his composure. Takasuji Hirofumi's all-out attack didn't faze him in the slightest. Expression cold, he stepped forward to meet the incoming weapon. Banch Senran flicked lightly, sending the spear flying off course. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't hesitate. Flames erupted behind him as he shot forward, appearing before Takasuji Hirofumi in the blink of an eye. Third-class Ryutsu. How? It was only now, standing in the middle of the battlefield, that Takasuji Hirofumi finally sensed Aozaki's true power. His heart clenched. His face went pale. His body trembled involuntarily. A fear he had never known before gripped him. Was it the overwhelming strength that terrified him? Or the sheer talent? Or maybe, both. In his paralyzed horror, he watched as Masatsuki Aozaki clenched his fist, his expression utterly impassive. A pillar of fire surged upward. Then a crushing punch blasted forward. Ikotsu, Entei. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the ruins, waves of orange-red flames surging out like a tsunami. The inferno swallowed everything, transforming into a massive net of death. Takasuji Hirofumi had nowhere to run. His body blackened instantly, shattering like fragile porcelain. Fool! You barely escaped from prison, and instead of running for your life, you come straight to me to die. Masatsuki Aozaki cursed inwardly, but then he suddenly stopped. The next moment, a torrent of rock burst from the ground like a geyser. Masatsuki Aozaki leaped back to evade. Massive stone walls rapidly closed in, filling every gap, locking together into an impenetrable fortress. From above, the battlefield now resembled a colossal coliseum. All around, the distant cries of detention unit soldiers, rebels, and assassins echoed through the air. Masatsuki Aozaki ignored them. He gripped Banch Senran tightly, channeling its power. A powerful slash struck the massive stone wall. Several shallow cracks appeared. But almost immediately, they sealed themselves again. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Beg for Mercy. Lieutenant Mada. What is that? Two powerful Ryutsu are clashing. One of them feels like third seat Masatsuki's. He's already reached the third rank of Ryutsu. It's coming from the direction of the nest of maggots. Have they been attacked by the rebels too? Not far from the nest of maggots, in the 2nd Division barracks, a group of soldiers locked in battle with the rebels suddenly shouted excitedly. Lieutenant! The nest of maggots has fallen. Kenpei Kigenji led the attack. 9th seat Ichimaru and the others are back. 3rd seat Asatsuki rescued them. He's holding off Kigenji Kenpei. What? Marino Shinmada gasped in shock, cutting down a rebel before grabbing a soldier by the collar. Are you certain? Kiganje Kenpeiga has betrayed us. That's what Suifng from the captain's personal guard said herself. The corps commander has ordered us to finish this battle quickly and move out for reinforcements. Damn it, Marino Shin growled, momentarily stunned. Gritting his teeth, he activated his shikai, his long katana transforming into a massive spiked mace. Damn you, Kiganje! Where is your Yuaki-sama? The captain is being held back by an enemy with strange abilities, the soldier reported. The moment the words left his mouth, Marinashin's expression darkened. On the other side of the barracks, Yuaki Shion sensed the distant Ryotsu. Her heart tightened with anxiety, yet she could do nothing. Then, suddenly, she felt something. Lightning crackled at her feet as she instantly leaped backward. Almost at the same time, a slashing wave tore through the ground, leaving a deep gash. Yuaki looked up, her expression hardening with anger. Under the night sky, a figure slowly approached clad in a luxurious kimono, his face concealed by a fanged demon mask. He had short, dark green hair, a lean build, and held a Zanpakutō casually in one hand. Yuaki frowned slightly. Something about him felt familiar. She was certain she had seen him before. Judging by his bearing alone, he was undoubtedly a noble. But Yuaki had encountered many nobles in her time, making it difficult to pinpoint his identity right away. Then, her gaze shifted to the Zanpakutō in his hand. A strange ability, it could reflect attacks. Not bad, huh? I heard it took quite a bit of effort to borrow this from those old geezers. The masked man twirled his blade with a light chuckle. Too bad you won't get to see my own Zanpakutō. I have no idea where that thing ended up. Yuaki's pupils narrowed. There were only a handful of families in Seoul society that inherited Zanpakutō, and she knew of just two. The Tsunoya Shiro clan and the Ise clan. Considering the rebels' actions, the answer was clear. The Zanpakutō's ability didn't match what she remembered, but there were no other noble families known for inherited Zanpakutō. I've heard of you. You should be under house arrest. How naive! The masked man sneered. The Central 46 may have ordered those old men to confine me, but whether I stay locked up or not is entirely up to them. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his Zanpakutō. Clang! Yuaki raised her short blade, blocking the strike. Without hesitation, she used the force of the impact to propel herself backward. Trying to go after him. The masked man had clearly anticipated her move. With a smirk, he dashed forward, taunting. Your little lover's pretty impressive, managing to fight that guy for this long. But at this rate, he won't last much longer. Then I'll just deal with you quickly. Yuaki snapped, tightening her grip on her sword as she lunged at his chest. Kenpeiga Kiganje looked down at the so-called genius before him, sneering. Masatsuki Aozaki, do you really think you can escape me with such pathetic tricks? You're not getting away. He glanced at the rock wall that Masatsuki had just cleaved through. Feeling helpless? Gosuk was just like you back then. Why don't you follow his example, get down on your knees and beg? Maybe, just maybe, I'll spare your life. Masatsuki turned around calmly, took a deep breath, and smiled. Beg for mercy? If I remember right, Anohanani-san once said that even though Kenpeiga Gosuk lost, he still fought to the very end. Anohanani-san? You mean Retsu Anohana? That damned woman really loves to run her mouth. Having his bluff called out, Kiganje's expression darkened, his teeth grinding in frustration. Masatsuki smirked. You really are a miserable bastard. No wonder nobody likes you. You brat! You're asking for death. A furious roar echoed through the Colosseum. Kiganje's eyes burned red with rage, bloodshot veins spider-webbing around his pupils. You dare look down on me too? Fine, just die already. As he stared at Masatsuki's unfazed grin, his mind was flooded with memories, faces he despised, faces twisted in mockery. Why do you people always pick on me? So what if I'm from Rukonga? So what if I'm rough around the edges? So what if I don't fit in with your noble ways? I killed that weakling. I became a captain of the Gotei 13. I am the 10th Kenpeki. You bastards dare to look down on me? One day, I'll kill you all. With his Bankai enhanced Ryutsu, Kigenji's speed surged. Masatsuki barely caught a glimpse of movement before Kigenji was already upon him, swinging his massive rock-forged Zanpakutō in a sweeping arc. Reacting just in time, Masatsuki raised Bench Senran to block. The sheer force sent him skidding backward several steps before he could steady himself. Not enough. Still got plenty to say, hey, brat. Kigenji sneered. I know you're trying to piss me off, but it's useless. Today, I'm not just killing you, I'm taking Takasuji Hirabomi with me. Do you have any idea what that means for me? The things they promised, just thinking about them makes your little taunts meaningless. You can't shake me. Masatsuki blinked, then suddenly burst out laughing. Takasuji Hirabomi? He's already dead, you idiot. Didn't you notice the Ryutsu surge just now? His presence flared up and then vanished. Doesn't that seem a little strange to you? You damn brat! Kigenji let out a furious roar, his crimson eyes locked onto Masatsuki, overflowing with bloodlust. And in that moment, he understood. Seeing his words had struck a nerve, Masatsuki seized the opening. He lunged forward, thrusting Banch Senran straight toward Kigenji's eye. Clang! Kigenji shut his eyes, and the blade, empowered by the Kunch's power, clashed against his rock-hardened eyelid, scattering sparks. You think cheap tricks like that will work on me? With a thunderous bellow, Kigenji roared. Rock thrust! Hiss! Sharp, blade-like rocks erupted violently from his body, surging toward Masatsuki like a storm of jagged spears. Masatsuki braced himself, raising Banch Senran in defense. The impact sent him flying backward. Boom! A deafening crash shook the battlefield as debris exploded into the air, dust and shattered stone raining down in the aftermath. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, No Bankai Needed. Kenpeki Kigenji spread his massive hands wide before slamming them down onto the ground. Jagged stone pillars erupted from beneath, surging toward Masatsuki Aozaki like the fangs of a beast. Inyagigantatsu. Fang Rock Pursuit. Masatsuki burst through the rising dust, lightning crackling wildly across his back and shoulders as he darted through the Colosseum at breakneck speed. Blood dripped onto the ground, his left shoulder had been pierced. What insane speed! Kigenji's pupil shrank. This brat is too fast. Inyagigantatsu can't keep up. Before he could react, a deafening roar of thunder exploded right beside him, dangerously close. Lightning-wreathed fists slammed into his side and chest, sending translucent columns of electricity shooting into the sky. Masatsuki's voice was cold. Skotsu, righty eye. Lightning Emperor. Kigenji was sent flying, while Masatsuki vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, countless electrified fists rained down on him, each strike landing with pinpoint precision. Ikotsu, righty eye. This was the ultimate speed of Ikotsu. Kigenji crossed his arms in front of him, bracing against the relentless barrage of fists and crackling energy. His only shield, his Bankai's defense. Boom! The impact of fists against stone sent shockwaves tearing through the Colosseum, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Ha ha ha! It's been ages since I've had a fight this satisfying. Kigenji let out a wild, defiant laugh, planting his feet firmly on the ground. The rocky armor on his arms had shattered completely. As I thought, I've been sick of the quiet life for a long time. Thanks for finally making things fun, brat. Is that so? Masatsuki sneered but didn't press the attack. During their exchange, Kigen's armor had been damaged more than once, but every time it neared the brink of destruction, it rapidly regenerated. Continuing the same assault would be pointless. Kigenji hesitated for a moment before shaking his head in disbelief, his stone gauntlets reforming around his hands. I'm an idiot. There are plenty of people smarter than me. He had always known that. He just didn't want to admit it. With a heavy thrust, Kigenji drove his massive Zanpakutō into the ground. Instantly, sharp rock formations burst out from all directions, closing in on Masatsuki. No matter how fast he moved, unless he could fly, the stone blades would hunt him down. Speed alone won't save you. Your weak little punches can't hurt me. And let's see how long your Ryutsu can last. Kigenji laughed, his tone completely relaxed. As long as he managed his Ryutsu properly, he was untouchable. Masatsuki scoffed. You really are suited for that Zanpakutō, lashing out because you're afraid. The shape, form, and power of a Zanpakutō, all come from the soul of its wielder. A familiar female voice echoed in Masatsuki's mind. Then what is the source of my power? Your fickle nature. But you are not me. Masatsuki Aozaki responded in his heart, gripping Banch Senran tightly as he locked eyes with Kenpei Kigenji, unwavering. In battle, focus is everything. He had long since grown accustomed to Banch Senran's whispers. After reaching the third rank of Ryutsu, the Zanpakutō had taken to speaking to him of its own accord. It never said anything particularly important, either teasing him about his personal life or making him guess its true name. Every time he guessed wrong, she would pretend to be angry, ignoring him for the rest of the day like a sulking girlfriend. Admittedly, forgetting his own partner's name was his fault. But knowing she couldn't leave him, Masatsuki simply chose to ignore his mistake. Die! With a furious bellow, Kigenji slammed his foot down, and a massive spike shot up from the ground beneath Masatsuki. This time, he abandoned control over the other stone pillars. The attack was faster than ever. The jagged rock shot through the air like a beast's fangs, tearing the atmosphere apart with a roaring shockwave. Its speed and density far surpassed his previous attacks. Masatsuki had no time to react, no way to block it. Kigenji leaped forward, his colossal rock-formed fist ready to strike. But Masatsuki raised both hands, clenching them into fists as the lightning behind him erupted into raging flames. He swung his fists straight into the incoming stone pillar. He reacted in time? Impossible. His combat instincts are terrifying. No wonder the old man took an interest in him. What a monster! Crack! A devastating force erupted from Masatsuki's fists, shattering the stone pillar in an instant. Kigenji's rock fist slammed down, colliding with Masatsuki's smaller, flesh and blood fists. Compared to the sheer size of his opponents, Masatsuki's hands seemed tiny, barely half the size of Kigenji's attack. Boom! A shockwave exploded outward, rippling through the battlefield. Crackling! In the next moment, Kigenji's massive rock fist crumbled into dust. Masatsuki's body shot backward like a cannonball, rolling across the ground for over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop, leaving a bloody trail behind him. Drib! Drib! Blood trickled down from his forehead as Masatsuki struggled to sit up, leaning against a massive rock. He gasped for breath, his body racked with pain. His hands were mangled and bloodied, but still functional, still capable of fighting. Had it not been for the stone pillar that absorbed some of the force before their fists met, Kigenji would have been sent flying too. What a mess! Banch Senran's voice rang out, and in an instant, the world faded into pure white. Time stood still. Only Masatsuki and the girl before him retained their color. Do you regret coming here? You're such an idiot. You should have run away earlier. Masatsuki briefly wondered if he had hit his head too hard. He was actually seeing Banch Senran in front of him. Regret? Maybe a little. But not for myself. Strictly speaking, even if I die here, I wouldn't consider it a loss. But you, and Ranjaku, the others, you'd all be upset. And thinking about that, makes me not want to die. You're right. I would be sad. Banch Senran crouched in front of him, resting her chin on her hand as she nodded. But you're still a complete idiot, bringing up other women at a time like this. How annoying. I won't argue that, Masatsuki admitted through gritted teeth. I underestimated him. Got too caught up in the fight. I should have run before he used Bankai. Well, Bankai is a turning point. Banch Senran spread her hands, and at some point, a small, beautiful bird had appeared beside her. Its feathers were pitch black, and it had 4 legs and 4 wings, letting Banch Senran gently stroke its tiny head. Achieving Bankai doesn't just enhance Ryutsu, it strengthens a Zanpakutō's abilities too. Relying solely on the conch's power is pushing it. At her words, the conch seemed to bristle in protest, shaking its head as it tried to push away her hand. Flapping its wings, it landed on Masatsuki's shoulder and turned its back on him, as if saying, "I'm not talking to you anymore." Well, if Bankai is that powerful, why don't you just tell me your true name? Masatsuki chuckled, winking at her. No way. You wish. It's not that easy. If you don't tell me, you'll lose me forever. You don't need Bankai to deal with someone like him. We have the power to defeat him, you just refuse to use it. Stop holding back already. With those final words, Banch Senran leaned in, pressing her lips against Masatsuki's. Her form began to fade into nothingness. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, All Things in the Universe, Turn to Ash. No need for Bankai. You really are stubborn. Masatsuki Aozaki licked his lips. For a moment, he thought he heard a girl's light laughter, accompanied by the chirping of birds. My little sister can be a bit headstrong. She really shouldn't be keeping secrets from you at a time like this. A playful voice came from behind him as a girl wrapped her arms around him, placing her hands over his as he gripped his sword. But don't be too hard on her. She's been holding back, waiting for this moment, so of course she's a little temperamental. You are. Masatsuki turned his head. The girl had striking green eyes and long brown hair, dressed in a pink kimono with matching ornaments. A sly smile curled at the corner of her lips. There was an undeniable energy about her. Masatsuki stared at her, reminded of the girl who had just vanished moments ago. For a second, he wondered if he had somehow crossed into the world of Final Fantasy VII. The older sister reminded him of Aerith Gainsborough, while the younger one was a dead ringer for Tifa Lockhart. Shaking off the ridiculous thought, he refocused on Kenpei Kigenji, now appearing like distorted black and white lines in his vision. This was still Bleach's world. You're awful, you know that. The girl pouted, pinching his cheek. You kept calling our names, but you only recognize my little sister. Well, you never showed up before. I don't care. You have to make it up to me and cheer me up. You're even more willful than your so-called little sister. You two are Banch Senran, aren't you? Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. So, is your name Banch Senran? Or something else entirely? I'm not telling you. Serves you right for ignoring me. How could I possibly ignore you? You were the one hiding from me. Masatsuki rolled his eyes, sighing. I know myself I'd never overlook someone as beautiful and adorable as you. Humph. Sweet talking me won't make me happy. Despite her words, the girl's face blossomed into a bright, mischievous smile. The two of them chatted idly, as if they had completely forgotten the fact that Masatsuki was still on the brink of life and death. A sharp cry rang out from the sky. Masatsuki could sense frustration in the sound, like something, or someone, was upset at being ignored. He looked up. A massive bird, wreathed in roaring flames, spread its wings behind them, its fiery presence swallowing the sky. The surging waves of fire threatened to incinerate everything in their path. Master! You really have been looking out for your unworthy student all this time. Masatsuki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced down at his hands. Reishi from the surrounding world was flowing into his body. His bleeding had stopped, and his mangled hands once stripped down to exposed white bone were slowly regenerating. The Ryotsu he had drained was now refilling. This only confirmed one thing for him. I'm definitely not a Quincy. What am I, exactly? A god? Ha! When did I start getting so arrogant? If the Soul King or Waiwak ever caught wind of this, they'd probably mock me for eternity. Masatsuki shook his head, amused by his own ridiculous train of thought. My master was always a cheapskate, you know, he muttered with a smirk. He'd give me the smallest sweet potatoes, every time. But they actually tasted pretty good, so I forgave him. Licking his lips, he almost swore he could remember the taste of Yamamoto's roasted sweet potatoes. Region Jaka really is powerful, but this is my first time using its strength. Can I actually defeat Kigenji with it? I'll help you, the girl said firmly. She hugged him from behind, pressing herself close. Region Jaka and I are good friends. I know what to do. Masatsuki Aozaki's expression twisted slightly. For a brief moment, he was reminded of those movies from his past life where possession by a ghost felt exactly like this. He remained silent. Sensing his guard lowering, the girl behind him smiled knowingly. High above, Region Jaka let out a long cry before dissolving into flames, merging into Banch Senran. In an instant, the world returned to its original colors. Kenpei Kigenji's lips curled into a cold sneer as he continued advancing. Suddenly, Masatsuki spoke. Captain Kigenji. What? Trying to stall for time again. Kigenji scoffed. Masatsuki continued, I recall you never attended the Shin Academy. Tell me, have you ever read Shinigami Handbook, Records of Knowledge? Kenpei Kigenji. Is he mocking me for being uneducated? Before Kigenji could respond, Masatsuki carried on. Do not pursue the aesthetics of blade-on-blade combat. Do not romanticize the virtue of dying without return. Do not value only your own survival. If you wish to protect one king and 5 nobles, then slaughter all enemies from the shadows. Masatsuki shook his head, scoffing. 1 king and 5 nobles? Royals and aristocrats? Aside from a handful of them, most have nothing to do with me. If they die, so be it. But, as much as I hate to admit it, there are people I want to protect. I don't want them mourning over me. That's why I have to survive. What nonsense are you spewing, brat? You think you can still make it out alive at this point? Kigenji gritted his teeth until his pupils suddenly shrank. That's... Masatsuki lowered his gaze, gripping his sword with one hand as he chanted an ancient release command. All things in the universe. Turn to ash. Region Jaka. A scorching inferno erupted. You've got to be kidding me. Region Jaka. Kigenji gasped. In response, flames ignited along Banch Senran's blade. The girl in the pink kimono gritted her teeth. No matter how many times I hear it, that release phrase always pisses me off. The flames around Banch Senran flared even hotter and wilder, as if reveling in its own power, dancing in a chaotic frenzy. The girl clenched her jaw, clearly displeased. Masatsuki hurriedly tried to soothe her. After all, his life was in this woman's hands. Now that he finally had a chance at survival, he couldn't afford to lose it just because she was in a bad mood. Region Jaka Soul Society's strongest, oldest fire-type Zanpakutō. For most Shinigami, mastering Bankai was the clearest line separating the strong from the weak. But there were exceptions. Like Region Jaka. It was said to possess the most destructive attack power in all of Soul Society. In Yamamoto's hands, its shikai alone burned as hot as the sun's surface. And in Bankai? Its flames reached the very core temperature of the sun itself. Masatsuki knew he couldn't wield it to the same extent as the old man. But with his Ryutsuo at the third-class spirit rank undoubtedly on a captain's level, he could at least bring out part of its true power. If he could control it well enough, he might actually win. Masatsuki staggered to his feet from the rubble, steadying himself as he gripped the strongest sword in his hands, aiming it at the slowly approaching Kenpei Kigenji. "Don't try to fool me," Kigenji muttered, his voice uncertain. "Your Zanpakutō was fire type from the start, wasn't it? I've seen the old man's blade before. His is completely different from yours." He let out a strained chuckle, clearly trying to convince himself. Masatsuki grinned. "Why don't you come test it out for yourself?" 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Masatsuki-chan. Several towering pillars of flame erupted from the distant ground, and a pair of bare, pale feet stepped out from the inferno. Kenpei Kigenji's gaze followed upward, locking onto Masatsuki Aozaki as he emerged from the swirling flames, moving as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. A wave of intense heat washed over him, making his rocky skin feel as if it were softening. A stinging burn prickled across his body. His vaunted defense, once his pride, now made him feel like he was trapped inside a cramped furnace. Beneath the rocky exterior, his unseen skin was turning red, marred with burns. "Masatsuki Aozaki, so what if you really did steal the old man's power?" "I used Bankai." Kenpei Kigenji glared at the young man in the distance, his breath ragged, his expression twisted with fury. He had experienced the power of Rijinjaka firsthand. That power had reduced him from a warrior of Rukonga to a servant groveling before the One King and his 5 nobles. But this time, he refused to submit. He was the captain of the 11th Division. The 10th Kenpei who had slain Kenpei Gosuk. And now, he was supposed to bow to some brat just because of a sword's power? What a joke! A sword's strength depended on the one wielding it. And this kid was not Genrisai Ishigakuni Yamamoto. "Don't think I'm afraid of you. Even if you really possess Rijinjaka's power, it's only a shikai. If my Ryutsu rivals that old man's, then my Teniwa, Heavenly Rock, may not be any weaker than Rijinjaka. And besides, I've used my Bankai. The one who's going to die, is you. You can try," Masatsuki Aozaki grinned maniacally. "But your time is running out. Or are you doubting Master and my 2 seniors' speed? You bastard!" Kenpei Kigenji roared in rage. His rocky skin surged, expanding wildly as his massive frame grew even larger, making him resemble a monstrous stone giant. Boom! The ground caved in for several meters around him, sending shards of stone and clouds of dust flying as the sheer force of his movement shook the battlefield. In an instant, Kenpei Kigenji vanished from sight. Only to reappear directly in front of Masatsuki Aozaki, his colossal fist barreling toward him. Rock fist. Perhaps because he had witnessed the power of Banch Senran firsthand, he had become reluctant to engage Masatsuki Aozaki with direct sword strikes after activating his Bankai. A Bankai-forged Zanpakutō was powerful, yet fragile. While it could amplify his strength, if the blade itself was damaged, the consequences would be irreversible. At best, his Bankai's power would weaken. That was a risk he refused to take. Masatsuki Aozaki completely surrendered his body to Banch, feeling more relaxed than ever, so much so that he even had the leisure to chat with her. "You seem to handle Rijinjaka better than I do." "That's because I understand it better," Banch whispered, holding him close. "I know the essence and power of every shikai. What you see is what I see. Every shikai you've used has come from me. It's a lot of work, you know. So, in a way, I've been using your power all along." That must have been exhausting for you. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke with genuine sincerity. Then what about Senran? What's she been up to? Has she been slacking off? Banch raised a finger and playfully teased the conch bird perched on her shoulder. She's in charge of managing these little ones. Honestly, you don't really know her that well. She's a stubborn child. Let me teach you how to use her properly. Why does that sound a little weird coming from you? That's not important, Banch chuckled softly. Listen carefully, Masatsuki-chan. This woman has no sense of propriety. Masatsuki Aozaki thought. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, her voice ethereal and otherworldly. At the beginning of heaven and earth, all things are without end. Banch Senran. Masatsuki Aozaki hesitated for a moment, then repeated the incantation after her. Banch Senran continued to burn with fire, but now a powerful wind wrapped around his entire body. In an instant, he flickered forward with Shunpo, his speed reaching its peak just in time to evade Kenpei Kigenji's crushing punch. Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes widened slightly in surprise, a flicker of realization flashing through his gaze. Banch Senran could use multiple shikai at once. The thought barely formed before a piercing sound split the air in front of him. A massive rock pillar came hurtling down like a war spear, carrying overwhelming force as it crashed downward. But it missed. Impossible. How did that miss? Kenpei Kigenji stared in shock as the rock pillar barely grazed Masatsuki Aozaki, failing to inflict any damage at all. He had used this technique countless times, and not once had it ever gone off target like this. His Ryutsu is stronger, so Kaika Suijutsu's effect is limited, but that guy's an idiot. Messing with his perception just a little is still possible, Banch explained. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded slightly in understanding. Reality wasn't some game where power levels determined everything. Even among those classified as third-class Ryutsu, there were clear disparities in strength. Kenpei Kigenji was a veteran captain who had honed his skills for years at this level. Though he hadn't reached second-class Ryutsu, he was far stronger than a new captain level like Masatsuki. And with Bankai active, his Ryutsu had skyrocketed beyond its Shikai state. Fooling him with Kaika Suijutsu's illusions would be nearly impossible. Banch was teaching him how to truly fight with Banch Senran. Kenpei Kigenji swung his massive rock-forged Zanpakutō. Boom! A deafening roar tore through the battlefield as golden sword pressure surged forward like a raging earth dragon. A massive crack over 10 meters long split open the ground, tearing through everything in its path toward Masatsuki Aozaki. Stones on both sides crumbled and tumbled into the abyss below. Shattered rock flew everywhere, and Kenpei Kigenji's pupil shrank. Missed again? This wasn't just bad luck, he had aimed directly at him. Masatsuki Aozaki, what kind of trick are you playing this time? Kenpei Kigenji finally realized something was wrong. A battle-hardened warrior like him would never make the same mistake twice in a row. Meanwhile, the pillars of fire around him kept closing in, fueling his growing frustration. His rocky armor, under the intense heat, was beginning to show signs of melting. For a brief moment, he hesitated. And that was when Masatsuki Aozaki's blade came slashing down. Or rather, Masatsuki Aozaki gripped the blazing long sword, a cruel smirk curling at his lips. You dare bully Masatsuki-chan? Masatsuki Aozaki's heart trembled. This woman suddenly seemed terrifying. Then, a powerful slash came crashing down toward Kenpei Kigenji's neck. Crack! The flaming longsword collided with the massive rock blade, sending cracks spider-webbing through the stone-encased weapon. Shockwaves rippled outward in waves. Fierce winds tore at the tattered remains of Masatsuki Aozaki's clothing, his blood-stained figure radiating a wild, almost manic energy. It's useless. You can't harm the true form of Dan Tengen. Kenpei Kigenji sneered, his towering frame unmoving as he reached out to grab Masatsuki's arm. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a mocking chuckle. I'm not here to compare brute strength with you. His flaming blade pulsed. And the massive rock sword instantly turned red hot, superheating until the moisture in the air around it vaporized into steam. Ugh! Kenpei Kigenji let out a pained grunt, caught off guard by the searing heat permeating through his armor. Clang! He tightened his grip and swung, his massive sword colliding with Masatsuki's, sending him flying. Masatsuki Aozaki flipped midair, using the momentum to his advantage before diving back in his blade, cutting down toward Kenpei Kigenji's neck once more. Boom! Kenpei Kigenji stumbled slightly, dodging the strike. But the sudden arc of flames that erupted from the slash blurred his vision. And then, his entire body ignited. Even his rock-covered form couldn't prevent him from becoming fuel for these searing flames. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The Captain's Soul. The rapidly rising heat fueled Kenpei Kigenji's rage as he let out a furious howl, stepping forward and swinging a massive fist straight at Masatsuki Aozaki's head. Bang! Masatsuki Aozaki blocked the attack with Bansh Senran, parrying it just as his leg whipped around and struck Kigenji square in the stomach. Blow after blow, they clashed relentlessly. With each exchange, flames erupted from Kenpei Kigenji's body, burning hotter and hotter. Swords met swords, fists and feet struck with lethal intent, and the battlefield was engulfed in a swirling storm of dust and embers as they fought with wild abandon. They were both insane. Perhaps anyone who crawled out from the lower districts of Rukonga carried a touch of madness. It was the kind of place that bred lunatics. You damn maniac! Kenpei Kigenji let out a guttural scream, the searing agony of the flames nearly unbearable. No matter how hard he pushed his Ryotsu to disperse the fire consuming him, Masatsuki Aozaki would always find the perfect moment to fan the flames once more. This unending, merciless burning. It was as if he had been cast into hell itself. Ha ha ha! Come on! Keep going! Masatsuki Aozaki was gradually reclaiming control over his body. With Bansh guiding him, he was finally adapting to the true power of Bansh Senran. Pain, blood, the thrill of battle, none of it mattered. What truly made a fight exhilarating was experiencing it firsthand. Kenpei Kigenji's fist slammed into him with brutal force, sending him skidding several meters back. Blood splattered through the air, staining his face. Yet, he laughed. Kenpei Kigenji could feel it. Masatsuki Aozaki was enjoying this. If it weren't for these damn flames, I'd probably feel the same way. How frustrating! Kigenji pushed his Ryotsu to its limits, suppressing the inferno ignited by Rijinjaka just a little more. The thrill of standing at the edge of life and death, the exhilarating clash of swords, the intoxicating scent of blood. For a moment, it felt like he was back in Rukonga, fighting for survival. Never a moment of peace. Never truly owning his own life. But those days had felt so full. Hey, kid, Kenpei Kigenji suddenly spoke. Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head. What? You're running low on Ryotsu, aren't you? Kigenji muttered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Same here. Isn't it a little reckless to announce your condition so openly? Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. Cut the act, Kigenji growled, gritting his teeth. I'll settle this with one final strike. Master Yamamoto is almost here. Shouldn't you be saving your Ryotsu to run? Masatsuki Aozaki didn't answer directly. Instead, he glanced past Kigenji, toward the rapidly approaching force breaking through the barrier. A scorching, overwhelming Ryotsu. I don't need to run. There's no point, I wouldn't make it far anyway. Kenpei Kigenji bared his teeth in a grin. Besides, I'd rather see how this fight ends than disgrace myself by running. He had completely forgotten why he had come here in the first place. The only thing that mattered now was defeating the man in front of him. Life or death, it didn't matter anymore. Come! Masatsuki Aozaki took a deep breath, his confidence unwavering. He wasn't going to lose. Banch Senran flared, its flames stretching out like wings. A high-pitched screech echoed in his ears. You haven't disappointed me, Masatsuki Aozaki. Kenpei Kigen's eyes widened. A fierce gust of wind rushed toward him, and under the crushing weight of his earth-colored ryutsu, the very air howled in agony. Whoosh! Dust and debris erupted from the ground. Masatsuki Aozaki had vanished. No tricks. No unnecessary flourishes. Just pure swordsmanship. Zanpakutō against Zanpakutō. Yet, in that instant, a storm raged within Kenpei Kigen's mind. White-hot ryutsu surged toward him, twisting into flames that licked at his body. His rocky armor surged forward to meet the attack. Only to melt and shatter. This. How can this be so terrifying? Kenpei Kigen cried out in disbelief. After their previous clashes, he had a rough grasp of the power Masatsuki Aozaki's Regenjaka could unleash. It was worthy of its title as the strongest fire-type Zanpakutō, but the battle shouldn't have been so one-sided. Dan Tengen hadn't even put up a proper resistance before it was effortlessly torn apart. I've used my full strength, Masatsuki Aozaki said. Kenpei Kigen was momentarily dazed, his senses distorted by a cacophony of wind, thunder, and countless other noises. He looked up. Masatsuki Aozaki, clearly smaller in stature, had deliberately positioned himself above an awkward stance for delivering powerful strikes. How the hell was he flying in Soul Society? No, that wasn't the question he should be asking. This was Kaiten Kaikotsu's Takeanai. The higher ground meant victory. Standing above him, Masatsuki Aozaki's slashes carried even greater force. Clang! Their blades collided violently, the metallic clash ringing out like a bell. White and earth-colored ryutsu clashed, bursting into dazzling light before a hurricane-like shockwave erupted from the battle's epicenter, sweeping outward in all directions. Crack! A deep fissure split across Dan Tengen, the sound of breaking stone sending a chill through the air. Pain shot through Kenpei Kigen's body, forcing him to suck in a sharp breath. A moment later, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. A flash of steel. A flicker of flames. He clutched his chest, pain surging through him. A deep, gaping wound now ran across his torso. His body remained connected only by his spine and the shredded muscles of his back. Blood sprayed from the wound, spattering across Masatsuki Aozaki's face. Masatsuki Aozaki took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. A rush of exhilaration flooded through him. His hair, stained crimson, clung to his face as rivulets of blood trickled down his cheeks. But there was no revulsion, only the gleeful grin of a man reveling in victory. He had defeated a captain. This meant, he had truly stepped into the ranks of Soul Society's elite. You, really are one devious bastard. With a loud thud, Kenpei Kigen's body gave out. He slumped onto the ground, leaning back against a massive boulder, a faint smirk lingering on his lips. Masatsuki Aozaki turned, planting Banch Senran into the ground as he crouched before him. Disappointed? Because it wasn't the honorable duel you were hoping for. What the hell are you talking about? Kenpei Kigen coughed up another mouthful of blood. This was a battle to the death. A fight where you throw everything you have at your opponent, using every last trick to claim victory. This is what true combat is. I was just too much of an idiot to see that you were holding back. You're Shunsui Kiraku's Jr. I should have expected this. His vision blurred, breath growing shallower. In his final moments, the man accepted his own foolishness. Masatsuki Aozaki hesitated for a fraction of a second, caught off guard by his words. But there was no time for sentiment. Before Kenpei Kigen could draw his last breath, Masatsuki Aozaki thrust his hand into his chest. You may be an insufferable bastard, but you're still Kenpei. He gazed at the soul of Kenpei Kigenji now resting in his palm, grinning as his blood-stained teeth gleamed in the dim firelight. A captain's soul, an invaluable piece of experimental material. Masatsuki Aozaki carefully stored it away as Kenpei Kigenji's body finally lost all signs of life. Whoosh! From the distance, an invisible blade of wind sliced through the air with terrifying speed. The colossal stone prison, its structure akin to a gladiatorial arena, was split in half. The severed rock walls crashed down with a deafening rumble. Boom! The ground trembled under the sheer force of impact. A violent shockwave erupted, sending dust and debris spiraling into the air. And amidst it all, a pristine white Haori billowed in the scorching wind. Flames surged skyward, consuming everything in their path. The stone walls, once solid and imposing, melted away in an instant. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, It's common sense that fast people are always late. I didn't think even the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society would be late, old man. Masatsuki Aozaki collapsed onto his knees, trembling, his hands pressed against the ground, a smug grin on his face. Blood dripped from every inch of his battered body, pooling beneath him in streaks of black and red. Pain coursed through his entire being. Every muscle felt drained of strength, and the dizziness from excessive blood loss hit him in waves, lulling him toward unconsciousness. Yet, despite it all, his pale face still held a teasing smile. You always talk about how no one in 1,000 years could match you in swordsmanship, Hakuda, or Kido, but your Shunpo still needs work. Guess you'd better keep practicing. This damned disciple. Genrisai Shigakuni Yamamoto's eye twitched. As he scanned the scene, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he fell silent. His gaze landed on the corpse of Kenpei Kigenji. This brat! A long stretch of silence followed before Yamamoto finally let out a gruff murmur. Well done! Masatsuki Aozaki let out a sharp laugh. Master, if you're struggling to say it, you don't have to force yourself. I know exactly what you mean. I'm well aware of how exceptional I am. Yamamoto huffed heavily but didn't argue. He had to admit. This student was remarkable. Unbelievably remarkable. More talented than himself. Where else could you find a student this young capable of killing a captain? The two locked eyes, saying nothing, as if searching for something within each other's gaze. It didn't take long before they both understood. One was looking for warmth and acknowledgement. The other was looking for expectation and reassurance. And they both found what they were looking for. Words were no longer necessary. A graceful figure hurried forward, stopping behind Yamamoto. A soft voice spoke. Captain Commander, we've arrived. The familiarity of the voice made Yamamoto pause before he quickly turned, issuing orders to his subordinates. The traitor Kenpei Kigenji has been executed by 2nd Division's 3rd Seat, Masatsuki. He is seriously injured. 4th Division, see to his recovery. Yes, sir, Retsu Anohana nodded slightly. I'll be in your care, Anohana. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. Leave it to me. Anohana gave him a slow, measured look, her gaze flickering as a small smile played on her lips. If she'd heard correctly, Kenpei Kigenji had been slain by Masatsuki Aozaki. This boy always found a way to surprise people. The moment those words left her lips, Masatsuki Aozaki felt something. His expression stiffened, and his head snapped up. The sight of that gentle, elegant face paired with a warm, soothing smile sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. He knew that smile all too well. There was no doubt about it. She was in the mood for a sparring session. Anohana, seemingly aware of his realization, gave him a playful wink, her fondness for him barely concealed. With a graceful wave of her hand, she swiftly unsheathed her Zanpakutō. As the name Minajiki rang out, the long blade transformed before everyone's eyes into a massive, one-eyed manta ray. Long time no see, Masatsuki Aozaki greeted the old fish, fully aware of what was about to happen. He was about to be swallowed whole. Again. Although it left him sticky, he didn't particularly mind the comforting sensation. Unfortunately, in his current state, he lacked the strength to leap inside on his own. A shame, really, for both parties. Hat. The giant manta ray opened its massive mouth. Masatsuki Aozaki, ever cooperative, took 2 steps forward. Minajiki glided toward him. Man and manta ray moved in sync. Then, with a deep, resonant gulp, Masatsuki Aozaki was swallowed whole. I'm sorry. Yoryuki Shion arrived at the 4th division, visibly injured, yet the first words out of her mouth were an apology to Masatsuki Aozaki. The ward was empty, leaving only the 2 of them. The commotion outside was still ongoing. Yamamoto had returned to the 1st division to take command, unfazed by the chaos, while the 4th division members had rushed off to provide support elsewhere. Masatsuki Aozaki snapped out of his thoughts, his gaze falling on Yoryuki's battered form. Not only did he feel no inclination to blame her, but seeing her in such a state actually made his heart ache a little. She must have gone through a lot just to get here. He tilted his head. Sorry for what? I'm sorry. I'm late again. Yoryuki lowered her head, her voice filled with regret. Isn't it common knowledge that the fastest people are always late? Masatsuki Aozaki spread his hands, his tone light, as if trying to break the heavy atmosphere. Besides, you are the Flash Goddess, after all. What? Yoryuki blinked, caught off guard. It's a title I came up with for you, Flash Goddess Yoryuki. Sounds cool, right? Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. Well, it does sound cool, but I don't think I deserve it. A little embarrassed, Yoryuki had successfully been pulled out of her somber thoughts, shaking her head. Why not? Even Master said your shunpo is almost on par with his. He even told me to learn from you. Seeing his distraction tactic had worked, Masatsuki Aozaki puffed up with pride, as if he were the one being praised. Yoryuki's face flushed slightly, the contrast against her tanned skin making her look both adorable and alluring. Being complimented by the captain commander was no small thing, but she knew her own limits and quickly denied it. I'm nowhere near as fast as Captain Commander. The old man's been around for ages, of course, he has to slow down at some point. Perhaps because of the strange books and discussions he'd had with Lisa Yudmeru, Masatsuki Aozaki's thoughts inevitably strayed. He coughed twice. I meant your technique. Master's shunpo is only that fast because of his sheer ryutsu. When it comes to technique, you're not far behind him at all. It's called specialization. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. You were born a genius when it comes to shunpo. Masatsuki Aozaki was about to continue showering Yoryuki with praise when... Hiss! A sharp intake of breath. Yoryuki had moved the wrong way, pulling at her wounds. The sting caught her off guard, and she couldn't help but let out a small cry of pain. Masatsuki Aozaki's heart clenched. Without a second thought, he scooped her up and dashed out of the 4th division, heading straight for the underground training grounds. To help Yoryuki recover, he had decided. A hot spring therapy session was in order. With Lisa Yudmeru, his ever-reliable source of questionable knowledge, he had learned that aerobic exercise was beneficial for a woman's physical and mental well-being. For the sake of Yoryuki's health, both body and mind, Masatsuki Aozaki was willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. With all the speed and skill he had honed in his lifetime, he reached his destination in no time. Yoryuki swallowed hard and feigned ignorance. What are you planning to do? Masatsuki Aozaki stood at the edge of the hot spring, hands on his hips, looking every bit the villain. What do you think, little cat? This is your punishment for being late. Should I help you, or will you handle it yourself? Fine, I'll do it myself. Just don't hurt me. Yoriyuki slumped onto the ground, trembling slightly as she undressed. It was as if she had fully embraced the role, now a delicate, pitiful girl being bullied. This kind of playful act was nothing new between them. They both knew what came next. As they entered the steaming water, Masatsuki Aozaki effortlessly pulled Yoriyuki into his arms. A motion so practiced that it elicited a soft, involuntary murmur from her lips. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, FNG-chan. To help Yoriyuki regain her usual spirit, Masatsuki Aozaki spent the entire night indulging her in reckless fun. His physical endurance was no less than hers, but when it came to certain aerobic exercises, things were always a bit unfair for men. By the time they were done, his body was still holding up fine, but his spirit had given out first. As a wave of exhaustion swept over him, he drifted into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was still soaking in the hot spring. The water had cleared. Hearing movement, he turned his head. And what he saw left him utterly stunned. Yoriyuki was crouched at the edge of the hot spring, stripping Sui-FNG, who was unconscious of her clothes, before casually tossing her into the water. Masatsuki Aozaki's jaw dropped. Then, unable to help himself, he swallowed hard. What the hell was this? She went out of her way to bring Sui-FNG here, stripped her completely. Yoriyuki, I freaking love you. Oi, could you at least wipe that look off your face? I'm still standing right here, you know. Yoriyuki unfastened her obi and let her Shihakushō slip from her shoulders, completely unbothered as she revealed her smooth, bronze-toned skin. She dipped a foot into the water but suddenly paused, tilting her head toward him with a teasing smirk. Does this count as breaking our promise? Masatsuki Aozaki wanted to slap himself. The original agreement had been about in front of others, and technically, Sui-FNG was included in that category. Had he just shot himself in the foot? Regretting his past self's decision, he still shamelessly replied, I think, given how times are changing, it's only reasonable to update the terms of our agreement. Yoriyuki blinked. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke with complete seriousness. After extensive research and consideration, I propose that the term others be revised to other men. Thoughts? I still have one request I can make, right? I'll use it now. You really are a piece of work, Yoriyuki sighed. But no need. I owe you this time. What's yours, what's mine? Do we really need to be so particular? Masatsuki Aozaki groaned dramatically. Yoriyuki chuckled, settling onto his lap. She placed a soft kiss on his cheek, like one would when comforting a child. All right. No more keeping score, okay? That's more like it. Masatsuki Aozaki's grin returned as he leaned in, pressing his forehead against hers, their noses brushing lightly. So, why did you bring Sui-FNG here? Yoriyuki let out a small, helpless laugh. FNG-chan got hurt pretty badly. The 4th Division said she'd need a long time to recover. When she found out, she cried her eyes out, saying she wasn't worthy of staying by my side, that she had to return to her clan and accept exile. I didn't know what else to do, so I asked her if she wanted to recover faster. If she got better soon, she could stay with me. She agreed, so I stole her from the 4th Division. Stole her? Well, can't blame you. She really is a rare treasure. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. Yoriyuki's expression darkened. You better not try anything with her. Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed. Do I look like that kind of guy? Not everyone is as reckless as you know. He treated people differently depending on what kind of relationship he wanted with them. For those he wished to keep around long term, he was willing to be patient to take his time. Right now, it was obvious that Sui-FNG wasn't ready. It should be about time, Masatsuki Aozaki murmured, Turning his gaze to Suifng, Yoryuki did the same. The petite girl floated in the hot spring, completely motionless. At first glance, she almost looked like a drowned corpse. A cute drowned corpse. Yoryuki suddenly dove forward, swimming toward Suifng in what could only be described as a feline version of the dog paddle. It was a graceful and fluid motion, much softer and more elegant than its canine counterpart. Then again, maybe it was just because Yoryuki was stunning, and Masatsuki Aozaki's mind had conveniently applied a beauty filter to the scene. Yoryuki glided beside Suifng, lazily paddling her hands across the water. Then, she waved at Masatsuki Aozaki, beckoning him over. "Masatsuki, come help me hold her while I check her injuries." That doesn't seem like a good idea," Masatsuki Aozaki hesitated. Yoryuki turned her head only to find that Masatsuki was already right beside her. His speed was so fast that even she hadn't reacted in time, leaving her both exasperated and amused. "If only you'd put this kind of enthusiasm to good use." "What are you talking about? This is me showing concern for my comrade." Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow. "Besides, how is this not the right way?" Following Yoryuki's instructions, he carefully lifted Suifng, letting her rest against him. Feeling the softness against him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yoryuki had an impressive figure, though not quite as voluptuous as Kakoshiba's, but she was certainly among the top of her generation. Compared to them, Suifng, well, it was as if her presence was barely there. Still, even if her figure was as non-existent as a certain ahog-wearing fool from his childhood, Masatsuki had to admit he liked her. After all, Suifng was both adorable and cool. Who cared about such trivial things? They were completely irrelevant. To make it easier for Yoryuki to examine her, Masatsuki shifted his grip, sliding an arm behind Suifng's back to support her with one hand. Yoryuki remained focused on her examination. For some reason, perhaps due to the hot spring's healing properties, Suifng let out a soft whimper and slowly opened her eyes. As her vision cleared, she took in the sight of Masatsuki Aozaki's face. And realized she was nestled against his chest, his arms holding her steady. Masatsuki. Masatsuki. Third seat Masatsuki. Her delicate face instantly turned scarlet, and she began struggling to sit up. Masatsuki had been wearing a playful grin, expecting an immediate counterattack. But when she merely blushed and tried to escape, he froze. This reaction was completely different from what he had anticipated. Shouldn't she be cursing him out and stomping on his face by now? Masatsuki shook his head in disappointment. Yoryuki, well aware of his thought process, rolled her eyes before turning to Suifng with a stern expression. "Suifng, stop moving. I'm checking your injuries." "Why?" "Yoryuki-sama." The familiar voice made Suifng's entire body tremble, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. She panicked, then promptly fainted in Masatsuki's arms. "She really is easily flustered," Yoryuki chuckled, shaking her head before glancing up at Masatsuki. "What are you thinking about?" "I was ready for an angry outburst, maybe even an attack, but nothing happened," Masatsuki mused. "And she blushed when she saw me." Yoryuki scoffed. "Wouldn't a normal girl blush in this situation?" Masatsuki blinked. "Wait, since when do you know how normal girls behave?" "Hey!" Yoryuki's eyebrow twitched. Sensing danger, Masatsuki quickly waved his hands and changed the subject. "I just don't think she blushed out of embarrassment." 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Masatsuki-sama. "I'm truly sorry, Yoryuki-sama," third seat Masatsuki. "As a member of the guard, I should have been protecting you, yet instead, you both had to take care of me. This is unacceptable." In the underground training grounds rest area, Suifng, now fully awake and dressed neatly, knelt before the two of them in a deep bow. Yoryuki waved her hand dismissively. No need to apologize. If anything, I should be the one saying sorry. I was the one who knocked you out, after all. No, Yoryuki-sama warned me. I chose to come here of my own free will, Suifng said, her face tinged with red. I was just in the hot spring with Yoryuki-sama, but that man was there too. The happiness on her face slowly faded, replaced by a conflicted expression as she looked at the only man in the room. What's with that look? I contributed to that hot spring too, you know. Also, why hasn't she tried to punch me yet? Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head, thinking it over. Even if she wasn't mad for herself, surely she'd be furious that I saw Yoryuki too, right? Masatsuki-sama. Suifng stammered, addressing him with an honorific, her tone laced with embarrassment. Masatsuki blinked in disbelief. Did she just call me Sama? Was this some kind of polite courtesy before she attacked? Thank you, for saving my life. Masatsuki Aozaki only grew more confused. Saving your life? What are you talking about? Back at the nest of maggots, you held off Kenpei Kigenji by yourself so that I and the other squad members could retreat. Suifng lowered her head even further, her face flushing once again. Although I ended up encountering stronger enemies afterward and ended up in this state, I regret disappointing you both. But your kindness in saving me, I will never forget it. Oh, so you're talking about Kigenji. Masatsuki finally understood and waved a hand dismissively, looking a little embarrassed. Don't worry about it. It wasn't some noble act, I just charged in on instinct. At the time, he had only just broken into third-class Ryotsu a few days prior. After dealing with Mayuri Kuratsuki and casually eliminating a few assassins, he had stepped out of the dungeon to find Kigenji bullying Jin Ichimaru. A chance to fight a real captain wasn't something that came often. There was no way he was going to pass up the opportunity. The fact that he saved Jin in the process was just a bonus. Telling Suifng to lead the others away was nothing more than a spur-of-the-moment decision. He hadn't given it much thought at all. Saving her had never even crossed his mind. But Suifng had completely misunderstood his intentions. Her already flushed face deepened in color, and for the first time, admiration flickered in her eyes. Back when they first met, she had been so quick to assume that he was nothing more than a shameless scoundrel trying to steal Yoryuki-sama's heart. But in reality, beneath that flirtatious exterior, he was an exceptional Shinigami with an unwavering sense of self-sacrifice. She recalled a line from the Shin Academy textbooks. A Shinigami must never consider their own life first. Masatsuki Aozaki embodied that ideal. A man who instinctively helped others, who threw himself into battle without hesitation. How could someone like that possibly be a bad person? No wonder a prodigy like Jin Ichimaru willingly followed him around like an unassuming shadow. No wonder seated officers Ryusuke and Izumo admired him so fervently. If she weren't already sworn to Yoryuki-sama, she might have found herself wanting to follow him too. Lowering her head, Suifng let her long hair conceal her face, carefully masking her emotions. Then, suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. First, she looked at her hands. Then, at her body. No pain. My body. A look of astonishment crossed her face, and a joyful smile unconsciously tugged at her lips. Her injuries were supposed to take nearly half a year to heal. Yet in just a few days, she was already almost fully recovered. This hot spring was miraculous. Unable to contain herself, she shot to her feet, running her hands over her body to make sure this wasn't some illusion. Or a dream. Yoryuki-shiin gently patted Suifng's head with a smile. If you want to thank Masatsuki, then don't just thank him for saving your life. This hot spring is his doing too. Actually, all I did was chat with Captain Anohana. It wasn't anything major, Masatsuki Aozaki said casually. Yoryuki and I brought the materials back together, and Kisuke was the one who made the hot spring. Suifng felt as if she had uncovered yet another admirable trait in him, and the admiration in her eyes deepened. Masatsuki Aozaki probably had no idea that, in the heart of this young girl, he was already becoming the ideal model of a Shinigami. Yoryuki looked at Masatsuki with a helpless expression. You sure are full of yourself. After this whole incident, the 2nd Division is in shambles. The detention unit, in particular, lost more than half of its members. Suifng lowered her head. Please don't blame Masatsuki-sama, Yoryuki-sama. It was my fault. Masatsuki-sama was showing me the nest of maggots, which is why we failed to detect the enemy in time. This all happened because of me. Yoryuki raised an eyebrow, her tone unimpressed. Oh? So now you're taking all the blame? I never said I was blaming him. I was the one who gave the orders. If anyone's at fault, it's me as the captain. Yoryuki-sama. Suifng whispered. Suddenly, Yoryuki's voice rang out sharply. Suifng. Yes. The girl immediately straightened up, standing at attention. Yoryuki smiled slightly, crossing her arms behind her back in a commanding stance. You're still my personal guard, but I'm temporarily assigning you to assist the detention unit. She glanced at Masatsuki. The detention unit suffered heavy losses this time, and soon, they might need to make even bigger sacrifices. Right now, we need all the manpower we can get. Then, like an older sister, she took Suifng's hand. So don't slack off, all right? Yes. Suifng responded immediately, without hesitation. The next morning, after confirming that they were in good condition, the 3 of them returned to the 4th Division. This time, Yoryuki seemed to have a little more trust in her young protégé. She didn't knock Suifng unconscious. And because of that, Suifng nearly had her jaw drop to the floor when she realized that the underground training ground was located directly beneath Shihakushō Hill. Shihakushō Hill, the execution grounds of Seireitei, where the legendary execution weapon, the Shihaku, was kept. When released into its true form, the Shihaku transformed into a blaze fledgling king, said to hold the destructive power of 1,000,000 Zanpakutō. Masatsuki-sama, Yoryuki-sama, and that Kisuke Urahara, these people were way too bold. The 3 of them made their way back. Well, to be precise, Masatsuki and Yoryuki were having a great time teasing the still flustered Suifng. They arrived at the 4th Division in high spirits, only to run straight into Retsu Anohana. It looked like she had been about to leave but had coincidentally bumped into the returning trio. Trying to sneak past her was out of the question. Even members of the Onmitsukid, trained in stealth, wouldn't be able to slip by unnoticed. And so, when the 3 of them returned to the ward, they found themselves bandaged up once again. Fortunately, Anohana had gone easy on them. An even better Isane Katetsu, who was on duty that night, was much more easygoing. With a bit of persuasion from Masatsuki Aozaki, the flustered Isane blushed and ended up moving all 3 of them into the same ward. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Return to 1,000 Years. Seireitei, Central District, 1st Division Headquarters. Captain's Office. Genrisai Shigakuni Yamamoto stood before a crimson painting, leaning on his staff. The image depicted a man with a traditional samurai topknot, gripping a katana, his figure engulfed in roaring flames as he burned the world around him. The man in the painting was a monster from Soul Society's past, one who had nearly destroyed the world. Genrisai Yamamoto. Flashing swords, howling winds, roaring thunder, and searing flames. Battlefield reports raced through Yamamoto's mind, pulling him into contemplation. Just how much is that Masatsuki kid hiding from me? Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Captain Commander. A clear female voice rang out from beyond the door. Enter. Yamamoto responded, slowly shifting his gaze away and resuming his usual composed expression. The sliding door opened, revealing Retsuo Anohana. She spoke softly, "Captain Commander, the investigation is complete." Yamamoto studied the 4th Division captain, her radiant smile making it clear that she was genuinely pleased. The two had known each other for 1,000 years. He could tell when she was truly happy. He nodded and asked warmly, "What's the situation?" Although Kenpei Kigenji was dead, he had been the captain of the 11th Division, a Shinigami bearing the title of Kenpei. And given how unexpectedly Masatsuki Aozaki had performed in battle, it was only natural that the details of the fight would be scrutinized. Anohana bowed her head slightly. Masatsuki Aozaki has completed treatment and has mostly recovered. As for the specifics of the rebel attack, there were many strange battle traces found both on the battlefield and on Kigenji Kenpei's body. However, one thing is certain: Kenpei Kigenji was indeed slain by Masatsuki Aozaki. Yamamoto let out an unimpressed sigh and rolled his eyes. That kid performed well, but it's not time yet. Anohana gave a small, awkward smile. The thought of Masatsuki Aozaki taking down Kenpei Kigenji alone was undeniably exhilarating. If she were being honest, she was itching to head straight to the 4th Division and challenge him to a proper sword match. In fact. Speaking of that brat Masatsuki, the details of this battle will remain classified for now, Yamamoto said. Keep a close eye on the others. Retsuo Anohana pondered for a moment before responding with a serious expression. I understand. I will pass along your orders, but if they refuse to obey, kill them. Yamamoto's voice was ice-cold. In an instant, the kind old man vanished, replaced by the terrifying monster who had once struck fear across Seoul society 1,000 years ago. Seeing this, Anohana hesitated for a brief moment. She remained silent, letting out a quiet sigh in her heart. Those days, truly were unforgettable. Though that era had been filled with chaos, slaughter, and death, for her, it had been the best time of all. And yet, when had this man, this demon before her, more fearsome than even herself, begun to restrain his bloodlust? Masatsuki Aozaki. Once again, Anohana found her thoughts drifting to the man who constantly shattered her expectations. He had yet to lose his edge. His talent was undeniable. It was only a matter of time before he caught up to them. Their battle was inevitable. For the sake of that intoxicating thrill, she would have to guide him well. She could hardly wait for the day of their inevitable clash. Where is third seat Masatsuki now? Yamamoto paid no mind to the subtle change in Anohana's expression and simply continued his inquiry. He's currently recuperating in the 4th Division, Anohana replied. Though his injuries have healed, the battle was intense, so I've ordered him to remain under observation for the time being. Observation? You're spoiling him too much. Yamamoto scoffed. A few minor wounds don't warrant hospitalization. Don't forget how we got through things in our time. The more he listened, the more irritated he became. Why is this ruthless killer being so gentle with that brat? It made it seem as if he, the master, was failing in his duty. Damn it, how did this woman who once bathed in blood without hesitation become such a soft, nurturing figure? These are different times, Captain Commander. Anohana's voice was gentle, her demeanor obedient. Didn't we establish the Gotei 13 to protect the peace we fought so hard to obtain? Is this supposed to be your line? Yamamoto's face twitched in irritation, feeling as though he was about to age 1,000 years on the spot. Some things never change. This woman's personality was just as infuriating as it had been centuries ago. After a brief pause, he sighed. Summon Masatsuki. Masatsuki, you're here. Yamamoto's voice, unusually warm, came from the 1st Division captain's office. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped inside, his expression skeptical. Master. The old man wasn't wearing his usual stern expression. Something was off. Highly suspicious. Yamamoto coughed lightly and spoke with concern. you seem to be in good spirits. Your injuries, are they healing well? At his words, Retsu Anohana chuckled softly, while Masatsuki Aozaki's face stiffened. The old man was showing concern for him? No. Something was very, very wrong. He reached up, clutching his forehead dramatically, swaying on his feet as he exaggeratedly declared. Master! My wounds are severe. I must return to the 4th Division immediately to recover. Captain Anohana, please escort me back. Anohana approached, gave him a once-over, then shook her head with an amused smile before stepping out of the office. What the hell did that mean? Was she doubting his acting skills? Or worse, had she just abandoned him to his fate? Masatsuki Aozaki froze in place. No. Judging by the sheer amusement in her expression, she must have had something to do with this. As the office door shut behind her, Yamamoto watched her leave before turning back to Masatsuki. For a moment, he remained silent, as if weighing something in his mind. Then, his expression shifted. Gone was the warmth. His usual imposing presence returned as he asked in a low, commanding voice. Tell me what's the truth about your Zanpakutō? My Zanpakutō? Masatsuki blinked, then let out a small sigh of relief. If the old man was back to his usual self, then he was probably safe. Understanding what Yamamoto was getting at, he scratched his head and smirked. Master, don't you think asking something so private in broad daylight is a bit reckless? Who knows who might be listening? Yamamoto said nothing, just turned his head slightly. Masatsuki got the message. He walked over to the wall and placed his hand against it, sensing a barrier. As expected, the old man had already taken precautions. With a sigh, Masatsuki sat down, accepted a cup of tea, and took a sip, his expression growing more serious. Well, the truth is, between me and Banch Senran. He had barely begun to explain when he caught the sharp glint in Yamamoto's eyes. Immediately, he changed course. I mean, I've mastered Shikai. Yamamoto exhaled through his nose, shaking his head with a sigh. You've grown up, he said. Not only did you defeat Kigen-J, but now you even have the nerve to mess with this old man. He reached for his staff, his tone deepening. I'm quite pleased. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Do Not Want. Masatsuki Aozaki flinched at an unpleasant memory and quickly waved his hands. No. Master, let me explain. I wasn't messing with you, I really did, Master Shikai. Yamamoto paused, his hand stilling mid-action. He frowned in suspicion. What do you mean? Was your Zanpakutō previously in a semi-released state? Or does it have multiple Shikai abilities and release phrases? Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. As expected of you, Master, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Sharp as ever. You figured it out right away. The flattery was awkward, but Yamamoto didn't seem to mind. He nodded slowly, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Getting this brat to say anything nice about him was a rarity, and when he did, it was usually laced with sarcasm. For once, the praise felt genuine, and Yamamoto couldn't deny it was oddly refreshing. Seeing the old man's expression soften, Masatsuki Aozaki grew bolder and continued casually. The Shikai I used before was actually in a semi-released state due to a mistake in the release phrase. During my battle with Kenpei Kigen-J, after experiencing the brink of life and death, Banch Senran finally revealed the true release phrase to me. And once I learned it, I was able to fully activate my true Shikai. He stole a quick glance at Yamamoto. The old man remained silent, his deep eyes fixed on him, as if waiting for something. Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly recalled a quote from the British show Yes, Prime Minister. If you're going to be dishonest, you have to be clever. If you're going to be honest, you have to be dull. It was a principle he often used when dealing with Aizen, never bothering to hide his own ambition when speaking to him. It looked like he'd have to apply that same strategy with his master today. Taking a deep breath, he smiled wryly before continuing. Upon full release, she has 3 abilities. First, she can imitate the Shikai of other Zanpakutō, with the power of the Shikai depending on my own Ryutsu. Second, when mimicking a Shikai, I can choose whether or not to alter my Zanpakutō's form. Third, I can use multiple Shikai abilities simultaneously, layering their effects. Yamamoto's frown deepened. What about the side effects? That was his biggest concern. Banch Senran's ability reminded him of the Tsunoya Shiro clans in Reikiten. That Zanpakutō could also copy others, but at a terrible price it permanently drained the user's life. The side effects were severe, yet its power still lured young Tsunoya Shiro heirs to it, generation after generation. With Masatsuki's talent, he had no need for such shortcuts to become strong. If his Zanpakutō carried a similar risk and he became addicted to it, that would be a problem. None. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head. Seeing his confident expression, with no hint of deception, Yamamoto finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Masatsuki Aozaki closed his eyes and thought for a long time before nodding in satisfaction, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Very good, Masatsuki Aozaki. You haven't disappointed me. Your Shikai ability aligns almost exactly with my deductions. Masatsuki Aozaki, you are my disciple. I won't lie to you, so I'll be honest. But if you are deceiving me, I will have to reconsider whether our master-disciple relationship should continue. Yamamoto paused, as if making a firm decision, then continued. I understand that as a master, I shouldn't doubt my disciple. That is my failing. I am not a qualified master. If you no longer wish to acknowledge me as your master, I will allow you to leave my tutelage. Don't worry, once you leave, I will recommend you to Captain Anohana. You may not know much about her, but she was Soul Society's first Kenpeki, one of the strongest in the Gotei 13. She is more than qualified to be your master. Having Anohana as my master. That sounds kind of exciting. Cough. No, wait, why is the old man being so rigid? Did he really have to spell everything out? Couldn't he just lie to me a little? I'm very easy to fool, just introduce me to a few beautiful Shinigami, and I'll pretend I never heard a thing. There's no way he's saying this because he actually wants to get rid of me, right? Then what was with that secret glance earlier? Wait, did I misunderstand again? Masatsuki's thoughts veered far beyond what Yamamoto had anticipated. Shaking his head, he smirked and said with a deliberately irritating expression. You old geezer, don't tell me you're afraid of my talent, worried I'll surpass you one day, so you're holding back and trying to kick me out. What nonsense! Do you take me for that kind of person? Yamamoto's eyes shot open in fury. With all the powerful Shinigami he had trained, how could he possibly be hoarding techniques? Only this brat would have the nerve to say something so outrageous. A second later, Yamamoto caught himself realizing his reaction might undermine his dignity. He quickly regained his composure and, with forced solemnity, asked. I simply want your answer, Masatsuki Aozaki. One last time, do you wish to leave the Genri school? No. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head firmly. What? Yamamoto nodded, then did a double take. I said, no. Masatsuki Aozaki waved his hand dismissively. Why would I settle for being the disciple of the 4th Division's captain when I could be the disciple of the captain commander himself? One commands the 4th Division, the other commands the entire Gotei 13. It's obvious who holds more power, isn't it? I still plan to use your name to stir up trouble in Seireitei. I don't think you can get rid of me so easily, old man. You brat! Such disrespect! How dare you talk to your master like that? Yamamoto finally lost his patience and stood up, giving Masatsuki a light knock on the head with his cane. Masatsuki rubbed his head in confusion. The force was too light. Not only did it not hurt, but he barely even felt it. Yamamoto snorted, feeling increasingly irritated just looking at this unruly student. "What are you staring at me for?" he grumbled. "Go change your clothes. Since you can use Rijinjaka, I'll teach you a few techniques. Having power but no skill, what separates you from a brute? I'd be embarrassed to even mention it. How did I end up with such a foolish disciple?" "Yes, master." Masatsuki Aozaki lowered his head, making it difficult to read his expression. The two of them trained for an entire day, continuing until the sky darkened. Even Masatsuki, who was obsessed with training, reached his limit before Yamamoto finally ended the lesson. Masatsuki had used Rijinjaka's power before, but just being near Yamamoto's Rijinjaka was nearly unbearable. A full day of training was already pushing his limits. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, he suddenly asked. "By the way, master, how did you figure out my Zanpakutō could imitate Shikai? Logically speaking, shouldn't you have suspected it was a kid-type Zanpakutō instead?" 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Kid Class. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes, stroking his long white beard with a hint of pride. "I don't know about other Zanpakutō, but I know you used Rijinjaka. The power of Rijinjaka is something I am more familiar with than anyone. While the Ryutsu that forms the flames was completely different, the method of construction was exactly the same. I have been with Rijinjaka for thousands of years, never apart, and I know it better than anything else. Did you really think you could fool me with such a petty trick? Never apart? You mean, you sleep with your Zanpakutō every night, just like me?" Masatsuki's eyes widened in realization. "So that's what kind of old man you are, Yamamoto. I totally misjudged you. You're more like me than I thought." No wonder he was able to enhance his Bankai through 1,000 years of training. Normally, a Zanpakutō's power is fixed, and its strength depends entirely on the user's Ryutsu. But this old man, his Ryutsu had long since reached the absolute peak for a Shinigami, with nowhere left to grow. The fact that he could further refine his Bankai over 1,000 years spoke volumes about how deeply he understood Rijinjaka. 1,000 years. Masatsuki couldn't even imagine what it must have been like for Rijinjaka to be stuck with this old man every single day. He silently mourned for the poor Zanpakutō for a moment. Yamamoto, seemingly angered by the remark, raised a fist and knocked it against Masatsuki's head, a familiar feeling. Painful, but not harmful. Yamamoto rolled his eyes. "I'm not like you, brat. I only use Rijinjaka to warm my bed." "That sounds even worse." Masatsuki scoffed, feeling like he could hear Rijinjaka wailing in the distance. Using a world-destroying Zanpakutō like Rijinjaka as a bed warmer. Only this unreliable old man could come up with something so ridiculous. Good thing it was Rijinjaka. If it were Harinmaru, the old man would have frozen himself solid while training his Bankai. Speaking of which, if he remembered correctly, Harinmaru was known as the strongest ice-type Zanpakutō. And anything with the title of strongest shouldn't be ignored. I wonder if Chuer Hitsugaya has been born yet. His hometown is in Junranan, which technically falls under my territory. Yamamoto, noticing his student's thoughts wandering yet again, shot him a sharp glare. Masatsuki met his gaze without flinching. The two stared at each other for a long moment before Yamamoto sighed. "Masatsuki." "Yes, master." Seeing Yamamoto's serious expression, Masatsuki quickly set aside his joking demeanor and responded earnestly. "Starting today." Yamamoto paused, tapping his cane against the wooden floor with a heavy thud before shaking his head. "No, starting right now. Your Zanpakutō is to be considered purely kid-based. Banch Senran does not have the ability to imitate other Zanpakutō's Shikai. It merely allows you to use kid-based abilities of various attributes. If you must use abilities with distinct characteristics, then make sure to eliminate anyone who sees them. Whether you are deceiving others or deceiving yourself, you must remember this. Until the day comes when you attain strength equal to mine, never reveal its true abilities to anyone. If, before then, you tell someone about your powers, they must swear absolute secrecy. Otherwise. Yamamoto's eyes sharpened like blades, his entire presence radiating a terrifyingly murderous aura. The sheer intensity of his killing intent sent an involuntary chill down the spine. Masatsuki knew that the killing intent wasn't directed at him, but at anyone who might become a threat to him. And that was exactly what he wanted to see. He had counted on the old man's protective nature. This was one of the reasons he had chosen to reveal his Shikai's true abilities. If he kept hiding it, he would always be forced to hold back in battle, constantly worrying about slipping up. And if his abilities were exposed in the heat of combat, it would be even harder to explain. Better to come clean now. He understood Yamamoto's personality well enough to make this choice. This was no reckless decision. Masatsuki Aozaki pondered for a moment before furrowing his brows in confusion. But you were able to see through my Shikai. What if others can do the same? There are indeed others who could see through your abilities, Yamamoto said, shaking his head. But they are not here, so you don't need to worry. He was confident in this assessment. Not everyone possessed the same level of understanding of their Zanpakutō as he did. Most Shinigami focused primarily on Ryutsu, often adopting a just learn how to use it attitude when it came to their Zanpakutō. It wasn't until he had reached the limit of his Ryutsu growth that he had begun to dedicate himself to truly mastering his Bankai. Masatsuki Aozaki took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Imitating another's Zanpakutō was undoubtedly a powerful ability, but it was also one that would not be well received. If the Tsuneyashiro clan learned about it, they might turn against him entirely to protect the uniqueness of Enreikiten. And other Shinigami, very few of them would be comfortable knowing that their abilities could be copied by someone else. Hiding his true abilities would not only make others lower their guard, but it would also make imitating Shikai much easier. Yamamoto really was looking out for him in every way. Seeing that Masatsuki had understood his meaning, Yamamoto felt slightly relieved and nodded in satisfaction. This brat was usually unreliable, always stirring up trouble, never showing proper respect to his teacher. But in some ways, he was eerily similar to himself from 1,000 years ago, equally cunning and ruthless. That kind of personality was a double-edged sword. Fortunately, he wasn't someone who lacked loyalty. Masatsuki had chosen to stay behind and fight Kenpei Kigenji just to ensure his subordinates could escape. Cruel to his enemies, but devoted to those close to him. The former had been the reason Yamamoto was feared 1,000 years ago, while the latter had been something he himself had lacked. Looking at the young man before him, Yamamoto's gaze unconsciously softened. Perhaps this boy would surpass him one day. As he was thinking, Yamamoto suddenly looked up toward the entrance of the dojo. I'm removing the barrier, he said as a reminder. Seeing Masatsuki Aozaki make a quick I'll keep my mouth shut gesture, he tapped his cane against the floor. The soundproof barrier surrounding the dojo dissolved into Reishi. With a swift whoosh, a figure appeared at Yamamoto's side, kneeling on one knee. It was a member of the inner court troop, responsible for delivering orders. The troop member immediately spotted Masatsuki Aozaki, but suppressed their excitement, lowering their head. Though fleeting, admiration flickered in their eyes. This was Masatsuki Aozaki, the man who had killed Kenpei, the 2nd Division's 3rd seat. The pride of the entire 2nd Division. Noticing Masatsuki's presence, the messenger did not immediately speak, instead waiting quietly for Yamamoto's command. Yamamoto, seeing their reaction, was not displeased. If anything, he seemed rather pleased. Maintaining his usual stern expression, he said, "No need to wait. Speak." The messenger nodded and said in a low voice, reporting to the captain commander, "The orders have been delivered to all captains." "Good," Yamamoto acknowledged. "Inform Lieutenant Sasaki to make the necessary preparations." The captain's meeting will be held in 1 week. Yes. The messenger bowed deeply before vanishing in a flash. Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head curiously. Captain's meeting. That's right, Yamamoto nodded. And you will be attending as well. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Experiment. The sky gradually darkened. Masatsuki Aozaki left the 1st Division barracks. With Yamamoto's permission, he was no longer required to stay in the 4th Division for observation, giving him a rare moment of free time. Still, he made a brief stop at the 4th Division to inform Retsuo Nohana, Yoryuaki, and the others before leaving Seireitei. District 62 of Rukonga at night was a place where thieves and vagrants lurked. The streets were silent, the moonlight and starlight casting a dim glow over the darkened world. Masatsuki Aozaki stood deep in the forest, silently surveying the small hut in front of him. The rustling of leaves in the wind stirred memories from years ago. 4 or 5 years prior, he had been in a similar forest though far from here. Beneath the same moonlit sky, a bespectacled man had stood in the shadow of a tree, looking at him with a gentle smile. Masatsuki Aozaki extended his hand toward the ground. A faint glow of Ryotsuo flickered like a firefly in the darkness. Ripples spread across the ground, a wooden cabinet trembled slightly, and the floor shifted and rearranged itself like a puzzle coming apart. A gap opened beneath him. Stepping forward, Masatsuki Aozaki descended a long flight of stairs, entering a dimly lit underground chamber. The room was filled with an array of sophisticated equipment. Originally, it had been nothing more than a crude hideout. It wasn't until he had plundered Mayuri Kuratsuka's lab equipment that it started to resemble an actual research facility. He pressed a hidden mechanism on the wall. With a click, the walls split apart, wooden panels folding outward to reveal a concealed collection. A faint blue glow illuminated the interior, revealing rows of glass jars and vials. The nest of maggots really is a gold mine. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he took in the results of his labor. Inside the transparent jars, black soul orbs floated, wreathed in wisps of violet smoke. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly 100 in total. These were his collected experimental materials. The orbs served as containers for souls, storing those of Shinigami or individuals with Shinigami potential. More than half had been sourced from the nest of maggots. The souls from there were of particularly high quality, and the occasional disappearance of an inmate would hardly raise suspicion. After all, in that prison, suicides due to mental breakdowns were far from uncommon. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped toward the center of the chamber and retrieved his most valuable specimen. The soul of Kenpei Kigenji. Encased within this soul orb was the largest fragment of the Soul King among all his collected materials. Combined with the sheer strength of Kigenji's soul itself, its value far surpassed dozens if not hundreds of the other soul orbs. Masatsuki Aozaki stood before the experiment table, adjusting the machine's controls. The platform holding the souls extended outward. In one hand, he held Kigenji's soul. In the other, he retrieved an ancient soul long sealed away. He had witnessed Aizen's process for soul fusion before using specialized filtration devices to merge completely unrelated souls into a single orb. The soul orbs themselves had the natural ability to store and absorb spirits. However, his attempts to forcibly merge two souls into the same orb had always ended in failure, resulting in shattered orbs and dissipated souls. These repeated failures made it clear to him that, in the realm of scientific research, he was a complete amateur. Rather than rushing into further experiments, he had instead sought guidance from 3 individuals he considered geniuses, gradually refining his understanding while analyzing his past mistakes. To his surprise, Kiryo Hikifune and the others had gladly agreed to teach him. Given his role as an advisor to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, it made sense that he would want to expand his scientific knowledge. As for the Hagyaku, since its creation was an ethical transgression, Aizen had taught himself everything: gathering, compiling, and studying research data on his own. Strangely, Aizen had never made any real effort to hide his knowledge. Aside from the core secrets of the Hyaku itself, the rest of his research materials were left open for Masatsuki Aozaki to study freely. Perhaps it was because Aizen held absolute confidence in his own intellect. He himself had never achieved any meaningful breakthroughs in this research, so he didn't believe that Masatsuki Aozaki could surpass him under the same conditions, let alone catch up. In a way, Masatsuki Aozaki seemed to be retracing Aizen's old path. However, unlike Aizen, Masatsuki Aozaki had more than just a genius friend and a genius prisoner. He also had Kiryu Hikifune, who, for now, had no equal in the field of soul research. Masatsuki Aozaki concealed the true nature of his Hyaku research, but by subtly inquiring about technical details, he was still able to gain valuable insights. His usual eccentric and unserious demeanor had already left an impression on the three of them. Rather than suspecting his true intentions, they were simply amazed that someone as whimsical as him could occasionally come up with good ideas. By briefly skimming through Aizen's lab notes and consulting Kiryu Hikifune and the others to clear up his doubts, Masatsuki Aozaki had already gained substantial knowledge. Before long, as his studies deepened, he finally grasped the conditions necessary for soul fusion. While summarizing what he had learned, he began drafting the next phase of his experiment. With his current laboratory equipment, he could now barely attempt a soul fusion experiment. After a brief moment of contemplation, he put aside Kigen-j's soul. To be cautious, he retrieved another soul orb containing a fragment of the Soul King. The soul of a captain was a rare resource, so he decided to start by experimenting on less valuable souls. In Masatsuki Aozaki's plan, the foundation of the Hyaku would still be Soul King fragments, as they were the key to soul fusion. However, before the fusion, these souls needed to be purified through several specialized instruments to remove any external Rishi interference, reducing them to their purest state. Fortunately, Mayuri Kuratsuka had left behind plenty of such equipment. Before his imprisonment, Mayuri's primary research subjects had been the Quincy, who were all living beings. To study them within Soul Society, it was necessary to first turn them into the dead, especially in the absence of a Rishi conversion device. Not only did he have soul filtration devices, but he even had equipment designed specifically to capture Quincy souls. When a Quincy dies, their soul naturally returns to their progenitor, Waiwaka, yet this madman had managed to snatch souls directly from Waiwaka's grasp. There were only two true challenges in the entire plan. First, how to filter out the impurities within a soul and refine it into a purer state. Second, acquiring fragments of the Soul King for the experiment. Now, both obstacles had a solution. Crushing a soul orb that did not contain a Soul King fragment, Masatsuki Aozaki watched as a wisp of purple mist rose from his palm. Stabilizing the dissipating soul, he carefully placed it into the filtration device. Soul purification was an intricate process. Since he was still unfamiliar with the technique, it took him a full 2 hours to complete. After running a final analysis on the purified souls using a high-precision viewer, Masatsuki Aozaki observed that both souls had suffered minor damage, though the extent was negligible. Next, he injected the two souls into a soul orb and waited silently for the result. Before long, the orb emitted a faint sky-blue glow. Masatsuki Aozaki remained calm, monitoring its state through the instruments. As the glow gradually faded, the orb's smooth surface began to grow uneven, its size increasing slightly. Simply put, it was changing from the smooth texture of jade to the rough appearance of a lump of coal. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Treasure Orb. The transformation of the Hyaku into a coal ball was entirely expected, so instead of disappointment, Masatsuki Aozaki felt a surge of excitement. This proved the experiment was moving in the right direction. The jade-like orb gradually stabilized. There were no fractures, nor did any souls dissipate. The failure from previous attempts hadn't repeated itself, surprising Masatsuki Aozaki yet also filling him with anticipation. The experiment has achieved its first success. Just like Aizen's Hagyaku, its shape is irregular, and its size is increasing. Masatsuki Aozaki carefully examined the orb within the containment vessel. Now, he finally understood why Aizen had referred to this as a treasure. Who would willingly call their life's work a coal ball? Masatsuki Aozaki picked up the coal ball, no, the treasure. Holding it in the palm of his hand, he scrutinized the priceless object. For now, it lacked any extraordinary powers. That, however, was something no technology could forcibly change. Only quantitative change could lead to qualitative transformation. It needed more Soul King fragments. It needed more souls. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in an instant. For an entire week, Masatsuki Aozaki buried himself in his laboratory, only occasionally stepping out to check on Ranjaku Matsumoto and the others just enough to prevent himself from being reported as a missing person. Fortunately, in that time, his proficiency with the equipment improved significantly. And with a stable foundation now in place, all that was left was to continuously merge additional souls into the original gem, drastically reducing the time needed for each fusion. Even if he didn't possess the raw intellect of geniuses like Kisuke Urahara, Sukaizen, or Mayuri Kuratsuki, repetitive mechanical work like this was second nature to him. After 7 days of effort, the size of Masatsuki Aozaki's Hagyaku had expanded several times over, now reaching half a meter in diameter. It was still far from matching Aizen's coal ball, but that was simply a matter of material quantity, not technique. Through the transparent glass of the containment vessel, he gazed at the massive orb, his once calm emotions now subtly wavering. After taking a deep breath to steady himself, he retrieved the orb from the container and placed it on the laboratory table. He first used an instrument to analyze its internal state. After confirming that the souls within had fused just as Aizen had described, he placed his hand gently atop the surface. His eyes narrowed. So it really is like this. Even with Kigen's soul added, it was still far from being a true Hagyaku. That, of course, was to be expected. If a mere few years of accumulation in a single captain's soul had been enough to complete the Hagyaku, then Aizen wouldn't have needed to spend over a decade searching Rukanga. At a minimum, he would need hundreds more souls and an incalculable number of Soul King fragments to satisfy its requirements. By his estimation, the total amount of Soul King fragments needed would have to surpass even the length of the Soul King's nail. Masatsuki Aozaki recorded his experiment with a calm expression, showing no hint of disappointment. For Aizen, this gemstone might be of little use, but for Masatsuki Aozaki, even a seemingly useless gem carried immense significance. He had yet to apply Mayuri Kuratsuki's Reishi isolation technique, and if his hypothesis was correct, this would be a critical step in shaping the Hagyaku. During a previous soul fusion experiment, Masatsuki Aozaki had accidentally discovered that the Reishi barrier played a role in the formation of the Hagyaku. That realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. An offhand move of his had actually proven useful. From his memory, Kisuke Urahara's Hagyaku had a translucent barrier-like membrane. And when Aizen merged the two Hagyaku, its appearance was nearly identical to Urahara's. This confirmed it. The small, irregular gemstone form was the true state of the Hagyaku. After documenting the gem's current condition, Masatsuki Aozaki moved to another machine. This particular device was capable of generating a Reishi membrane that completely blocked Reishi flow. After a moment of contemplation, he placed the gemstone inside. Then, settling himself at the control console, he retrieved Mayuri Kuratsuki's research notes and began adjusting the settings. Instantly, the machine began absorbing Reishi from the surrounding air. Beams of concentrated Reishi, resembling laser rays, shot out from the conical devices embedded within the machinery, rapidly forming a structured framework. The gem hovered in midair, trembling slightly as if struggling to break free. For a fleeting moment, Masatsuki Aozaki thought he could hear a mournful wail, a soul crying out in despair, pleading to escape the prison he had created. He ignored it. Silently, he pushed the lever forward, increasing the machine's output. Rishi continued to gather around the gemstone, while the struggling gradually weakened. After a few moments of resistance, the gemstone finally stilled. Through the glass observation panel, Masatsuki Aozaki studied the gem now encased within a multifaceted barrier. Its surface remained rough and uneven, strange distorted patterns forming grotesque, almost nightmarish faces. Even he found the sight unsettling, unnervingly eerie. After watching for a while, Masatsuki Aozaki removed his white lab coat and muttered, "Pain and suffering, very few people enjoy them. Myself included. Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm not mocking you. If I were in your place, I'd probably be even more pathetic. But I don't like pain. And no matter how much you wail, I won't stop. I won't regret it. And you don't need to worry, who knows? Maybe one day, I'll die on this blood-stained road too." Donning his Shihakushō, he slowly approached the containment glass, his eyes locking onto the gemstone. Perhaps in response to his murmuring, the grotesque faces on the gem's surface began to fade away, as if it had actually believed his words. As if it were simply waiting for the day he died. Rishi isolation is definitely effective, but at this rate, it'll still take quite some time to fully condense and solidify. Masatsuki Aozaki narrowed his eyes, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Condensation alone isn't enough. It still needs Soul King fragments and more souls. Not a single hollow soul among them. But regardless, the fact that it's stabilizing is a good start. A smaller form will make it easier to manage. To protect this precious creation, Masatsuki Aozaki walked over to the laboratory wall and lightly pressed against the floor. A half-meter-high hidden compartment slid open. Still unsatisfied, he reached into the compartment and pressed another switch, revealing yet another hidden compartment behind the first. Carefully, he lifted the gemstone and placed it within the second compartment, sealing it shut before activating its kit-based security mechanism. If the activation sequence was performed incorrectly, the compartment's self-destruct function would trigger. At this stage, the gemstone was still incredibly fragile, even an ordinary Shinigami could easily destroy it. But Masatsuki Aozaki had already mastered the technique to create a Hyaku prototype. Even if this one were lost, he could simply build another. It would just take more time to gather the necessary materials. After using his spiritual senses to confirm everything was secure, he finally left the laboratory and began making his way back to Seireitei. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, The Next Era. Early the next morning, Masatsuki Aozaki and Yoriyuki Shion arrived at the 1st Division Barracks, hand in hand, and greeted Ranjaku Matsumoto, Lisa Yudmaru, and Kiryo Hikifune. The group exchanged jokes and laughter, with no bloody conflicts erupting. Everything seemed perfectly harmonious. Except when they passed by Retsu Anohana, Yoriyuki deliberately stopped to chat with her, all while still holding Masatsuki's hand. Anohana returned her a smile, and for the first time in a long while, Masatsuki sensed the killing intent hidden within it. So, how did things even end up like this? Masatsuki let out a deep sigh as he looked up at the sky. Even if this were some kind of battlefield, shouldn't the other person in this mess be Ranjaku or Kaku? Why was it Retsu Anohana of all people? I haven't even done anything inappropriate with Anohana, so why am I suffering like this? Shaking his head, Masatsuki simply couldn't make sense of their behavior. As Shunsui Kirikou, Jaishur Yukatake, and Ishin Shiba walked past, each wore an expression of amusement, surprise, or helplessness. Kirikou and Yukatake even winked mischievously and discreetly gave him a thumbs up. The Genri school is full of jerks. Not a single decent one among them. When a senior sees his junior in trouble, he doesn't even bother to help. Masatsuki muttered under his breath, cursing even himself in his frustration. Fortunately, the old man Yamamoto arrived just in time, putting an end to the spectacle without needing to say a word. He shot his popular young disciple a glance before letting out a cold snort, sending a chill through everyone present. Even Yoriuki instinctively let go of Masatsuki's hand. Yet Masatsuki remained unfazed, standing calmly behind Yamamoto. This time, he positioned himself slightly closer to the front, not far from Yamamoto and the other captains. After defeating Kenpei Kigenji, his confidence had grown significantly, and even in such a formal setting, he could maintain his composure. Scanning the meeting room, Masatsuki noted that compared to the last captain's meeting, the number of attendees had decreased. Because one of them was dead killed by him. 2 days ago, Central 46 had issued an order for Kenpei Kigenji to be included in the next Kan's Reisai. The Kan's Reisai was a ceremony held once every 12 years in Seoul society, meant to send fallen captains to hell. A captain's Ryotsu was far too powerful after death, their Rishi couldn't naturally return to Seoul society. The only way to handle it was through the Kan's Reisai. However, while Kenpei Kigenji's body still existed, his soul had already become part of Masatsuki's grand creation. Who knew what would happen during the next ceremony? Masatsuki stroked his chin thoughtfully. There were still a few years until the next Kan's Reisai. If anything went wrong, it wouldn't be his fault, probably. Several captains instinctively glanced at the spot where Kenpei Kigenji once stood, then turned to look at Masatsuki, standing behind Yamamoto. Kenpei Kigenji had served as a captain for nearly a century, making him one of the more senior members of the Gotei 13. He had always come across as somewhat slow-witted. But no one could have predicted that he would actually betray the Gotei 13, not only joining the rebel faction but even attempting a prison break at the Nest of Maggots. He had witnessed the captain commander's power firsthand. Did he seriously think he could get away with something like that? Did he truly believe the nobles could protect him after angering Yamamoto? What a complete fool! The captains all reached the same conclusion at once, their feelings mixed. Yamamoto swept his gaze over the room, then struck his cane against the ground with a loud thud. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to him. Masatsuki Aozaki. Here. Masatsuki Aozaki responded loudly, stepping forward. Yamamoto nodded in satisfaction and said, "There's no need to conceal your Ryotsu. As someone directly involved in the attack on the Nest of Maggots, give the captains a detailed account of the entire incident." Understood. Under the stunned gazes of those present, Masatsuki Aozaki stopped suppressing his Ryotsu. The moment they felt it, the captains' eyes widened in shock. They had all heard about his victory over Kenpei Kigenji, but witnessing firsthand this undeniable display of third-rank spiritual might was another matter entirely. How old was he? What gave him the right? What made him worthy? They had spent centuries, some even millennia, cultivating their strength, only to be overtaken in just a few years? They couldn't help but find themselves asking the same question that Kenpei Kigenji once did. A realm that most would never reach in their lifetime, and Masatsuki Aozaki had already stepped into it after only a few years of training? If he kept growing at this rate, how many of them would even be his match in a few more years? In a few decades? Kensei Maguruma stared, eyes wide. Shinji Hirako exaggeratedly dropped his jaw. Oi, seriously? How the hell is this even possible? Shunsui Kiriko and Jaishur Yukatake paused, exchanged glances, then shook their heads with a wry smile. Comparisons like this were enough to drive anyone mad. No wonder Master had invested so much effort into him. Outside the office, the lieutenants waiting in the hallway, as well as the 1st Division members in the barracks, all instinctively halted their movements, turning toward the office with expressions of disbelief. Some of them knew Masatsuki Aozaki personally, while those who didn't could immediately tell that this Ryotsu was unfamiliar yet overwhelming. And there was only one unfamiliar presence inside that room. The young man named Masatsuki Aozaki. Even Seina Yamada, who usually did nothing but mock others with his sharp tongue, now wore an expression of shock and reluctant admiration. Lisa Yudmeru, normally lost in her books, found herself momentarily distracted. She even put down her special edition magazine of Tsuchigetsu. Masatsuki-kun, you haven't let me down, Sukeizan mused inwardly, his usual warm, gentle smile remaining in place. He had received a message from Masatsuki Aozaki just the day before and had rushed back from the world of the living early this morning. Even for him, standing before Yamamoto demanded a degree of caution. Meanwhile, Chur Sasakaibe stroked his mustache with an air of pride, thinking smugly to himself. See? This is Master Genrisai's disciple. All across Seireitei, those with keen spiritual perception instinctively turned their heads toward the 1st Division barracks. This time, without a barrier blocking their senses, they could feel it clearly. This is Masatsuki's Ryutsu. Kisukura Hara, who had been lounging in bed, taking advantage of his captain's absence to slack off, suddenly opened his eyes. TCH. What a troublesome guy. Way too flashy. In the Shine clan's underground prison, Mayuri Kuratsuka, his body wrapped in bandages, gritted his teeth. In a hidden meeting room in the 6th district, several 2nd Division members were gathered. Sui Fng abruptly lifted her head, her cheeks faintly reddening. In the noble district, inside a mansion belonging to the Tsuneyashiro clan, a group of elderly nobles suddenly widened their eyes. That Ryutsu! Yamamoto, is this a warning? Tokuyazu Tsuneyashiro sighed. In the end, this is a world where strength speaks louder than power. Influence alone isn't omnipotent. What will the next era look like? One of the elders hesitated before asking, do we really have to let this next era arrive? There's still time to stop it. Tokuyazu Tsuneyashiro cast him a glance, then slowly lowered his gaze into deep thought, remaining silent. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Kenpeki and the Captain. Inside the 1st Division Captain's office. Led by Kensei Maguruma, a group of captains with relatively weaker talent couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. Each of them was a genius in their own right, having trained for centuries to reach their current level of strength. Yet today, the pride they held as prodigies had been utterly shattered by the young man standing before them. Perhaps in his eyes, they were no different from ordinary Shinigamis. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke confidently, recounting the battle as it had been refined and framed by Genrisai Shigakuni Yamamoto himself. As expected of the strongest Shinigami in history, one who had lived as long as the Gotei 13 itself, Yamamoto's vast combat experience ensured that even when Banch Senran's abilities were subtly altered to sound more plausible, the narrative remained just as compelling. When Masatsuki finished describing the decisive strike that had severely wounded Kenpeki Kigenji, he turned to look at Yamamoto. In the end, Master arrived just in time. That's more or less how it happened. Yamamoto nodded, his voice steady. By the time I arrived at the scene, Kenpeki Kigenji was already dead. A Zanpakutō capable of using all forms of kid, that's unheard of, Love Akawa remarked in astonishment. Shinji Hirako nodded in agreement. Not just that, being able to take down a Bankai with only a Shikai proves just how terrifying this kid can be. Kensei Maguruma also nodded, though a hint of envy flickered across his expression. His Zanpakutō, Tachikaze, was of the wind element, but among wind-based Zanpakutō, its power was far from exceptional. In terms of real combat effectiveness, it was leagues behind Kaiten Kaikotsu, another wind-type Zanpakutō. Though Kaiten Kaikotsu's ability, Bushgoma, might not be stronger than Takikaze's in sheer force, it had a special ability that Tachikaze lacked, making it far more formidable in battle. Junior brother really is something else, Shunsui Kiriko mused lazily as he adjusted his straw hat. I just never expected Master would personally come to save him. Wouldn't that be favoritism? It almost makes me jealous. Jaishur Yukatake waved a hand. Come on now, Shunsui. If you were in danger, Master would save you too. Really? I just can't picture the old man coming to my rescue, Kirikou said, spreading his hands in an exaggerated manner, looking every bit like someone asking to be smacked. Yamamoto shot him a sharp glare, releasing a faint yet chilling aura of killing intent. Feeling the pressure, Kirikou pouted but ultimately straightened his posture, albeit reluctantly. Gotei could only shake his head with a wry smile. Yamamoto fell into brief contemplation before solemnly declaring, "Since Masatsuki Aozaki has defeated Kenpeki Kigenji, I hereby confer upon him the title of Kenpeki. Do any of you have objections?" The captain commander had spoken. None of the captains dared to argue, nodding in agreement one after another. Truthfully, none of them had strong opinions about who held the title of Kenpeki. Once upon a time, Kenpeki had been a title reserved for the strongest swordsman in all of Soul Society. Among the Gotei 13, whoever bore the name Kenpeki was widely acknowledged as the strongest Shinigami beneath Yamamoto. But in recent centuries, the weight of that title had diminished drastically. All because of two individuals. The first was the 8th Kenpeki, Xiaozu's hero. It wasn't that he lacked strength, but the method he used to defeat his predecessor, Kenpeki Kuroyashiki, was seen as dishonorable by the 11th Division. Kenpeki Kuroyashiki had been a formidable warrior. In the world of Bleach, the primary enemies of the Shinigami were hollows. Hollows were classified into regular hollows and minos. Regular hollows were roughly on par with the average Gotei 13-foot soldier, whereas minos were comparable to seated officers or stronger. Minos were further divided into 3 ranks, from lowest to highest: Jillian, Ajichas, and Vasto Lord. Vasto Lord class minos were more powerful than even ordinary captain-level Shinigami. Kenpeki Kuroyashiki, the 7th Kenpeki, had a record of slaying Vasto Lord, one of the most dangerous hollow species. Not only that, but he had even been invited to join the Royal Guard. Though he ultimately declined the offer, his strength had been recognized by them. Yet, when he accepted Seireitei Shiro's challenge, he died without even activating his Bankai. It was said that when Kuroyashiki fell, the 11th Division erupted in fury, with countless soldiers drawing their Zanpakutō, ready to cut down Oza's hero where he stood. If not for Kuroyashiki using the last of his strength to restrain them, the division would have likely fallen into chaos. The second was the 9th Kenpeki, Gosok Kenpeki. The unfortunate man who was ultimately slain by Kenpeki Kigenji. After inheriting the title of Kenpeki, Xiaozu's hero attempted to transform the residents of Rukanga into weapons of war to battle the Hollows. However, upon realizing that the Soul King disapproved of his actions, he surrendered himself and was imprisoned in the central Great Underground Prison. Gosok Kenpeki had originally been the lieutenant of the 11th Division. With Oza's hero imprisoned, and no challengers left to contest him, he attained Bankai and directly inherited both the title of Kenpeki and the captaincy of the 11th Division. He held his position for decades until he was ultimately slain by Kenpeki Kigenji, a warrior from Rukanga. If Xiaozu's hero had been rejected by the 11th Division for his dishonorable tactics, then Gosok Kenpeki had simply been too weak. Kenpeki Kigenji's Zanpakutō ability was nothing more than brute strength, pure, unrefined power. He had no talent for deception or strategy. The fact that he overwhelmed Gosok in a straightforward clash only proved that there had been a significant gap in raw power between them. After a long silence, Yamamoto finally spoke. "In that case, I hereby appoint Masatsuki Aozaki as the 11th Kenpeki. After this captain's meeting, I will personally report it to Central 46. Standing at the edge of the room, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Just like that, the title of Soul Society's strongest swordsman had fallen onto his head. He knew himself well enough. Regardless of the title, he was still far from being the strongest swordsman in Soul Society. At his current level, he could likely hold his own against a standard captain like Kensei Maguruma, but that was about it. Masatsuki exhaled lightly, shaking his head. The path of the strong was a long and arduous one. There was still much climbing to do. Yamamoto tapped his cane against the ground once more, glancing at two particular disciples in the crowd before continuing. Next, we will discuss the succession of the 11th Division's captaincy. Do any of you have a suitable candidate? Shunsui Kiriko immediately understood the hint and replied with a casual tone. Old man, is this even something we need to discuss? I mean, since Masatsuki is already Kenpeki, we might as well just make him captain too. For the past 1,000 years, every Kenpeki has been the captain of the 11th Division. That's just how it's always been. No need to go breaking tradition now. Yamamoto frowned. The captaincy of the 11th Division must be inherited through a formal ceremony, witnessed by the division members. Kiriko waved a hand dismissively. You're sure it was Masatsuki who killed Kigen-J, right? And tell me who in the Gotei 13 is more qualified than you to decide whether he's worthy of leading the 11th Division. But Masatsuki has yet to master Bankai, Yamamoto said, furrowing his brow. I don't recall Bankai ever being a requirement to become a captain, Jaishur Yukatake added thoughtfully. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Gift. Shunsui Kiriko chimed in. That's true. There's no mandatory requirement that a captain must have Bankai, it's just that Bankai is usually a strong indicator of a Shinigami's strength, which is why it became an unwritten rule. But let's be real, Masatsuki already defeated Kenpeki Kigen-J. That alone proves he's strong enough for the position, so what does it matter whether or not he has Bankai? Rules are meant to serve the living, not the other way around. Besides, the 11th Division has always been an exception. Learning Bankai has never been a requirement to become its captain. The room fell silent as everyone stared at Kiriko with odd expressions. Good grief! It was exactly because he was the captain commander's prized disciple that he could say things like this so freely. First, he was the one advocating for rules. Now, he was the one pushing for flexibility. What were they supposed to say when he had already said everything? Yamamoto gave a small nod before casting a calm yet scrutinizing gaze over the group. What do the rest of you think? With your status and strength, do you even need to ask us? What could we possibly say? Shinji Hirako and the others were momentarily speechless. I agree with Captain Kiriko, Yoriyuki Shion was the first to speak up. I believe Masatsuki is fully capable of leading the 11th Division. Retsu Anohana, Kiryo Hikifune, Isshin Shiba, and Jinrei Kukaki followed suit, nodding in approval. At that moment, with Yamamoto and his disciple included, 8 captains had already voiced their support for Masatsuki Aozaki as the next 11th Division captain. And these weren't just any captains, they were the 8 strongest and highest-ranking figures in the Gotei 13. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shinji Hirako, Love Aikawa, Kensei Maguruma, and Chikane Iba also nodded in agreement. As for the man in question, Masatsuki Aozaki was still in a daze. Congratulations, third seat Masatsuki. No, I should say Captain Masatsuki. As he stepped out of the 1st Division barracks, Masatsuki was snapped back to reality by a bold and cheerful voice. Kiryo-san. Masatsuki acknowledged her with a nod. Something on your mind? Do you have time this weekend? I still want to practice my cooking, and now that you're a captain, I thought I'd give you a little gift. It's not just any gift, it may not be the rarest treasure, but it's definitely something most people could only dream of having. Kiryo Hikifune gave him a sidelong glance, her gaze carrying a hint of expectation. Without realizing it herself, she flashed a smile that was both charming and playful. Masatsuki could see the passion for fine cuisine gleaming in her eyes. Still, her words piqued his curiosity, prompting him to ask, what kind of gift? You'll know when you see it. I promise you won't be disappointed, Kiryo replied confidently. Seireitei Gotei 13, 12th Division Barracks. White robes swayed gently in the air. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a slow breath, then playfully winked at the refined woman taking his measurements, earning a satisfied smile in response. She had delicate features, porcelain white skin, and jet black hair neatly parted to one side with elegant bangs. Intricate golden ornaments adorned her hair, and she wore a white, buckle-fastened mantle draped over her shoulders. Behind her, 6 golden arms moved with effortless grace. Masatsuki glanced at his reflection in the mirror, standing half-dressed while Senjimura Shutara carefully adjusted the fabric. Behind him, Kiryu Hikifune watched with an amused smirk, clearly enjoying the moment. With a resigned sigh, Masatsuki muttered, "I still don't understand why a mere captain like me is getting a personally tailored uniform from a member of the Royal Guard. Also, don't the Royal Guard usually reside in the Soul King's palace? Are you even allowed to come and go as you please?" He had always been confident in his physique so much so that he almost wanted to quote a certain Golden King, "There is nothing about my body that I should be ashamed of." But being this exposed in front of a woman who was genuinely trying to express her affection for the first time, that was enough to make even him feel a little self-conscious. Of course not. The procedures for the Royal Guard to descend are quite complicated. However, this time, I've come with a mission. Senjimura Shutara glanced at Masatsuki Aozaki and nodded with a smile, seemingly quite satisfied with this clothes rack. Kiryu has been selected to join Zero Division, so I've come to escort her to the Soul King Palace. I see. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded in understanding. Traveling between Seireitei and the Soul King Palace requires not only the Ken, a skeletal frame constructed with the power of the Soul King, but also a transportation device known as the Tenkrin, which resembles a massive pillar. This device exists solely within the Soul King Palace, lacks the ability to move on its own, and must be propelled by external forces. The Shiba family holds the method to reach the Soul King Palace, which involves using the Gotei cannon to launch the Tenkrin skyward. However, they do not possess a Tenkrin themselves. As this thought crossed his mind, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly frowned. He still wanted to spend more time with Kiryu Hikifune. This was a crucial moment for them to grow closer. So, Kiryu-san is heading to the Soul King Palace soon? Why the rush? Senjimura Shutara said with a knowing tone, and what exactly is your relationship with Kiryu, to make you so agitated? Masatsuki Aozaki smiled slightly. I've been teaching Kiryu-san how to cook lately, and there are still many dishes I haven't taught her yet. Masatsuki is absolutely right. Kiryu Hikifune laughed heartily, placing her hands on his shoulders in a bold, carefree manner. But don't worry, Masatsuki. Senjimura arrived in Seireitei ahead of schedule. There's still plenty of time before I leave for the Soul King Palace. I should have enough time to learn how to cook. Senjimura Shutara mused, that's actually quite strange. When I was called to the Soul King Palace, the Royal Guard didn't come to pick me up this early. At the time, I only stayed in Seireitei for a few days before heading to the Soul King Palace. This time is different. But since this is the will of the Soul King, as a Royal Guard, it is my duty to comply. Well, life in the Soul King Palace is rather dull anyway. I might as well treat this as a vacation in Seireitei. She let out a small chuckle before turning her gaze back to the two. You two seem quite close. Of course. Masatsuki is my inseparable friend. He's helped me a great deal on my journey of self-discovery. Kiryu Hikifune licked her lips, as if recalling Masatsuki Aozaki's cooking had made her mouth water. Senjimura Shutara scoffed, only you could make cooking sound so profound. You say you're inseparable, but in a few years, you'll be heading to the Soul King Palace. You'll have to part ways with him then. Kiryu Hikifune laughed. That doesn't worry me. With Masatsuki's talent, it's only a matter of time before he's promoted to Zero Division. When that happens, we'll be together again. Senjimura Shutara raised an eyebrow. He looks quite young. It's rare to see such a young captain, but to say he'll definitely enter Zero Division, that's quite a bold claim, don't you think? Kiryo Hikifune crossed her arms and tilted her head proudly. You're new to Seireitei, so you don't know this yet, but Masatsuki is only in his early 20s and already has a third-class Ryutsu. Not only that, he recently defeated the former captain of the 11th Division, Kenpei Kigenji, without even using Bankai. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Work Uniform. What? Senjumaru Shutara was incredulous. A captain in his early 20s, capable of defeating a true captain without even using Bankai, that was even more terrifying than Yamamoto in his youth. She could now understand where Kiryo Hikifune's confidence in Masatsuki Aozaki came from and nodded in agreement. In that case, it's indeed highly likely that this child will be promoted to Zero Division in the future. Well, since you'll be joining Zero Division sooner or later, as your senior, how about we start getting along now? When you finally enter Zero Division in a few hundred years, I'll make sure to look after you. Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow. That almost sounds like a good deal. But of course, Senjumaru Shutara said proudly. Once you join Zero Division, I'll make you new clothes every day. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed. You just want a free model, don't you? Oh my, I've been found out? What a clever boy. Senjumaru Shutara stroked her chin and grinned. But I do like clever boys. Humph, well, I am quite confident in my physique, Masatsuki Aozaki remarked narcissistically. Masatsuki-chan knows his strengths well. You have the best physique I've ever seen. So, how about it? Senjumaru Shutara smiled playfully and winked at him. Masatsuki Aozaki hesitated for a moment before asking, but I've heard that to be promoted to Zero Division, one has to create something of great significance for Soul Society. Isn't that the requirement? Well, there are exceptions. Take the 7th generation Kenpei, for example, just an ordinary Shinigami, yet powerful enough to rival the Zero Division. That alone earned him an invitation. To rival the Zero Division. Masatsuki Aozaki murmured, impressed. That's one terrifying individual. Don't underestimate the Zero Division. Senjumaru Shutara handed him a freshly made set of clothing. Every member of Zero Division has undergone bodily reinforcement through the Soul King's power. Our Ryutsu surpasses that of ordinary Shinigami. For someone to match our strength, that alone is an achievement to be proud of. Hearing this, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly thought of the old man Yamamoto Genrisai, the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society. He asked, then how does your strength compare to Master's? Master. Yes, Captain Commander Yamamoto. He's my master. Senjumaru Shutara's hands froze mid-motion, momentarily stunned. She seemed about to say something but couldn't quite get the words out. Masatsuki Aozaki and Kiryo Hikifune exchanged glances, both looking at her with curiosity, clearly not planning to let the matter drop. After a long silence, Senjumaru Shutara finally spoke. Yamamoto. Captain Commander Yamamoto is an exception. Other than our leader, I doubt anyone could be his match. But don't get me wrong, I'm not afraid of him. With the Soul King's power reinforcing me, as long as my Zero Division Raiden remains intact, I can revive even if my body is completely reduced to ashes. Listening to Senjumaru Shutara's noticeably unconvincing words, Masatsuki Aozaki and Kiryo Hikifune exchanged amused smiles before nodding at her indulgently, like one would when humoring a child. Senjumaru is amazing, they said in unison, chuckling softly. Senjumaru Shutara's face flushed slightly, and she quickly retorted, You two better not underestimate me. I'm very powerful. She maintained her usual graceful posture, but her words came out flustered. Spotting Kiryo Hikifune, she immediately latched onto her like a lifeline. Kiryo-chan, you know how strong I am. Hurry and tell Masatsuki-chan. Kiryo Hikifune sighed in exasperation. She knew Senjumaru had no real confidence in that claim, but she also couldn't outright embarrass her old squad mate and friend. With a helpless breath, she finally said, "Actually, Senjumaru was the inventor of the Shihakushō. That's an incredible achievement, and it's the reason she became a royal special agent." "Yes. That's right. I invented the Shihakushō." As Senjumaru Shudera recalled her contributions to Soul Society, she unconsciously straightened her posture, puffing out her not-so-impressive chest ever so slightly, regaining her composure and confidence. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned, his tone serious. "Inventing the Shihakushō doesn't really count as an achievement, does it? I wear a Shihakushō every day, and aside from its barely their defensive properties, it's no different from regular clothing." "No, actually, that so-called defense is practically useless. It can't even block an attack from an ordinary squad member's sword. It's only effective against completely powerless souls. In short, it serves no real purpose." His blunt critique was direct and to the point. Senjumaru Shudera's breathing quickened, and she immediately shot back in rapid speech. "How rude! The Shihakushō is an essential part of a Shinigami's identity, just like a Zanpakutō. The moment one becomes a Shinigami, they are granted a Shihakushō and a Zanpakutō. These aren't just for personal use, they're symbols of what it means to be a Shinigami." Masatsuki Aozaki stroked his chin in thought. After a brief pause, he nodded. "I see. So, it's basically just a uniform. Other than symbolic value, it doesn't actually do anything, right?" "Masatsuki." Senjumaru's eye twitched. "What?" Masatsuki Aozaki looked down at her. Senjumaru Shudera suddenly gave him a sweet, almost motherly smile and tilted her head. "You should be careful with your words. They might come back to haunt you." Masatsuki Aozaki took a deep breath and straightened up. "My apologies, Senjumaru-sama. That was rude of me." He was quite skilled at backing down when necessary. Senjumaru Shudera let out a small laugh, nodding with composed elegance. "Very good. I like well-behaved children like you. Now, put on the clothes and let me see how they fit." "Yes." Masatsuki Aozaki obediently nodded and began putting on the tailored inner and outer garments Senjumaru Shudera had prepared for him. A black Shihakushō, draped with a long-sleeved white haori embroidered with the kanji 411. The standard Gotei 13 captain's uniform. Nothing special. He felt a little disappointed but didn't show it. Senjumaru Shudera suddenly reminded him, "Masatsuki, try channeling your Ryotsuo into the clothing." "Oh." Masatsuki Aozaki did as instructed, infusing the robe with his Ryotsuo. The moment he felt the change, his eyes widened in surprise. Impressive, right?" Senjumaru Shudera smirked proudly. "No matter how damaged it gets, as long as you infuse it with Ryotsuo, it will repair itself." Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. "Anything else?" "That's all." "Ha! Ha ha, sounds really impressive." Masatsuki Aozaki awkwardly scratched his head. He had expected something more, maybe a combat function, something flashy, but that was it. Aside from saving him money on new clothes, what was the point? Then again, since it was a gift, it wouldn't be polite to complain. So he simply said, with genuine sincerity, "Thank you, Senjumaru-sama." Glancing down at the white haori, he suddenly thought of something and looked up at the clock on the wall. "It's about time. I should be going. Kiryu-san, Lady Senjumaru, I'll take my leave now." 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Captain Masatsuki. Masatsuki Aozaki flicked his long hair as he turned and walked out. Waiting just outside the 11th Division's gates was Jin Ichimaru, the newly appointed 4th seat, accompanied by 2 others. One of them was a handsome man with long, flowing hair and a refined demeanor, dressed in a Shihakushō with a Zanpakutō at his waist. The other had a more rugged, heroic air about him, similarly dressed. These two were formerly the 6th and 8th seats of the 2nd Division Ryusuke and Izumo. Now, they stood as the 5th and 6th seats of the 11th Division. After the battle against Kenpeiga Kigenji, the 11th Division had suffered devastating losses, even losing its lieutenant. When Ryusuke and Izumo transferred in, their ranks weren't lowered, instead, they were promoted. However, Masatsuki Aozaki hadn't personally recruited them from the 2nd Division, they had volunteered for the transfer themselves. When Yoriyuki Shion heard about it, she didn't seem surprised and didn't say much. Masatsuki Aozaki, seeing no reason to refuse, accepted them. The 11th Division was critically short on manpower. With skilled fighters willingly joining, there was no need to push them away. In fact, many members of the detention unit had also wanted to transfer over, but Masatsuki Aozaki rejected them. The detention unit had already suffered heavy casualties. If even more members left, it might as well cease to exist. Neither the rest of the Shion clan nor the old man Yamamoto would allow that to happen. Jin Ichimaru and his two companions bowed slightly, their voices respectful. Captain Masatsuki. Kenpeiga Aozaki. Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand dismissively, a smirk tugging at his lips. Despite earning the title of Kenpeiga, he had no intention of changing his name. Simply put, Kenpeiga Aozaki Ust didn't have a nice ring to it. Alright, enough with the formalities. Let's go check in on our beloved 11th Division squad members. Let those so-called paragons of martial virtue see what kind of spirit our new recruits bring. Jin Ichimaru's smile didn't waver. Ryusuke and Izumo exchanged a glance before grinning. We won't let you down, Captain. It was midday. The sun shone brightly, and wisps of clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Golden beams of light pierced through the cloud cover, casting a mosaic of light and shadow across the high walls of the 11th Division barracks, making them gleam under the sun. This place looks better than I expected. I thought Kigenji would have turned it into a mess like Rukonga, Masatsuki Aozaki remarked as he approached the gates of the 11th Division, the white haori draped over his shoulders fluttering slightly in the breeze. A gust of wind on a sweltering summer day, it was a refreshing sensation. Kenpeiga Kigenji never bothered with administration or management. The 11th Division's affairs were always handled by the lieutenant, Jin Ichimaru commented, glancing at Masatsuki Aozaki. But now that the lieutenant has fallen in battle, the one temporarily overseeing squad operations should be the 3rd seat, Itara Yamazaki. Masatsuki Aozaki met Jin Ichimaru's gaze, stretched lazily, and grinned. What a coincidence. Looks like I'll be relying on you guys from now on. Jin Ichimaru was just about to make a snide remark when Ryusuke and Izumo spoke in unison. Please leave it to us, Captain. Jin Ichimaru sighed and shook his head helplessly. These two were beyond saving. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked. Good. Then make sure to help Jin out as well. Yes, sir. The two responded respectfully. Still not letting me off the hook, hey? Why do they trust me so much? This is getting annoying. Jin Ichimaru's thoughts flickered through his mind, but outwardly, his gaze was fixed on the courtyard in the distance. Ha! Even through the thick walls, the spirited shouts of training Shinigami could be heard loud and clear. No surprise there, it's the 11th Division, Gotei 13's combat squad. The members sure are diligent, Masatsuki Aozaki said with a grin, patting Jin Ichimaru on the shoulder. Jin exhaled slowly and shook his head. Looks like managing them is going to be a hassle. Masatsuki Aozaki turned to him, his expression suddenly serious. Ichimaru. The key to managing them is strength. Let's show them what we've got. The 11th Division has its own rules. Don't let someone take your 4th seat position on the very first day of my captaincy. I won't disappoint you, Jin Ichimaru replied softly, nodding. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. As long as you understand. Now, I wonder what kind of welcome the 11th Division has prepared for us. Traditionally, the succession of an 11th Division captain required public acknowledgement from the squad. But since no one had witnessed Masatsuki Aozaki's battle against Kigenji Kenpeki, even with Yamamoto's backing, earning their recognition wouldn't be easy. Jin Ichimaru smirked. I heard those guys are pretty stubborn. Forget welcoming us, they might just throw us out. Masatsuki Aozaki rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck, his excitement growing. Then I won't go easy on them. These brats need a proper lesson, they have to understand the authority of their captain. You'd better not go overboard. A cool, composed voice interrupted them. Lisa Yudmeru approached swiftly from a distance, carrying a stack of documents in her arms. Asking other divisions to help you manage your squad? In all my years in the Gotei 13, you're the only captain who's done that, Masatsuki. Masatsuki Aozaki laughed lightly. Come on now, Lisa-san, don't put it like that. The 8th Division oversees all of Gotei 13's intelligence, after all. I have to do my homework before I start recruiting from other squads, right? Lisa Yudmeru sighed in exasperation. If the other captains heard you say that, they'd teach you a lesson. Thanks for your concern, Lisa-san. Masatsuki Aozaki leaned in slightly with a charming smile, making Lisa's cheeks flush faintly. But no need to worry, reinforcing the 11th Division was Master's decision. No matter what, the 11th Division is a crucial combat force. A severe shortage of mid-level officers would be disastrous in times of war. I'm not reckless, and I won't gamble with lives. Lisa Yudmeru pursed her lips, as if wanting to say more, but before she could, Jin Ichimaru spoke up. We're here. As soon as the words left his mouth, the group looked up. In front of them stood the wooden doors marked with the kanji 411. 2 guards stood at the entrance, their expressions conflicted. After a brief hesitation, they seemed to decide that, at least in front of outsiders, it was best to give the new captain some respect. They bowed formally. Stepping into the 11th Division barracks, the sight that greeted them was one of relentless training. The deaths of the captain, the lieutenant, and multiple seated officers seemed to have had no impact on the squad at all. In fact, as the division that valued martial prowess above all else, the 11th Division didn't mourn death, it only strengthened their resolve. Masatsuki Aozaki led the group deeper into the barracks. The members of the 11th Division continued their training, ignoring the 4 newcomers completely. These guys are too much. How dare they ignore Aozaki-sama? Izumo muttered angrily. Ryusuke remained silent, but his expression was equally displeased. Jin Ichimaru's face showed no change, but everyone around him could sense it. His presence had grown noticeably colder, more dangerous. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Opportunity. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled and waved his hand. No need to get so worked up. I know the traditions of the 11th Division, their reaction is understandable. Captain Aozaki. A hesitant voice sounded from behind the crowd. Hey? Someone from the 11th Division actually called me captain. Masatsuki Aozaki turned his head, narrowing his eyes. Standing before him was a bald old man. And you are? I am Yamazaki Itara, the 3rd seat of the 11th Division, the old man said in a deep voice. His sleeve billowed as a strong, aged hand suddenly shot out, reaching for Masatsuki Aozaki's Zanpakutō at his waist. Interesting. So the 11th Division isn't full of idiots after all. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked, grabbing Yamazaki's wrist and casually throwing a punch. What strength! Without hesitation, Yamazaki Itara stepped forward, his expression serious as he swung a punch in return. Bang! Their fists collided mid-air, the dull impact echoing through the room. Masatsuki Aozaki released the wrist he had grabbed. Yamazaki Itara barely held on for a moment before he was sent flying, crashing through the paper door, which shattered into pieces. As expected, the 11th Division members' expressions changed when they saw their third seat sent flying. But instead of anger or outrage, their faces showed a mix of surprise and shock. I heard that the Captain Commander's disciple possesses captain-level strength and even killed our former captain, the traitor Kenpei Kigenji. Seeing it firsthand, it seems the rumors were true. A hearty laugh rang out as Itara Yamazaki sat up from the wreckage, his grin slowly spreading. Forgive my recklessness, Kenpei Aozaki. It's an honor to meet you. Shaking his head, he sent dust and wood splinters flying from his shoulders. Apologies, Captain, but your name carries too much weight. There isn't a single person in the Gotei 13 who hasn't heard of your feats. My hands were itching, and I couldn't resist testing myself against you. I hope you won't take offense. It's fine. I've long heard about the 11th Division's warrior spirit, and seeing it firsthand confirms it. Masatsuki Aozaki retracted his fist and extended a hand to help him up. His bold smile carried a natural charisma that was hard to ignore. Yamazaki Itara's eyes flickered as he quickly scanned the practice hall. After a brief, almost imperceptible nod, he grasped the offered hand. Thank you, Captain. He stood up with a grin. Are you here to inspect the barracks? That's right. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. We've seen most of it and we're just about to head to the office area. Perfect timing. I just finished training, why don't I escort you to the captain's office? Itara Yamazaki suggested with an easygoing smile. That works. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at him and said casually, I was planning to ask you about the current state of the division anyway. Was that a subtle reprimand for my management? Itara Yamazaki blinked in surprise and turned to look at him. Masatsuki Aozaki still wore that faint smile, revealing nothing of his thoughts. The group made their way to the captain's office. Once inside, Masatsuki Aozaki turned to Itara Yamazaki, still smiling. Third seat Yamazaki, this is my first day as captain, and I'm still unfamiliar with the division's situation. Shall we talk? Yamazaki Itara chuckled. Of course, Captain. This suited him just fine. Even if Masatsuki Aozaki hadn't sought him out, he would have made the first move. A captain who had caused such an uproar in Seireitei was worth getting to know. After all, they'd be working together for a long time. Leaving the division in this tense, uncertain state wouldn't do anyone any good. If the 11th Division were just a logistics unit, it wouldn't matter. But they were a combat squad, always the first to charge into battle. A bad relationship between the captain and the squad could lead to unnecessary casualties. Itara Yamazaki was curious. What kind of person was this young captain? What was his stance on the 11th Division? Would he hold the squad accountable for their earlier behavior? So far, he seemed like an easygoing man. Bold yet not overbearing, strong yet not without warmth. In another division, he'd probably have no trouble winning the loyalty of his subordinates. But this was the 11th Division. And the warriors here didn't follow kindness. Here, respect was earned with fists and steel. Please, have a seat. Speak freely, Masatsuki Aozaki said with a smile, raising his hand. Third seat Itara Yamazaki, today is Captain Aozaki's first day in office. Why was there no one to welcome him? Has the 11th Division abandoned even the most basic etiquette? Itara Yamazaki had barely settled in his seat when Jin Ichimaru's displeased voice rang out from the front. Captain Aozaki, the young ones are just ignorant. They're all stubborn mules, and I can't control them. Please don't take it to heart. Without sparing Jin Ichimaru a glance, Itara Yamazaki kept his gaze fixed on Masatsuki Aozaki. He knew this was Masatsuki Aozaki's intent. Jin Ichimaru had accompanied Masatsuki Aozaki here. Without his tacit approval, how could Jin, as the fourth seat, openly question his superior, the third seat, in front of everyone? Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand dismissively and said in a calm tone. Itara Yamazaki, there's no need to belittle yourself. In the 11th Division, you're one of the most senior members. You've been a seated officer since the time of Kenpei Kuruyashiki, that's 200 or 300 years now. So tell me, is it that you can't control them, or that you don't want to? As he spoke, Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze sharpened, and an imposing pressure filled the room. Now he understood this old man was a seasoned veteran who knew how to navigate every situation. He was the type who ignored both praise and criticism, which meant there was no point in sugarcoating things. It was better to just lay it all out. This. Itara Yamazaki hesitated, looking a bit embarrassed. Truthfully, he was torn. He wanted the 11th Division to get back on track, but he couldn't stand the idea of some unknown upstart suddenly breaking tradition and taking the captain's seat. It was just like back then when the division believed Kigenji Kenpei's victory was dishonorable. They drew their blades against him without hesitation. So, rather than intervene, he chose to let things unfold naturally. He had even used some subtle methods to ease tensions between Masatsuki Aozaki and the squad members after his arrival. But now, it seemed he had miscalculated. This young captain wasn't just strong, he was smarter than Kenpei Kigenji. I see where you stand, Itara Yamazaki, Masatsuki Aozaki said. Itara Yamazaki looked up, only to see Masatsuki Aozaki slowly rising to his feet, leaning forward with both hands on the table, a smile on his face. His loose Shihakushō revealed a physique both strong and refined, and combined with that confident smile, there was an undeniable presence about him. Gather all the squad members. Have them assemble at the dojo. The 11th Division values strength above all else, don't they? They don't acknowledge my strength as their captain, do they? Then I'll give them a chance. I'm challenging the entire 11th Division. If anyone can defeat me, I'll step down as captain and leave without a word of protest. Itara Yamazaki's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected the new captain to have such nerve to be able to cast aside the position of captain so easily. For the first time, he found himself feeling a bit of admiration for this young man. After a long silence, he finally managed to squeeze out a single word. Understood. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Numbers are meaningless. When it comes to battle, the 11th Division is always eager for a fight. And this was a rare opportunity to challenge a captain. Itara Yamazaki had just used Tenti Akra to send out the message, and within 3 minutes, the dojo was packed. The gathered Shinigami were all raring to go, but none wanted to lose face by ganging up on a single opponent, so they held back from charging in right away. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at the 4-person group led by Jin Ichimaru not far away. Ichimaru wore his usual carefree smile. Ryusuke and Izumo looked on with admiration, as if it had never even crossed their minds that he could lose. Only Lisa Yudmaru's eyes flickered briefly with concern. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a pleased smile. All his tireless effort sacrificing sleep, pouring himself into his craft, bringing forth in this world what he had accumulated in his past life had not been in vain. Even the 9th Division's editorial department had seen fit to publish his book. It was all worth it. Captain Aozaki, I'm no match for you, Itara Yamazaki admitted honestly. Their earlier exchange had made it clear Masatsuki Aozaki was far beyond him in strength. He had attacked with full force, yet the other had sent him flying with a single casual strike. The gaping hole in the dojo's door was still unrepaired. And it wasn't just physical strength. Even their Zanpakutō were leagues apart. Even a Bankai had been overpowered by the opponent's Shikai alone. Just remembering how powerless even Kenpei Kigenji's sparring partners had felt against that rock-like armor. If Masatsuki Aozaki's Zanpakutō was truly as rumored, then even in Shikai, it could likely reduce him to dust. Dying in battle was one thing, but being beaten to death by his own captain? Now that would be humiliating. It's fine, I'm not here to kill anyone. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled at Itara Yamazaki, his excitement clear as he flexed his fingers. I just thought this would be a good chance to get to know everyone in the 11th Division. You can even release your Zanpakutō. Itara Yamazaki let out a wry smile. But with things at this point, he knew he couldn't back down. If he did, it wouldn't just be his own pride on the line, but the entire 11th Division's. All right. With a sharp cry, he gripped the scabbard at his waist. Roar, Konmaru! Drawing his Zanpakutō, flames instantly engulfed the blade. A fire-type Zanpakutō, hey? What unfortunate luck, but this level of heat doesn't affect me anymore. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. The 11th Division had always been a combat-focused squad, but at this time, it was still somewhat different from how it would later be under Kenpei Kizaraki. While they favored direct combat, they didn't reject Kido-based techniques, nor did they have a particular preference for purely offensive-type Zanpakutō. Then come, third seat Yamazaki. The moment his words fell, Masatsuki Aozaki's figure vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Itara Yamazaki. Yamazaki's pupils shrank in shock, and he instinctively slashed forward with Konmaru. Bang! Before he could even react, a fist slammed into his abdomen with crushing force. His body shot backward like a severed kite, crashing straight through the wooden wall. Completely overpowered. The watching 11th Division members froze in shock, and some couldn't help but swallow nervously. Without the slightest hesitation, Masatsuki Aozaki extended a finger, pointing at the gathered Shinigami. Then, with a smirk, he curled his finger in a taunting gesture, as if to say, "He's not enough. Why don't you all come at me together?" Fury flared in the hearts of the 11th Division members. They were known as the battle maniacs of the Gotei 13. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Without another moment of restraint, they charged in unison. The dojo echoed with the pounding of footsteps, the crackling of thunder, the rush of wind. From a distance, Jin Ichimaru watched with an indifferent expression. Ryusuke, Izumo, and Lisa Yudmeru, however, stared wide-eyed, holding their breath as they witnessed the chaotic clash 1 man against 100. Good! Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes gleamed with excitement. He sidestepped a seated officer's incoming punch, glided forward, and suddenly lashed out with what seemed like an unremarkable fist. Bang! A shockwave rippled outward as his punch landed square on the officer's contorted face, sending him flying diagonally through the air. A sharp crackle rang out. Lightning flashed fiercely, snaking through the air like a white serpent. A seated officer, eyes gleaming with aggression, swung his long sword, directing a bolt of electricity straight at Masatsuki Aozaki. In an instant, Masatsuki Aozaki closed the gap, his movements ghost-like. Appearing beside the officer, he raised his left hand and brought it down like a blade. A searing pain exploded in the officer's skull as his body was sent soaring uncontrollably. The next moment, his head crashed into the ground, shattering the dojo floor. Another squad member lunged from the side, raising his Zanpakutō like a massive axe. Masatsuki Aozaki reached out, grabbed the man's face in a crushing grip, and shoved him forcefully into the wooden wall, splintering it open with a deafening crack. From afar, a towering Shinigami with short hair charged forward. He loomed at least 3 heads taller than Masatsuki Aozaki, his muscles bulging as he swung a powerful punch. Bang! A pale hand stopped the attack in midair. Not bad. Do you mainly train in Hakuda? We should spar sometime, Masatsuki Aozaki remarked, nodding in approval. But for now, you'd better sit this one out. With a firm grip on the towering man's wrist, Masatsuki Aozaki twisted his body and flung him aside. The massive Shinigami crashed into the crowd, toppling several squad members in his wake. Without pause, Masatsuki Aozaki sank his stance slightly, his fists launching forward with blinding speed, turning into a flurry of black shadows. His strikes rained down like a violent storm, hammering into the bodies of the advancing squad members. Don't die, Masatsuki Aozaki murmured. What? The fighters barely had time to register his words before. Bang! 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 A relentless barrage of impacts erupted like the beating of war drums. Bodies flew in all directions. Lisa Yudmera stood frozen, staring in utter disbelief. So this is the power of a captain? She had never actually seen her own captain go all out before. Would he look the same at full strength? Against him, sheer numbers meant nothing. 1 hour later, Masatsuki Aozaki stood in the middle of the wreckage. Around him, countless 11th Division members lay sprawled across the floor, some gasping for breath, others completely motionless. The barracks were in complete disarray. The walls and floor were riddled with holes, the very structure battered and broken. Tattered Shihakushō were stained with blood, and nearly every squad member had crimson trailing from the corners of their mouths. Ryusuke, Izumo, and Lisa Yudmera could only stare blankly. They had never seen anything like this before. A Shinigami who could defeat an entire division without even drawing a Zanpakutō? Even though the 11th Division was currently lacking its upper-tier fighters, they were still seasoned warriors, trained for combat. And yet, he had overwhelmed them completely. It was terrifying. "You haven't changed at all," Jin Ichimaru said, stepping forward with an easygoing expression. "Still as monstrously strong as ever." In general, the 11th Division's members had lower Ryutsu than the prisoners of the Nest of Maggots. But there was an undeniable difference between a Shinigami with a Zanpakutō and one without. Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand dismissively. "It's not a big deal. Give it time, and you'll be like me too." "Yeah, right," Jin Ichimaru scoffed, rolling his eyes. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, A New Idea. That afternoon, Retsu Anohana led a team to the 11th Division barracks. As the doors swung open, she was met with a scene of utter devastation: shattered walls, splintered floors, and squad members groaning in pain across the wreckage. "I heard the 11th Division was under attack. Where's the enemy?" Anohana asked with a gentle smile. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned, blood still smeared across his fists. "Right here. I attacked them." Anohana's knowing smile deepened. "Did these little ones give you a hard time?" Masatsuki Aozaki watched as he calmly wiped the blood from his hands, then scoffed. "Not really. Just some young hotheads throwing a tantrum. They won't be making the same mistake again." As he spoke, a squad member with a bandaged head approached and saluted. "Captain, we've finished assessing the injuries and damage to the barracks." Masatsuki Aozaki nodded in approval. "Good work. From now on, report these kinds of minor matters to 4th Seat Ichimaru." "Yes, sir." The squad member saluted again before turning and running off. Anohana chuckled softly. "It looks like you all get along quite well." "Who says we don't?" Masatsuki Aozaki shrugged. Anohana glanced around at the ruins surrounding them. "So, after causing this disaster on your first day, what's your plan?" "What do you mean?" Masatsuki Aozaki blinked. "The barracks, of course. Seireitei isn't going to fund repairs for damage you caused yourselves. You'll have to cover the costs using the squad's budget." She smiled faintly. "But with this level of destruction, I doubt your squad funds will be enough." Masatsuki Aozaki followed her gaze to the wreckage. The damage was so severe that rebuilding from scratch might be easier. Add in the cost of medical supplies for the injured, and the 11th Division's budget for the quarter was definitely going to fall short. But there was no way he was paying for a public squad barracks out of his own pocket. No matter how much money he had saved up, he couldn't afford to burn through it like this. "Guess I'll have to ask Master for help. I've saved up some money over the years," Anohana remarked casually. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't doubt it. Captains of the Gotei 13 were paid well, and Anohana's only known interests were flower arranging and killing people. She barely had any expenses. After nearly 1,000 years, even if she hadn't been trying to save money, she'd still have more than enough. I think I'll go talk to Master and figure something out, Masatsuki Aozaki said, his expression turning serious. I did all this for the sake of unity and harmony within the 11th Division. A truly united squad is a strong one, Master will understand. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the ruined barracks. Yet in his eyes, there was a glint of something unreadable. So, on your first day as captain, you destroyed the 11th Division's barracks. Yamamoto's eyebrow twitched. He was now seriously questioning whether handing the 11th Division over to Masatsuki Aozaki had been the right decision. On his first day, not only had he beaten the entire squad into submission, but he had also destroyed their barracks, the very foundation of their division. And if that wasn't enough, now he had the audacity to ask for funding to rebuild it. His shamelessness even surpassed Shunsui Kiraku's. Never in the history of the Gotei 13 had something like this happened. Master, calm down. I did this for the good of the Gotei 13. Masatsuki Aozaki said earnestly. Oh. Yamamoto gave him a skeptical look, waiting to see what kind of excuse he would come up with this time. Masatsuki Aozaki continued, you've been leading the Gotei 13 for 1,000 years. You know exactly what the 11th Division is like. If I didn't fight them, would they ever listen to me? Yamamoto's expression softened slightly. He knew better than anyone that the 11th Division was a squad that only respected strength, one where words meant little unless backed by fists and blades. Seeing that Yamamoto was at least listening, Masatsuki pressed on. These are unusual times. The rebels are becoming bolder by the day. If this were peacetime, I could afford to slowly work my way into their trust. But we don't have that luxury. At any moment, the rebels could strike again, and by then, if they still refuse to listen, it'll be too late. We are entrusted with protecting the Soul King and the 5 noble houses. We can't afford to be careless. Yamamoto frowned. That still doesn't justify destroying the barracks. I may have gone a little overboard, but you know how the 11th Division is. If I hadn't gone all out, they would have never acknowledged me as their captain. As he spoke, Masatsuki Aozaki carefully poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Yamamoto. You make a fair point, Yamamoto admitted. But the Gotei 13's annual budget is allocated by the Central 46. Each division's funds are already set. I don't have any extra money to give you. Taking a sip of tea, Yamamoto nodded in satisfaction before adding in a firm tone, I'll speak with the Central 46 and see what can be done. In the meantime, return to your squad and keep them under control. You are their captain. They are your subordinates but also your comrades. Don't take things too far. Yes, sir. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. You know I'm not the type to cause trouble. I just didn't have any other choice. Ha! As if you haven't caused me enough trouble already, Yamamoto snorted. Now get out of here, I don't want to see your face. TCH. Fine, old man. I'm leaving. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked and, before Yamamoto could get any angrier, vanished with a shunpo. Out of habit, he even closed the door behind him. For a moment, Yamamoto was stunned. Then, he let out a long sigh and motioned for the inner court troop members waiting outside. After leaving the 1st Division, Masatsuki Aozaki returned to the 11th Division. He glanced at the long list of damages and expenses before casually ripping it apart. Not satisfied? Jin Ichimaru asked, raising an eyebrow. I went over the numbers myself. The prices are fair. I already spoke with the 12th Division. They'll handle it, Masatsuki Aozaki replied. Jin blinked. You got the 12th Division involved? When? Masatsuki Aozaki's expression remained serious. In about half an hour. Jin Ichimaru. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled but didn't elaborate. Truthfully, He had initially planned to just patch things up and move on. But then he thought about it, this would be his base in the future. Why not take the opportunity to make some modifications? From the outside, the barracks would look the same. But beneath it, he would build a secret underground laboratory, perfect for conducting his experiments. Normally, something like this would be impossible to pull off unnoticed. But with the help of a few trusted friends in the 12th Division, making it happen without anyone realizing wouldn't be too difficult. After all, Kisokura had managed to construct an enormous underground training ground beneath Shihakushō Hill, and it had gone undetected for over a century. And the reason Masatsuki Aozaki had made this decision? Aizen had recently returned from the world of the living with some interesting news. He had discovered the existence of Fullbringers, humans who possessed fragments of the Soul King. But even with that knowledge, he had yet to figure out a way to track down the fragments themselves. What they did know was this. Humans with Soul King fragments possessed unusually high Ryoryoku. Every Fullbringer carried a fragment within them. And all of them gravitated toward Seireitei, highly spiritual locations within the world of the living, where Rishi naturally gathered. These locations varied in size, making it difficult to pinpoint specific targets. Finding Soul King fragments would be a long and tedious process. And Masatsuki Aozaki hated wasting time. He needed to accelerate his experiments starting now. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Heiress. Seireitei, 12th Division Headquarters. Masatsuki Aozaki sought out his two closest friends, Kisokura and Kiryo Hikifune. The two were initially surprised by his idea of building a laboratory beneath the 11th Division barracks, but considering his impulsive nature, it wasn't all that shocking. In the end, tempted by Masatsuki Aozaki's cooking, Kiryo Hikifune, despite being a captain, agreed to help. As for Kisokura, though he found the whole thing troublesome, he had no say in the matter as a subordinate. With no choice but to accept his captain's orders, he reluctantly went along with it. On his way out, Masatsuki Aozaki ran into Senjimaru Shutara. After enduring a mix of threats and persuasion, he ended up modeling for her for a few hours before he was finally able to escape the 12th Division. "What did you do to Kiryo-san to get her to renovate your barracks?" Lisa Yudmaru asked. She knew the 12th Division handled technological research and development, but construction wasn't exactly their job. "All I did was treat her to dinner." Masatsuki Aozaki gazed out the window at the moonlit night. The lone full moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft silver glow over the ruins of the 11th Division, draping them in an eerie luminescence. Right now, they were in a residential district on the outskirts of the 11th Division. Masatsuki Aozaki had spent a hefty sum renting the area as a temporary headquarters. Lisa Yudmaru rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. "There's no way a single meal convinced the 12th Division to rebuild your barracks. They've got better things to do. Have you decided yet?" "You're still dragging this out," she added impatiently. "Yeah, these should do." Masatsuki Aozaki yawned, blinking lazily as he handed her a stack of documents, personnel files of Gotei 13 squad members. "They're all girls." "Typical." Lisa Yudmaru snorted, flipping through the files until something caught her eye. "Wait a second, there are actually a few guys in here. And they're fresh graduates from Shin Academy. What's so strange about that?" Masatsuki Aozaki rolled his eyes. "As captain, I picked them for the good of the squad. You think I'd choose people just to satisfy my own selfish interests?" He wouldn't deny he had his preferences. But that didn't mean they conflicted with his responsibilities. Every single one of them was more than qualified to join the 11th Division. "Or are you jealous?" "Jealous? Please, we're just business associates. Why would I be jealous?" Lisa Yudmaru's face turned slightly red. She had known Masatsuki Aozaki for years, and for someone with her reputation in the Gotei 13, resisting temptation was easier said than done. A stormy night flashed through her mind, rain pouring, thunder rumbling, and Masatsuki showing up at her door, drenched from head to toe, delivering her custom publications as usual. Lisa quickly shook her head, pulling herself out of the memory. If she kept thinking about it, she might actually lose control and pounce on the man grinning mischievously in front of her. "I'm just curious why you picked these people. I don't recognize any of their names." This year's top graduates from Shin Academy were definitely Byakuya Kukaki and Kyan Shiba. Byakuya joining the 6th division is a given, but Kyan Shiba, he's got ties to you, doesn't he? Ties? More like family, though he's never been particularly fond of me. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head and leaned close, whispering into Lisa's ear. He's set on joining the 10th division. Captain Ishin Shiba is his uncle. To be honest, Masatsuki was relieved. If Kyan had chosen the 11th division, he would have been watching him like a hawk. And if he found anything suspicious, he'd undoubtedly go running to Kaku. That would have been a pain. Besides, in this timeline, Kyan had joined the Gotei 13 earlier than expected. His strength wasn't at the level it would be in the future. He was just an ordinary seated officer. There was no real need to recruit him into the 11th division. Lisa felt the warmth of his breath against her ear, a strange ticklish sensation stirring in her chest. She wanted to laugh. Then, Masatsuki wrapped his arms around her from behind. Lisa was certain now the emotion she felt was satisfaction. Masatsuki suddenly frowned. "Hey! What's wrong?" "News from Jin Ichimaru. It's about the barracks reconstruction." He took a deep breath. "Damn, he nearly gave me a heart attack. Good thing nothing serious happened, or I would have had to teach him a lesson." Lisa shifted slightly, loosening her obi as she shot him a sidelong glance. "Worried about getting caught? About you and me? As if. I was just in a very delicate state a moment ago, but I'm fine now." Masatsuki Aozaki did a quick check of his physical condition, nodded, then reached out to rest a hand on Lisa's waist. After several exhausting days, Masatsuki and Lisa now found themselves sharing the same bed. Masatsuki sat up, yawning as he ran a hand through his silky hair. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, planting his bare feet on the smooth floor. Lisa followed suit. Their movements were eerily synchronized, their footsteps softly tapping against the floor. It was almost as if they had been living together for years. Perhaps this was what people meant by looking like an old married couple. They headed into the bathroom of their temporary residence, slipping into the bathtub for a bath together. By the time they emerged, they were fully awake. Masatsuki returned to the bedroom and gestured for Lisa to sit down on the bed. The glasses-wearing woman, dressed lazily in a loose yukata, flopped down onto the mattress without a care in the world. Masatsuki pulled a fresh Shihakushō from the closet and helped her get dressed. Then, from a drawer, he retrieved a pile of silk stockings. "Which type today, my lady?" "Black. Knee-high." Lisa didn't hesitate for a second. With just 2 words, she had effortlessly played into his preferences. "You know me well, my lady." Masatsuki smirked, lifting her delicate feet and carefully slipping on the black silk stockings he had picked out. Lisa had a perfect figure, neither too full nor too thin, with not a single flaw from head to toe. Not that he had a particular thing for black stockings, he just thought they suited her. For the record, the West had developed stocking knitting techniques as early as the 16th century. Masatsuki had merely picked up the craft through some casual study. For things like this, he always had plenty of motivation. As Lisa lounged idly, Masatsuki ran a hand through his hair, tidying it up as he spoke. "I'm heading to see Master today. He sent word for me to go." "MHM." Lisa, still admiring Masatsuki's handiwork, sat with her legs neatly together and gave a small, obedient nod. The sight was so cute that Masatsuki felt his heart melting. If only he had a sailor uniform lying around, she would look even more adorable in one. What a shame! Masatsuki sighed dramatically, shaking his head in regret. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Evil Forces. Masatsuki Aozaki strolled down the wide avenue, passing through several blocks where rows of white buildings stood in perfect alignment. This area housed the 1st Division barracks as well as Seireitei's central administrative offices. Due to its significance, this district was designated as the Central 1st District, commonly known as the Central Ward. Masatsuki, lost in idle amusement, played an old childhood game as he walked, carefully stepping along the edges of the shadows cast by the walls, as if he were balancing on a tightrope. Looking up, he saw an immense wall stretching endlessly in both directions, gleaming silver-white under the sunlight. The light draped over it like a thin silk veil, emphasizing its flawless surface, spotless and unblemished. Solemn-faced patrol squads moved methodically along its perimeter, their presence adding to the wall's imposing grandeur. Masatsuki took a deep breath. For a mere division barracks, this place felt entirely out of place among the surrounding government buildings, as if it were the true center of Seireitei. The noble families saw themselves as the rightful rulers of Seoul society, residing in their exclusive enclaves of power and prestige. But to the Shinigami, this place was the true heart of their world. Masatsuki, you're here? The captain commander is expecting you. As he stepped inside, he was met with the stern gaze of Chur Sasakaibe. Masatsuki Aozaki acknowledged him with a nod, then suddenly smirked as if a mischievous thought had crossed his mind. Oh, right. Lieutenant Sasakaibe, I'm the captain of the 11th Division now. When we're working, please address me as Captain Aozaki or Captain Masatsuki. Make sure you remember that. This little brat. Sasakaibe's eye twitched slightly. Around them, the 1st Division members tensed instinctively. Was he seriously provoking Lieutenant Sasakaibe? That was just like Captain Masatsuki. He had a way of saying the things no one else would dare to. Masatsuki Aozaki, wearing a victorious grin, picked up his pace and dashed toward the captain's office before Sasakaibe had the chance to respond. As soon as he disappeared, the surrounding squad members rushed to calm Sasakaibe down. Captain Masatsuki is always like this. After all these years, you should be used to it by now, Lieutenant. As Masatsuki Aozaki approached the captain commander's office, he could faintly hear voices from inside. Since there was no soundproof barrier in place, the conversation probably wasn't anything too confidential. The office door was slightly ajar. Masatsuki carefully peeked inside before stepping in, hoping to catch a glimpse of who his master was speaking with. Yamamoto's deep, authoritative voice echoed through the room. Come in. Yes, Masatsuki Aozaki responded lazily, waving a hand dismissively as he strolled inside and closed the paper door behind him. The moment the door shut, a soundproof barrier activated, sealing off the room. Yamamoto sat at the tea table, his gaze fixed on the young man standing before him. The young man lifted his head slightly, following Yamamoto's line of sight until his eyes landed on Masatsuki Aozaki. For a brief moment, his expression wavered. Masatsuki's presence was striking. The standard Shihakushō, a uniform often dismissed as unremarkable, fit him so flawlessly that it looked like a masterpiece crafted just for him. His noble, refined features carried an air of effortless superiority, and his long, jet-black hair cascaded over his shoulders like a waterfall. The young man knew he had an appearance that could captivate noble women without trying, but standing in front of Masatsuki Aozaki, he felt overshadowed. Masatsuki Aozaki, sensing his gaze, looked at him with mild amusement. The black-haired youth had two distinctive streaks of pink in his hair. His kensei-kan and red windflower scarf, symbols of the Kukaki clan, marked his status unmistakably. These accessories alone were worth more than 20 luxury estates. Masatsuki recalled meeting him once before. This was the Kukaki clan's prodigy Keiga Kukaki. Looking at Masatsuki's defiant smirk, Keiga hesitated for a moment before finally preparing to greet him. Hey, old man, This handsome guy looks familiar. Ah, I remember now, it was that time with Shun. So, did you call me here because of him? You should know by now, I'm not interested in men. Masatsuki Aozaki's voice cut through the room as he strolled past, casually picking up a teacup from the table and downing its contents in one gulp, only to immediately wince and smack his lips. Hot. It's freshly brewed tea. How many times have I told you? You need to be calm and take your time when drinking tea, but you never listen, Yamamoto said, unfazed. He lifted his own cup and took a sip before clicking his tongue. Humph, it is a bit hot. Masatsuki Aozaki stuck out his tongue and fanned his mouth with his hand. Told you. Well, just let it cool before drinking, Yamamoto replied nonchalantly, setting his cup down and pouring Masatsuki another. Keiga watched the exchange with mild surprise. This was the first time he had ever seen Captain Commander Yamamoto like this, just like an ordinary old man. While Yamamoto was known to show moments of gentleness, anyone else who dared to act this casually with him would be met with a sharp reprimand. Master, you're too strict most of the time. Look, you've practically scared this guy stiff. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned and extended a hand toward Keiga. We didn't get a proper introduction last time. I'm Masatsuki Aozaki, captain of the 11th Division and the old man's disciple. Keiga maintained his noble composure, his expression calm as he extended his hand in return. Keiga, captain of the 1st Division's Special Forces Unit. A pleasure to meet you. Likewise. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded, releasing his grip before turning to Yamamoto. So, old man, what's the real reason you called me here? I'm busy, you know. Dealing with the barracks mess has been a nightmare. Isn't that your own fault? Ignoring his disciple's complaints, Yamamoto looked up, frowning slightly at his relaxed demeanor. How are the barracks coming along? Should be ready in about a month. The 12th Division is incredibly efficient, Masatsuki Aozaki said, genuinely impressed. Rebuilding barracks was child's play for a genius like Kisuke Urahara. The Special Forces Unit has located the rebels' last stronghold, Yamamoto said, shifting the topic without concern for Masatsuki's previous remarks. His gaze flickered toward Keiga as he continued. Masatsuki Aozaki leaned back slightly, a knowing look in his eyes. So you've finally decided to wipe them out completely? About time. They've been a threat to the Soul King and the 5 noble houses for long enough. Yamamoto remained silent. He knew his disciple was mocking him. With his power, he could have crushed the rebellion at any time. Even if he hadn't acted himself, sending either Shunsui Kirikou or Jaishur Yukatake alone would have been enough to deal with the problem. But he had delayed until now because he had no interest in meddling with the noble clan's internal power struggles. Finally, Yamamoto spoke. In previous operations, the rebels suffered heavy losses. Their high-ranking fighters have been nearly wiped out. Now is the best opportunity to eliminate them for good. The 6th and 11th Divisions will take the lead in this operation, with the Special Forces Unit providing support. You and Captain Jinrei Kuki will serve as joint commanders. Masatsuki Aozaki, who had just taken a sip of tea, froze mid-drink. Seriously? With the way he phrased it, how was he supposed to refuse? 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Science Can Solve It. Rumble. With a sudden streak of lightning across the sky, rain began to pour in torrents. The rolling thunder seemed to herald the coming chaos and conflict. As the downpour washed away the dust of time, it felt as if the long-standing strife that had plagued Seireitei for years was about to be swept away as well. Masatsuki Aozaki had no interest in the power struggles. What mattered to him were the souls of the rebels. And if he could extract fragments of the Soul King from them, all the better. In other words, the 6th Division is only participating in name, and the main force responsible for wiping out the rebels is just our 11th Division. Kokaki Clan Mansion, Reception Hall. Masatsuki Aozaki, mid-sip of his tea, paused for a moment before looking up at Jinrei Kokaki, who sat across from him with a solemn expression. The elderly head of the Kokaki clan was meticulously groomed, exuding an air of quiet authority just by sitting there. Being around someone like him inspired a sense of security, but at the same time, it was suffocating. Jinrei Kokaki nodded. That is the Captain Commander's decision. Masatsuki Aozaki fell into thought. He understood his master well enough to know what this meant. Yamamoto intended to let this battle play out as just another noble conflict. Eliminating the rebels was merely a way to solidify Masatsuki Aozaki's footing within the Gotei 13. With the rebel faction nearly wiped out, especially its high-level combatants, the 11th Division, led by Masatsuki himself, couldn't possibly lose, even without the 6th Division's involvement. This war was already decided. Aozaki, you will determine when and how the battle unfolds, Jinrei continued. The 6th Division will not intervene, but Keiga will assist you on behalf of the Kokaki clan. The Kokaki clan had always been the model of nobility. Though inevitably drawn into political struggles, they rarely initiated conflict themselves. Having Keiga Kokaki represent the clan in supporting him was a clear and deliberate statement of their stance. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at Keiga, who was kneeling quietly behind Jinrei. The once proud warrior now sat stiffly, not daring to utter a word, like a frightened bride on her wedding night. Damn, that old man must have really left a psychological scar on him. A captain-level fighter, reduced to this? Instinctively, Masatsuki's gaze shifted to the Zanpakutō at Keiga's waist. Muramasa. Now that was a fine blade, a true Shinigami killer. Not only could it incite Zanpakutō to rebel against their masters, but unlike Kaika Suijutsu, it didn't have the limitation of being ineffective when facing an opponent with vastly superior Ryutsu. Against Shinigami who lacked overwhelming spiritual pressure, this blade's practicality was off the charts. Noticing Masatsuki's intense gaze, Keiga's brow twitched slightly. He's looking at my Zanpakutō, does he want to fight me? The rumors claimed this so-called genius was obsessed with battle and training. Seems those rumors weren't wrong. For the first time, excitement flickered in Keiga's eyes as he looked at Masatsuki. He had long been curious about him. In both the 1st Division and the Kokaki clan, Masatsuki Aozaki's name was constantly whispered in the halls. The Captain Commander's disciple. The one who slew a captain-level rebel. The one who even defeated the previous captain of the 11th Division. Even Jinrei Kokaki, a man who rarely gave out praise, spoke of him from time to time. For years, Keiga had strived for his father-in-law's approval. Yet after their first few years together, Jinrei had never once spoken highly of him. And yet, he repeatedly brought up this man. Though there were 2 or 3 centuries between them, they were both still considered part of the younger generation. And now, Keiga wanted to know what exactly made Masatsuki Aozaki so special? Let's set the final assault for 6 months from now. Masatsuki Aozaki gauged the situation and made his decision. This was like a trial. In 6 months, the 11th Division would be fully restored, its ranks replenished, and there would be time for the new recruits to integrate. Old Man Yamamoto had already ordered the 2nd and 8th Divisions to monitor the rebels' movements. There was no way they could escape. That works. Jinrei Kokaki nodded. After a brief moment of thought, he understood the young man's reasoning. Calm and composed, this one was certainly much better than his son-in-law. Jinrei was strict with his son-in-law, not because he doubted his strength, but because he had hoped the man would learn to be more level-headed. Yet, after all these years, there had been no growth. If anything, he had only become more impatient. It made Jinrei question his ability to train the younger generation. Masatsuki Aozaki seemed to sense his thoughts. Out of consideration for Shun Kokaki, he offered a word of advice. Captain Kokaki. Jinrei Kokaki looked at him, puzzled. Young people tend to prefer straightforwardness over roundabout words. Sometimes, saying things directly is more effective than beating around the bush. There's nothing wrong with letting people figure things out on their own. But thoughts can be hard to control. If you let them wander too much, they might lead to the wrong conclusions. Even this kid can see through me? Jinrei Kukaki was stunned. Meanwhile, Keiga Kukaki stood there, completely lost. He had no idea why someone younger than him was talking to his father-in-law in such a mature manner. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at the two men and shook his head with a slight smile. An outsider shouldn't meddle too much in family matters. A word or two was enough, any more would be overstepping. Besides, his interest in Keiga Kukaki lay solely in Muramasa. He didn't have the same patience here as he did with Suifng. I'll take my leave. Deciding to give them space to talk, Masatsuki Aozaki left the parlor. Strolling through the vast Kukaki estate, he soon spotted a young boy in a kendo uniform practicing diligently in the courtyard. Long time no see, young Byakuya. The boy's eye twitched. Without hesitation, he swung his wooden bukin in a sharp downward strike. Masatsuki Aozaki easily leapt back, dodging the attack. This was Byakuya Kukaki, the future head of the Kukaki clan. Right now, though, he was still just a bright, spirited young boy. Masatsuki Aozaki. You actually dare show your face in front of me? This time, I'll make sure you taste my strength. Oh? Calling me by name so casually, how rude. If Shun knew, he'd be heartbroken. Who gave you permission to call my father so familiarly? Byakuya's temper flared instantly. Clenching his fists, he shouted angrily. Besides, you're younger than me. What gives you the right to act like my senior? Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly appeared at his side and smugly slung an arm around his shoulders. Because I entered Shin Academy and the Gotei 13 before you. And, looking at the two of us, anyone would think you're the kid, right? Byakuya struggled to break free, but Masatsuki's grip was surprisingly strong. What the hell are you even here for? I just finished some business with your grandfather, so I thought I'd drop by. Where's your father? Byakuya's expression darkened. Father is still recovering. Masatsuki Aozaki placed a hand on his head and said gently. If you have time, take him to the 12th division. If medicine can't help, maybe science can. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Hagyaku. Before anyone realized it, a month had passed, and the storm had long since faded from the small imperial court. The ruling court of Seoul society had returned to its usual solemnity and silence. As a residence for the privileged class, its population density was far lower than that of Rukanga. For most, this quiet life was nothing new, they had long since grown used to it. With the arrival of the weekend, people took to the streets, adding a rare touch of life and energy to the city. 11th Division, Squad Barracks. 4th Seat Ichimaru. Hurry up and tidy things up. You're in charge of guarding the dormitory today. If the captain finds out I haven't prepared anything, I'll never hear the end of it. Jin Ichimaru's eyebrow twitched as he glanced at the new third seat, Mashiro Kuna, a transfer from another squad. She hadn't seemed particularly diligent when she first arrived, so why the sudden burst of responsibility? At this time of day, she would usually sneak off to the mess hall, rummaging through the cupboards for her favorite sweets. Without fail, she'd get caught by Itara Yamazaki, who was soon to be promoted to lieutenant, and be used as an example of what not to do in front of the whole squad. Then Masatsuki Aozaki would step in as the peacemaker, smoothing things over on her behalf. But today was different. Mashiro Kuna was responsible for organizing patrols around the captain's quarters, and just yesterday, she had boldly declared that she could manage the team without Itara Yamazaki's help. She had even gathered the squad members to give them a lecture about it. Watching her now, Frantically scrambling to get things in order, Jin Ichimaru had his doubts. Could she really handle planning the patrols? Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a familiar voice. Is my adorable little Mashiro here? Even Jin Ichimaru, who rarely opened his eyes fully, couldn't help but roll them. Masatsuki Aozaki sure knew how to talk. Just the words adorable and little were enough to make Mashiro Kuna's face light up with joy. I'm here, I'm here. Weren't you supposed to be visiting a friend in Rukanga? Why are you back so early? I thought you wouldn't return until dinner. Grinning from ear to ear, Mashiro Kuna dashed out to greet him, throwing her arms around him in an enthusiastic hug. Jin Ichimaru watched the scene in silence. Masatsuki Aozaki might just be playing along, but Mashiro Kuna? She was definitely taking full advantage of the situation. Did you all see that? Learn from your third seat, Mashiro Kuna. Jin Ichimaru had been about to sigh when he heard Ryusuke and Izumo lecturing the other squad members. Turning around, he was met with an odd sight. The female squad members were staring at Masatsuki Aozaki like wolves eyeing a fresh meal, while even some of the male squad members were looking at him in a very strange way. Has the 11th Division turned into some kind of weird cult? Mashiro, where exactly are your hands wandering? And the rest of you, could you at least wipe the drool off your faces? Jin Ichimaru was exhausted just watching this. Mashiro, I brought you some peony cakes. Feeling the weight of everyone's stares and the soft warmth of the woman clinging to him, Masatsuki Aozaki quickly handed over the box in his hands. He had to admit, both Mashiro Kuna and Suifng had a petite, lowly-like stature. However, Mashiro Kuna's figure felt slightly softer, probably due to their different lifestyles. Suifng had undergone Onmitsukid training from a young age and was a devoted follower of Yoryuki Shion, holding herself to strict standards. Meanwhile, Mashiro Kuna's life was far more relaxed, unbound by rigid rules and discipline. She was free to retain a more natural softness. The captain brought me a present? Thank you, Captain. Beaming, Mashiro Kuna eagerly unwrapped the peony cakes, though she looked a little embarrassed as she did so. Eat slowly. I know you love these, so I picked them up when I saw them in town. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled, taking her hand and leading her inside. I even found a pastry shop in the Noble District. From now on, they'll be supplying desserts to the 11th Division, including peony cakes. Really? Captain, you're the best. Mashiro Kuna practically jumped for joy. Watching from the sidelines, Jin Ichimaru fell silent. No one understood better than him why so many women in the squad were drawn to Masatsuki Aozaki. While the team members were sharing snacks, Masatsuki Aozaki finally had a moment to return to the captain's quarters. He called out softly, Jin. I understand. Jin Ichimaru nodded, sitting on a chair in the corridor as he watched the wooden door to the captain's quarters slowly close. Inside the room, Masatsuki Aozaki felt the hard object in his arms and took a deep breath. Unhurriedly, he took a sip of tea before placing his hand on the portrait in the bedroom. The painting depicted Masatsuki Aozaki, a piece created by his own hand. The figure in the portrait stared out coldly, as crimson-stained clouds floated in the sky like billowing battle flags. Beneath him, a mountain of skeletal remains stretched toward the heavens. Masatsuki Aozaki thought it looked rather impressive, but Yoryuki Shion had only given it a two-word critique: narcissistic. A white glow emanated from Masatsuki Aozaki's hand as his Ryutsu flowed into the painting, moving in a rhythmic pattern like scattered stars. This lock was specially crafted by Kisuke Urahara at Masatsuki Aozaki's request. To open it, 3 elements were required: fingerprint, Ryutsu, and a patterned password none could be missing. Click. The wooden bed slowly shifted aside, revealing a secret door beneath it. A deep, resonant sound echoed from the tunnel as the lights flickered on automatically, gradually illuminating the dim passageway. Listening to the steady, pleasant rhythm, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but smile. This was his first true laboratory. The underground space in Rukanga had merely been a ramshackle room cluttered with equipment. Now, even that equipment was gone, leaving only dirt and rubble. Hyaku. Masatsuki Aozaki retrieved the beautifully crystallized jade from his robes, finally granting it the name he had long envisioned. The gemstone shimmered with an ethereal blue-black glow, as if it held endless, unfathomable mysteries, its allure unforgettable at first glance. Its form was nearly identical to the true Hyaku. Masatsuki Aozaki understood, however, that it was only a hollow imitation. Unlike before, he could now sense a faint power within it, yet it remained inert, incapable of fulfilling wishes of evolution or breaking the boundary between Shinigami and hollow. Don't worry, I'll grant your wish soon enough. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled indulgently, his expression almost fatherly. He placed the Hyaku into a specially crafted kid containment device, then eagerly turned to the other side of the room. A black cloak hung on the wall, an anti-Ryutsu tool developed by Kisuke Urahara, modeled after the Shine clan's Tenshihais. During his time at the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, Masatsuki Aozaki had memorized the manufacturing process and secretly crafted a perfect replica. The effectiveness was indistinguishable from the original. Recalling Yoriyuki Shine's promise of a Senkaimon, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but smirk. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, If you want to learn, I'll teach you. The sound of fists and feet striking the kid training stakes echoed through the room. Mashiro Kuna, dressed in a white Hakuda training uniform, sat in the corner, resting her chin on her hands. Her eyes sparkled as she watched Masatsuki Aozaki standing in the center. Looking at the man elegant like a noble yet exuding an untamed, reckless air, Mashiro couldn't help but drift into memories. Like Zanjutsu, Hakuda is divided into 10 ranks, with the 10th being the highest. Mashiro had reached the 8th rank. In the past, whenever the 9th Division organized training sessions, she always served as the Hakuda instructor, teaching with effortless grace while being admired by countless subordinates. Because of this, her Hakuda skills were highly regarded within the squad. But everything changed after she joined the 11th Division. After becoming the 3rd seat, she had been waiting for her work assignments, expecting Yamazaki Itara to appoint her as the Hakuda instructor. Instead, what she received was a regretful notice from him. 3rd seat Mashiro Kuna, the squad members have unanimously requested that the captain handle Hakuda training. If you want to teach, I'm afraid you'll need to switch to a different combat style. Even with Mashiro's usual carefree attitude, she couldn't help but feel irritated by Yamazaki Itara's rejection. She never considered herself a teacher and had little interest in instructing, but having a role she had long held suddenly taken away left her with a sense of frustration. Hakuda was her specialty, her favorite combat style, the one she was most passionate about. Even her Zanpakutō Shikai form was tailored to complement Hakuda, taking the shape of a protective gauntlet. She wasn't interested in teaching, but being a Hakuda instructor came with an exclusive training hall, so she never minded the role. During her time in the 9th Division, even as the 4th seat, her Hakuda rank was equal to that of Captain Kensei Maguruma. In pure technique, she could even slightly outmatch him. Now, after being transferred to a new squad by the captain commander, her role had been taken by someone without even an official Hakuda rank. It was impossible for her not to care. Yamazaki Itara's message was clear: the squad members didn't acknowledge her Hakuda skills. Despite her 8th rank title, they placed more trust in an unranked captain. That was why Yamazaki Itara had sounded regretful, suggesting she shift her focus to another teaching area. After all, she was still a high-ranking officer, and even if she couldn't teach Hakuda, there were other skills worth learning from her. The problem was, she wasn't particularly skilled in other areas. Her Zanjutsu was no match for Yamazaki Itara, her Kid was weaker than Jin Ichimaru's, and her Shunpo fell short of Ryusuke and Izumo, who were from the 2nd Division. Simply put, there was no need for her to teach at all. Then, Lieutenant Yamazaki, may I ask when the captain's classes are scheduled? Mashiro frowned, feeling an unspoken pressure as she asked seriously. This weekend. Kenpeki Aozaki will be holding a Hakuta class at the main dojo. Any squad member interested is free to attend. Yamazaki Itara smiled, clearly looking forward to the class himself. This weekend? Fine. I'll attend and see for myself just how incredible the captain's Hakuta is, to the point that the entire squad demanded he teach them. Mashiro huffed at the time, her frustration evident. She might appear naive and carefree, but she was perceptive. She immediately understood the underlying message in Yamazaki Itara's words. Just from her expression, it was clear she wasn't convinced. But since she had never witnessed Masatsuki Aozaki using Hakuta to demolish the entire squad, her skepticism was understandable. Yamazaki Itara let out a helpless smile. The 11th Division was, without a doubt, the most combat-driven squad in the Gotei 13. Every year, countless battle-hungry Shinigami fought fiercely for a chance to join its ranks. And in this division, strength determined everything: status, promotions, authority. In other words, if you didn't have overwhelming strength, you couldn't hold on to the captain's seat. The fact that the squad members begged Masatsuki Aozaki to teach them Hakuta, showering him with endless praise, said all there was to say about his power. Third seat Mashiro Kuna was still too young. Ignoring Itara Yamazaki's sympathetic gaze, Mashiro Kuna secretly thought to herself, I hope he humiliates himself in front of everyone during class this weekend. That was the worst kind of malice she could muster. When the weekend arrived, Masatsuki Aozaki showed up at the dojo as promised for the Hakuta class. Over 200 squad members filled the dojo, listening intently as he demonstrated Hakuta techniques. Aside from his voice and the sharp sound of strikes cutting through the air, the place was utterly silent. As she listened to his warm yet powerful voice and watched the flawless coordination of his muscles and movements, Mashiro Kuna felt as if she were drifting through an endless sea of knowledge and technique. Every punch, every kick, every motion flowed with strength like the crashing waves of an ocean. Enthralled by his deep, commanding voice, Mashiro Kuna found herself completely captivated by the man on stage. As Masatsuki Aozaki finished his demonstration, he slowly withdrew his fist, then stood at the center of the dojo and bowed to everyone. This was a basic gesture of respect, unrelated to rank or strength. Amazing! Boom! The moment someone voiced their admiration, the dojo erupted into thunderous applause. I never realized just how much force was behind the punch that sent me flying back then. The captain slowed down his movements, and I still couldn't catch everything. This is insane. His strikes are as powerful as a Ryutsu attack. So the captain was holding back before. If he hadn't, I'd have ended up just like that kid puppet, completely shattered. Squad members jumped to their feet, their gazes locked onto the strikingly handsome man bowing before them, eyes blazing with admiration. 10 Dan? He's definitely at a 10 Dan level. No, he surpasses every martial artist in Seireitei. And he's even younger than me. Mashiro Kuna's wide eyes remained fixed on the man being showered with praise. As an 8th Dan in Hakuta, she knew all too well what 9th Dan masters thought of her level amateur. Their Ryutsu might not have been much compared to hers, but their technique demanded painstaking dedication. She had spent decades honing her skills and still hadn't reached their level. At that moment, watching the bright and confident man step down from the stage, she carved his name into her memory, never to forget it. Captain Aozaki. As he approached, Mashiro Kuna hesitated slightly before greeting him shyly. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled. Mashiro, no need to be so formal. Just call me Masatsuki. That single sentence made Mashiro Kuna immediately wary of him. But his next words changed her mind. Mashiro, are you interested in Hakuta? Do you want to learn Captain Commander Yamamoto's combat techniques? If you do, I can teach you. Masatsuki Aozaki said this without the slightest hesitation, as if passing down his master's teachings meant nothing to him. After all, Yamamoto had never explicitly forbidden the transmission of Hakuta. To Mashiro Kuna, however, it felt like sheer generosity this Kenpaku's selflessness laid bare. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Training. In the 11th Division Barracks, within the captain's private dojo. Smack. 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 As the sounds of strikes gradually faded, the Hakuta training session neared its end, and Mashiro Kuna's thoughts drifted back to the present. That was incredible, Masatsuki. Mashiro Kuna exclaimed, quickly rolling up her sleeves and throwing a few punches of her own. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked up at Masatsuki Aozaki. Masatsuki, your level is definitely worthy of a 10th Dan certification from the Hakuta Association. Just watching how you generate power has helped me so much, it's like every cell in my body is screaming at me to start training right away. The whole certification process is way too tedious. For me, what matters is whether my techniques hold up in battle, not whether some so-called masters recognize them. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled, ruffling Mashiro Kuna's hair as he flexed his fingers. Both Old Man Yamamoto and Anohana had evaluated him before, saying that if he applied for certification, he could easily obtain the highest 10th Dan rank in Zanjutsu, Hakuta, and Kid. If there were a Shunpo association in Seireitei, he figured he'd probably qualify for 10th Dan there as well. But to him, getting officially ranked was a waste of time. It would only expose information about his abilities. Sure, there were some benefits, like earning a formal title and receiving association subsidies, but compared to the risks, those perks were meaningless. I get it. Masatsuki is teaching me not to chase empty fame but to pursue true martial arts. I'll do my best. Mashiro Kuna beamed, nudging the hand still ruffling her hair. Masatsuki Aozaki waved her off with a grin. Mashiro, if you keep working hard, you'll definitely reach my level one day. Keep at it. I understand. But I'm still so far behind you, Masatsuki. I've been training for years and still haven't reached 9th Dan. Mashiro Kuna sighed, running a hand through her hair, looking a little discouraged. Reaching near 9th Dan at your age is already an incredible feat. With consistent training and my guidance, you'll reach 10th Dan sooner or later. Masatsuki Aozaki sat down beside her, offering reassurance. It's all thanks to you, Masatsuki. If you hadn't been coaching me, I wouldn't have improved so quickly. The ever-energetic girl instantly perked up, clenching her small fists with renewed enthusiasm. That's because you've got talent, Mashiro. Among my peers, your Hakuta skills are second only to your Yuuki's. As Masatsuki Aozaki thought back to his sparring sessions with your Yuuki, always ending with her bright, carefree laughter, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Compared to your Yuuki, Mashiro Kuna was undoubtedly more specialized. Her talent in Hakuta was outstanding, but it didn't extend much beyond that. Her aptitude for Ryutsu, Zanjutsu, Kid, and Shunpo was fairly average. Of course, average was relative to Masatsuki Aozaki. In terms of Ryutsu alone, unless she received some external boost in the future, she would likely max out at a standard captain level. Whether she would be able to achieve Bankai was uncertain, and compared to Ranjaku Matsumoto, there was simply no contest. Ranjaku Matsumoto, who was about the same age as Masatsuki Aozaki, had recently reached lieutenant-level Ryutsu. Masatsuki estimated that in less than 10 years, she would attain captain-level Ryutsu. Even Old Man Yamamoto had remarked that she was a once-in-a-millennium genius, someone who would, without a doubt, catch up to Masatsuki Aozaki one day. By catch up, Yamamoto was referring to reaching the absolute limits of a Shinigami's potential. In his view, Masatsuki Aozaki was exceptionally gifted, but as a Shinigami, he would ultimately hit a ceiling. Sooner or later, Ranjaku Matsumoto would reach that same peak. Yoryuki? You mean Yoryuki Shion, the head of the Shion clan and captain of the 2nd Division. Mashiro Kuna thought for a moment before a slight blush crept onto her delicate face. She pouted. That's right. Even the old man acknowledges her Hakuda skills, Masatsuki Aozaki said, glancing at the girl, who had lowered her head. I used to spar with her often, that's how I improved so quickly. In that case, Masatsuki has never really sparred with me, hey? Every time I told you to go all out against me, you refused. Thinking about how Masatsuki Aozaki always seemed to keep his distance from her, Mashiro Kuna puffed up her cheeks in frustration. I actually wouldn't mind sparring with you, Mashiro. I'm just afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. Masatsuki Aozaki teased, blinking playfully. I'm not afraid. Bring it on, Masatsuki. The usually sweet and soft-spoken girl instantly transformed into a fierce warrior at his teasing. She shot up from her seat and demonstrated a set of aggressive boxing techniques with sharp precision. All right. I won't say anything more. Let's see just how much you've improved. Masatsuki Aozaki extended his hand, watching as a strange blush still lingered on Mashiro Kuna's face. I won't disappoint you. Fueled by excitement at the chance to spar with Masatsuki, Mashiro Kuna's energy surged. She stepped forward, assuming a proper combat stance. Ha! Her battle cry echoed through the dojo as she charged in. She started with a rapid series of short punches, launching a fierce offensive. Then, she switched to a more open and powerful style, increasing the force behind her strikes. The fight quickly escalated in intensity. Masatsuki Aozaki remained purely on defense. Whether it was her swift, relentless short punches or her powerful, heavy strikes, he caught each one effortlessly. Their movements were sharp and fluid, displaying both skill and grace. As Masatsuki Aozaki observed her, he noted how surprisingly strong she was despite her flexibility. Every impact of her fists against his palms rang out with crisp, clean strikes. Not bad. With this level of Hakuda, you'd stand a decent chance against a lieutenant-level Shinigami. Holding her soft but firm hand, Masatsuki Aozaki offered an honest assessment. In the world of the Shinigami, challenging someone of a higher rank was extremely difficult. Ryutsu played too great a role, capable of compensating for countless weaknesses. Among all combat techniques, Ryutsu had the biggest impact on battle power. For someone with only 6th rank Ryutsu to hold their own against a lieutenant-level opponent using Hakuda alone was a testament to Mashiro Kuna's raw talent. However, to Masatsuki, her Hakuda still felt like a child playing at fighting. With one hand, he grasped her fist and pulled her in. The counterattack he expected never came. Instead, Mashiro Kuna suddenly seemed to lose all strength, collapsing against him. What's this now? Masatsuki Aozaki glanced down at the girl in his arms. Her green hair partially covered her face, but it wasn't long enough to completely hide the deep flush on her cheeks. His mind instinctively recalled what he knew about her. Despite her airhead demeanor, she was actually quite sharp, calculating, even. Masatsuki. Looking up at him, Mashiro wrinkled her nose slightly, as if irritated by his lack of reaction. Don't overestimate my self-control. Masatsuki shamelessly blew a soft breath against her ear, slowly pressing her against the spotless wooden wall as he moved on to the next phase of their training. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Professionalism. This is what a cute yet scheming girl looks like. One day, she's going to completely devour me. As Masatsuki Aozaki walked back to his dormitory, he recalled the girl's shyness, the warmth of her lips, and the sweetness of her breath. He nodded to himself in satisfaction. A young girl's love really is sweet. I can still taste it even now. It's probably just because you ate too many peony cakes. A normal person's mouth wouldn't taste sweet. A voice cut through his pleasant daydream, dragging him back to reality. Looking up, Masatsuki found himself facing an old, no, a silver-haired boy. His expression grew serious. Even Ran has grown up, but you still look like a kid. Don't tell me you're going to stay this size forever. Even if I've crushed your fantasies, isn't that a bit too personal? Ranjaku's case was special. My growth rate is perfectly normal. The white-haired boy squinted slightly, just enough for Masatsuki Aozaki to pause. Most of his old friends had already grown into adults, making him unusually self-conscious about his own youthful appearance. All right, Jin, I was wrong. Don't get mad. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned, though his expression lacked even a hint of sincerity, which made Jin Ichimaru itch to punch him right in his smug face. No one else in the 11th Division dared to tease Jin about his height. Either they had been beaten into submission or they simply chose to be polite. Masatsuki Aozaki was the only one bold enough to do it, and the worst part? Jin couldn't even win in a fight against him. It was downright frustrating. How had he been so blind back then, trailing after Masatsuki like a lost puppy? If he had known better, he might as well have just died in Rukanga. Now, he was stuck repaying his life debt. Come to think of it, Masatsuki had saved him once again back in the 2nd Division. That made 2 times now. How long was he going to be paying this guy back? So, does this mean everything's ready? Masatsuki Aozaki folded his arms and leaned lazily against the wall, the captain's Hayori crumpling against the pressure. Jin Ichimaru didn't know what to say to this guy who treated his captaincy like it was nothing. Most captains except maybe Yoryuki Shion, who was just as much of a rogue, still carried some level of authority in their demeanor. Masatsuki Aozaki, on the other hand, ran the 11th Division like a gang boss, no different from when he ruled over Rukanga. And the worst part? His squad members absolutely ate it up. They called him Kenpeki, Captain, or even Oyabun with respect, but their attitude toward him was the same as Rukanga thugs fawning over their leader. Still, Jin wouldn't have expected this so-called captain who spent his days beating up male squad members while going easy on the female ones to actually take time out of his busy schedule to handle division matters. Then again, it made sense. On the surface, Masatsuki acted like he didn't care about anything, but in reality, he was always working behind the scenes on things best kept in the shadows. There was no way someone like him would be truly indifferent. This guy was rotten to the core. Clearly, he had been keeping an eye on the rebels all along. But since this whole mess involved too many people, he had just chosen to keep everything to himself. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Jin Ichimaru's mind in an instant. On the surface, however, he remained expressionless, simply staring into Masatsuki Aozaki's seemingly gentle black eyes. Kagekukaki is waiting for you in the reception room. Lieutenant Yamazaki is seeing to him, Jin Ichimaru said, his tone laced with irritation. Oh? That's perfect, Masatsuki Aozaki replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like he's in quite a hurry. The rebels have been acting like cornered rats lately. It's as if they know their time is up, so they've started attacking the major noble houses. Even the Kukaki clan's vassals have been affected. The two strolled toward the meeting room, chatting casually. They know they've been abandoned, Masatsuki Aozaki murmured to himself. Yamamoto had made up his mind to move against the rebels, and it was clear the order came from above. That meant the noble power struggle was reaching its conclusion. However, the Tsuneyashiro clan wouldn't be able to keep up their petty schemes much longer. One captain-level Shinigami after another had died, and even a true captain had fallen. Raising a captain-level fighter required enormous resources and effort. Not even the mighty Tsuneyashiro clan could afford such losses. For them, this war was like sinking into a bottomless swamp. If they didn't pull out soon, they'd be dragged into a slow and inevitable demise. The war had to end. But the rebels were still rebels. They had tried to overthrow Seireitei. For them, this war was already lost. And when the war ended, so would they. Still, before they died, they might as well make themselves useful. Watching Masatsuki Aozaki's indifferent, almost amused expression, Jin Ichimaru could tell the rebels were in for a very bad time. He didn't know what Masatsuki was planning, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Whatever. What do their lives have to do with me? If they die, they die. Serves them right. Following behind Masatsuki Aozaki, Jin mused to himself. There were few people he truly cared about, and the rebels certainly weren't among them. What does it matter? They're just rebels. I've taken plenty of lives before. The person I need to protect is right in front of me. No matter how many lives I take for that, I'll never regret it. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at Jin Ichimaru, who had suddenly fired up with determination, and raised an eyebrow in confusion. He wasn't sure what Jin was thinking, but judging by his expression, he was feeling particularly dramatic. Young people, always letting their emotions run wild. He's been following me for so long, and he still hasn't learned any composure, Masatsuki sighed to himself. Why is he looking at me like that? Has his brain finally snapped? Jin Ichimaru twitched slightly as Masatsuki suddenly sighed and shook his head, giving him a look of exaggerated pity. All the way to the reception room, the two trusted friends who would stake their lives on each other kept up an easygoing conversation, while internally questioning each other's sanity more than once. We're here. I'll go in first and bring Lieutenant Yamazaki out. You two can discuss command matters in private. No need for us to get involved, Jin said, stepping ahead and stopping outside the door, the very picture of professionalism. Oh! As expected of my personal secretary, so thoughtful. I'll leave it to you, then. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded approvingly at the door. Looks like I'll have to give you a raise. Don't call me that weird name. Jin snapped, though he made no move to refuse the pay raise. Instead, he knocked lightly on the door. Less than a minute later, Jin Ichimaru emerged with Itara Yamazaki. Captain, Kagakukaki is inside. Appreciate it. Exchanging a glance with them, Masatsuki Aozaki pushed open the door and stepped inside. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, The Limitations of Kaika Suijutsu. Jin Ichimaru stepped out of his quarters, glancing at the clock outside. It was already 7, yet the barracks remained silent. Skillfully, he called out to the soldier standing outside his door. Izumo, what time is it? Masatsuki still isn't up? Go wake him up. Tell him to hurry and remind him about today's business. No problem. But I'm afraid the captain still won't want to get up, Izumo responded, bowing before heading toward the captain's quarters. It's fine. It's not time yet, but at least he should be aware, Jin said, knowing Masatsuki Aozaki all too well. He had taken care of his savior with effortless familiarity. Masatsuki might be someone who indulged in his desires, but when he truly set his mind on something, he gave it his all. He was never one to be easily swayed by temptation. Perhaps that was the very reason he had survived for so long. Jin then made his way to the cafeteria, ordering the usual Chinese breakfast Masatsuki Aozaki liked. By now, most of the 11th Division members had gathered, brimming with energy and eager for battle. Knock, knock. Hearing the sound at his door and sensing the familiar Ryutsu, Masatsuki Aozaki, still lying in bed, lazily glanced toward it. He had been awake for a while now, staring at the ceiling for nearly 10 minutes, doing absolutely nothing but lingering in bed. 3 knocks, then silence. Masatsuki hadn't even spoken, yet Izumo's Ryutsu was already fading away. After spending so much time together, Izumo understood Masatsuki's habits well. 3 knocks were enough. No unnecessary words, no pointless reminders. Masatsuki finally sat up against the headboard. Under the blanket, something shifted. He lifted it, revealing a familiar face. Ryusuke? Izumo? Or Jin? A lazy, sultry voice drifted out, carrying a hint of flirtation that sent a tremor through Masatsuki's heart. Her appearance hadn't changed much, yet her charm only grew stronger with each passing day. Every glance, every smile, it was captivating. The allure of a mature woman. It was Izumo. You've seen him plenty of times, how do you still not recognize his Ryutsu? Masatsuki nudged the cute little nose of the blonde beauty beside him. I can't be bothered to remember. As long as I know friend from foe, that's all that matters, Rangiku Matsumoto huffed, then leaned in and pressed a soft kiss against his lips. Masatsuki didn't argue. He knew she wasn't lying. To be blunt, Izumo simply wasn't important enough for her to commit his Ryutsu to memory. I've got important things to do today, so I can't stay with you, Masatsuki said casually, spreading his hands. What? That's not fair. Rangiku whined, her voice adorably pitiful. I told you about this already, so don't play innocent. Now hurry up and get back to the first division. To Masatsuki, that was still the safest place in all of Seireitei, a security that only the old man could provide. He knew Kaika Suijutsu worked on the old man, but Sokaizen wouldn't dare try to deceive him so easily. That was the kind of deterrence the old man carried. His very existence alone was enough to impose unseen pressure on those with ill intentions. After some coaxing and playful resistance, Masatsuki indulged Rangiku for another half an hour. Once everything was in order, he finished breakfast in the cafeteria and headed toward the division's dojo. In the captain's lounge next to the dojo, Masatsuki Aozaki looked at Jin Ichimaru standing across from him. Is everything ready? The pre-battle mobilization is complete. Are you really not coming with us? Jin asked. No, I have other things to take care of. Moving with you would be inconvenient. Masatsuki patted Jin's shoulder with a smile. This battle depends on you, Captain Masatsuki Aozaki. If anyone else had been in the room, they would have noticed that Jin Ichimaru's appearance had changed. He now looked exactly like Masatsuki Aozaki. Jin, unfazed, simply nodded. Understood. Fourth seat Jin Ichimaru, I'll leave the barracks in your hands. Masatsuki ran his fingers over bench senran at his waist. At some point, Kaika Suijutsu's power had activated without a sound, and in the eyes of certain people, Jin Ichimaru had become Masatsuki Aozaki. Having Jin take his place was a risky move, but it was one of Kaika Suijutsu's inherent limitations. The Zanpakutō's power altered the perception of those under its hypnosis, but it couldn't create something from nothing. That was why Aizen, when deceiving Shinji Hirako, needed to prepare a double. It was also why, when faking his own death in the future, he left his Zanpakutō behind. Without something to act as a substitute, he couldn't fabricate an illusion of himself from thin air. For the so-called strongest illusion-type Zanpakutō, Kaika Suijutsu had quite a few flaws. It required precise conditions, specific targets, rituals, illusions, and Ryutsu alignment. Even the illusions created by its hypnosis had to be meticulously crafted by the wielder. This was why Masatsuki rarely used Kaika Suijutsu in battle. Its offensive power was limited, and its conditions for use were restrictive. Against weaker or equal Ryutsu opponents, Masatsuki didn't even need Kaika Suijutsu, he could crush them outright. Against stronger opponents, the illusion wouldn't work, and splitting his focus to construct an illusion would only create openings for his enemy to exploit. For him, it was just impractical. Aizen, however, had managed to push Kaika Suijutsu far beyond its natural limits. Oh, right, Masatsuki suddenly spoke up. What is it? Jin asked. Don't go around flirting with girls while wearing my face. Masatsuki's expression was serious. This was his bottom line. Jin rolled his eyes. You think I'm like you? I have no interest in women. To avoid suspicion, I already sent third seat Mashiro Kuna out ahead of time. She should be on the road with the female squad members by now. Masatsuki stroked his chin, clearly pleased with his considerate subordinate. That's more like it. He waved a hand. Since everything's ready, head out. You're not going to wait any longer. Jin instinctively glanced toward the dormitories. No need. She's a bit tired and won't be coming to see you off. Masatsuki met Jin's gaze, shamelessly making his excuse. Jin. He didn't need to ask, he already knew what had happened last night. That wasn't something a kid like him needed to know. Masatsuki shrugged, looking a little helpless. After all, Kakoshiba, Yoryuki Shion, and Lisa Yudmera were either too far away or too busy due to their positions. By comparison, Rangiku Matsumoto had the most free time and visited him the most. As for Mashiro Kuna, she was the closest, though their relationship was still in its early stages. But it probably wouldn't take much longer to progress. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Arrogance Requires Ability. South Rukonga, District 80 Shirin. Golden sunlight bathed the mountain forest, casting a sacred glow over the blood-stained land. The morning had been overcast, yet by noon, the sky had cleared completely, as if even the heavens had acknowledged this righteous war. Life-giving light poured down like a golden river, illuminating the battlefield where men clashed in combat, screams of pain echoed, and others fled in desperation. Kill them! Wipe out these rebels! Protect the Soul King and the 5 great clans. Traitors must be eliminated. Damn the nobles! We've been betrayed! Masatsuki Aozaki stood on the trunk of a large tree, draped in a black cloak that concealed his ryotsu, gazing down at the chaos below. The battlefield was a mess of battle cries, curses, and blood-soaked earth. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, warm against his skin. Severed limbs littered the forest floor, while the wind rustled the canopy above, adding an eerie undertone to the carnage. Landing lightly on the ground, Masatsuki listened to the clashes still raging in the distance. Soldiers and rebels locked in battle, blades colliding as each fought for the other's life. The 11th Division handled the main front, while Keiga Kukaki led the 1st Division's special forces to guard the perimeter, ensuring none of the enemy escaped. Masatsuki glanced at Keiga without a trace of concern. He wasn't worried about being seen through. Their riot soul levels were on par, and as long as he didn't use Bankai to amplify his presence, there was no risk of his illusion being exposed. Besides, the two weren't particularly familiar with each other. Even in close proximity, Keiga wouldn't notice anything amiss. War, it's almost over, Masatsuki murmured, gazing into the distance with a trace of sentiment. Who are you? Why are you blocking our path? A squad of 6 had appeared behind him, clad in tattered uniforms bearing the rebel insignia. The leader eyed him warily. This is quite a distance from the main battlefield, Masatsuki remarked, glancing at their tense expressions. Judging by your panicked faces, are you running away? The rebel leader's gaze flickered to the Zanpakutō at Masatsuki's waist. Narrowing his eyes, he drew his own blade. This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, step aside. Masatsuki rolled his eyes, tilting his head back to peer at the sunlight streaming through the leaves. Cocky, aren't you? Reminds me of myself on an average day. His lips curled into a smirk. But arrogance requires skill and you just so happen to lack it. What a shame. What nonsense are you spouting? You think a coward hiding in the shadows has the right to be so arrogant against our righteous army? The rebel leader raised his sword and charged. Masatsuki sighed, effortlessly raising his blade to block the attack. He eyed the group with mild interest. You seem like a small-time leader, so let's not kid ourselves. Do you rebels even understand how worthless you are? Without noble backing, you're barely surviving in the Shirin district. The rebel leader's expression darkened, but before he could react, Masatsuki's gaze sharpened. Rank 10 Ryotsu? Not bad, he mused, sizing him up. As for the ones behind you, average Shinigami level. They'll do for a filler. The intensity of Masatsuki's stare made the leader instinctively step back. Who the hell are you? He demanded. That's not something you need to worry about. Seeing his opponent falter, Masatsuki didn't waste words. In an instant, he appeared right in front of him. A single swing, blood splattered in all directions. The remaining 5 rebels swallowed hard, hands trembling as they touched their foreheads in disbelief. Just moments ago, their leader had been exchanging words with this man, then, in the blink of an eye, he was struck down. Worse still, he hadn't even been able to block a single attack. His Zanpakutō lay shattered, and his body crumpled lifelessly on the ground, save for the gaping wound in his chest still faintly bleeding. Relax, he's not dead yet, Masatsuki said lightly, flicking his blade. A graceful arc of blood painted the ground. But he will be soon. His golden eyes glowed with amusement as he gazed at the remaining rebels. Are you ready to join him? And no. They didn't get to finish their sentence. Masatsuki had already moved. In the next instant, the forest was drenched in blood. Didn't that guy say he was coming? Where is he now? Don't tell me Ranjiko has him wrapped around her finger again, and he can't get away. Disguised by Masatsuki Aozaki's illusion, Jin Ichimaru stood on the cliff with a few escorts. Every now and then, he casually cut down a rebel while observing the battlefield, lost in thought. On the other side of the forest, Captain! A 1st Division soldier saluted. What's the situation? Keiga Kukaki asked with a nod. The 11th Division has already broken through 2 defensive lines. The enemy is holed up in their stronghold, making a last stand, the soldier reported. At this rate, I'd say the 11th Division will wipe them out in no more than 4 hours. But... Keiga frowned impatiently. But what? He hated when people dragged out their words. The soldier hesitated, then said, it's just. Kenpeki Aozaki doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move. He's been observing the battle the whole time. So far, only the squads led by the seated officers have been attacking. Keiga, as if expecting this, smirked slightly and said, that's where you don't understand. He's training the squad members. The 11th Division was always going to crush the rebels. This battle is nothing more than a live exercise for him. If the captain had to do everything himself, then the Gotei 13 would only need captains. Would the other divisions even have a purpose? He felt a bit smug about having asked Masatsuki Aozaki about the battle plan in advance. It gave him a perfect chance to show off his intelligence in front of his subordinates. I see, the soldiers said, their eyes widening with admiration. But after a moment, they couldn't help but wonder. Since when had their reckless and impulsive captain become this sharp? Keiga noticed their reaction and nodded in satisfaction. He thrived on recognition. Even if these soldiers didn't hold a candle to Jinrei Kukaki in his heart, their respect still lifted his spirits. But the moment he thought about his father-in-law, that sense of satisfaction faded. Before departing today, the old man hadn't offered him a single word of concern. Masatsuki Aozaki had reminded Jinrei Kukaki about it, but Keiga knew all too well his father-in-law was stubborn. A few words wouldn't change his mind. Still, wasn't he the man's son-in-law? Would it kill him to show a little care? Did Jinrei Kukaki even see him as part of the family? Frustration flickered across Keiga's face. He had come from an ordinary Shinigami family, but from the moment he entered the Shin Academy, he had always been seen as a dazzling genius. Looks alone wouldn't have been enough to earn him a place in the Kukaki clan. It was his talent and reputation that made it possible. Both nobles and commoners admired him. Even the captain commander himself had praised his abilities more than once. Yet, the one person he revered most, his father-in-law, had never once acknowledged his talent. He was always kind to Shun Kukaki and Byakuya Kukaki. So why was it different with him? Was it simply because the blood of the Kukaki clan didn't run in his veins? 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, The Soul King's Injustice. As night fell, the 11th Division soldiers quickly returned from Rukonga to their barracks in Seireitei. 11th Division Barracks. The entrance, resembling the grand gate of a noble estate, stood solemn and imposing. Originally, the 11th Division Barracks were situated right next to the street, but after renovations, a towering white wall now separated them. Living close to the common people wasn't an issue, but some of Masatsuki Aozaki's activities weren't meant for public view. Some things could be seen, others, not so much. At this moment, however, Masatsuki Aozaki and Itara Yamazaki stood in the captain's office, facing what might be the greatest challenge of their lives. Because, despite being the two highest-ranking officers in the 11th Division, neither of them knew how to write a battlefield report. That, at least, was understandable. Masatsuki had always dumped all the paperwork on Jin Ichimaru. And Itara wasn't much better. If he were smarter, he wouldn't have come up with the idiotic idea of challenging Masatsuki's strength in public just to get closer to him. What battlefield report? I've never heard of such a thing, Masatsuki scoffed. If you want me to publish Seireitei's most popular men's magazine, sure, but writing a report? No thanks. But Captain, I was on the front lines the entire time. I couldn't see the full picture. Wouldn't it be better if someone else handled the report? Lieutenant Yamazaki, what kind of talk is that? As the lieutenant, isn't it your duty to share your captain's burdens? But I don't know how. It's embarrassing for a lieutenant to admit he can't do paperwork. Stop trying to pass the buck. The previous lieutenant handled all the reports. I've never done it before. What do we do now? As the two of them bickered back and forth, Jin Ichimaru felt a massive headache coming on. His gaze drifted toward the division's third seat, Mashiro Kuna. She was sitting there with an expression that screamed, "I know nothing," completely spacing out. Jin's fingers twitched. These three good-for-nothing slackers deserved to be dragged up Shihakushō Hill and executed. Why was it that these utterly useless people were somehow ranked above him? The Soul King was truly unfair. Itara Yamazaki gets to be lieutenant, but I, Jin Ichimaru, can't. So, what do we do now? Mashiro finally spoke, wiping the drool from her mouth as she stared at Masatsuki, who was calmly sitting in his chair, munching on a peony cake. The battle had lasted all day, and she hadn't eaten a single bite since breakfast. She was practically starving. And honestly, what kind of boyfriend hoards good food instead of sharing with his girlfriend? Mashiro's cheeks puffed up in annoyance, clearly displeased. Masatsuki smirked, eyes glinting mischievously. He deliberately picked up the half-eaten peony cake and waved it in front of her. Mashiro caught on immediately. Without hesitation, she leaped onto the desk and snatched the cake straight from his hand with her teeth. Masatsuki, having just discovered the joy of hand-feeding, felt a surge of amusement and reached out to ruffle Mashiro's soft hair. Two single men in the office stared at them in disgust. Jin Ichimaru had apparently had enough. With a sigh of resignation, he spoke up. "I'll handle the report. You two behave yourselves. If the other squad members see this, it won't set a good example." The last thing he wanted was for the other female team members to start acting like Mashiro Kuna. If that happened, and the whole squad ended up filled with captains' wives, how was he supposed to manage the division? Well, if that's the case, there's no other choice. And here I thought I'd have to be the responsible captain and take care of everything myself, Masatsuki Aozaki said, looking up at Jin's smirking face with mock disappointment. This was supposed to be your responsibility in the first place, Jin shot back, rolling his eyes before turning and walking out. Right behind him, Itara Yamazaki quickly made his escape, as if terrified Masatsuki would rope him into writing the report instead. Knock, knock, knock. A steady knocking echoed through the office, abruptly cutting off Masatsuki's fun. Mashiro Kuna sheepishly returned to her seat. Both of them straightened their clothes before Masatsuki spoke. "Come in." A masked figure dressed in black flickered into the room, kneeling on one knee. "Captain Aozaki." "What is it?" "The Captain Commander has issued an order. A captain's meeting will be held at the 1st Division in 7 days. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you are expected to attend." "I'll be there." Masatsuki gave him a brief glance. The report hasn't even been submitted yet, and they're already calling a meeting? He needed to make sure Jin finished that report fast. The messenger nodded before vanishing just as swiftly as he had arrived. "So, what now?" Masatsuki asked, glancing at Mashiro, who was still in a bit of a daze. Seeing her wipe at her mouth, he could tell she was starving. "Masatsuki, I'm so hungry. I don't even have the energy to mess around." Mashiro pouted before launching herself at him. Her words might have sounded weak, but Masatsuki could feel the strength in her grip. If needed, she could probably go fight another battle against the rebels without breaking a sweat. Still, if she was willing to show a softer side in front of him, as her boyfriend, he had to play along. Without hesitation, he scooped her up in a princess carry. "Well, if you're hungry, let's go eat. Do you want to head to the squad cafeteria, or would you rather go to my dorm? I've got a kitchen and plenty of ingredients, and I'd say my cooking skills aren't half bad." Masatsuki watched her carefully as he made the offer. Truth be told, he was eager to show off. If he could win her stomach, then maybe he could win her heart even more. He rarely visited his noble district mansion these days, as it was still undergoing renovations by Shine clan craftsmen. Since he couldn't go home, and with Kiryo Hikifune always hungry, he had converted part of his dorm into a kitchen instead. Mashiro gave him a strange look, staring at his serious expression. Is he taking me to his dorm? Was this a step forward in their relationship? She let her short hair partially cover her blushing face. Let's go to your dorm. I want to try your cooking. You actually have a kitchen? Mashiro exclaimed in disbelief. I told you, didn't I? Masatsuki started, then suddenly froze before a knowing smirk spread across his face. So that's how it is, huh? I thought you were a pure and innocent girl, but it turns out even the cutest ones are the most dangerous. You've been plotting against me all along, haven't you? Well, in that case, I won't be letting you go tonight. You go ahead and rest for a bit, Masatsuki said with a mysterious glint in his eye. I'll call you when the food's ready. Any preferences? Anything's fine. But I love sweet food. Mashiro raised her hand enthusiastically, like a student answering a teacher's question. Sweet food, huh? That does suit you. Masatsuki nodded. No other preferences? Once you finish the sweets, I've got something else delicious for you. Oh? What is it? You'll find out soon enough. Now, let me get cooking. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Understanding Banch Senran. 11th Division Barracks, Captain's Quarters. Masatsuki, you lazy bum, time to get up. Masatsuki Aozaki lay in bed, holding his green-haired lover in his arms. She was soft and light, his drowsy eyes fluttering open to a familiar sight. Floating in the air were the twin sisters, Banch and Senran. Banch, the older sister, was making a silly face, while Senran, the younger one, puffed up her cheeks in mock anger and poked his face. You two are just too cute. Masatsuki thought to himself with genuine admiration. I was just dreaming about you. Hey! Senran froze mid-motion, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. Banch covered her face and chuckled. They had mimicked Muramis's power. Whenever Masatsuki absent-mindedly called out their names in his mind, the twins would forcibly hijack Muramis's ability and pop out to mess with him, As a result, every time he attempted Jinzen lately, a tall, emotional woman standing at 1.7 meters would inevitably throw herself into his arms, sobbing dramatically. Masatsuki grasped the hilt of Banch Senran and entered his inner world. The once pure white landscape had changed long ago, now filled with color. The earth had taken on a natural brown hue, waves rhythmically crashed against rocky shores, and the blazing sun and crimson moon hung high in the sky. A gentle breeze, like a girl's delicate fingers, brushed against his face, carrying the sounds of chirping birds, rustling beasts, and splashing fish. Laughter echoed continuously in the distance. In one corner, a woman with long brown hair crouched low. She wore a tight-fitting bodysuit beneath a flowing leather skirt that reached her ankles. Her mature, alluring figure was fully wrapped in white garments. Even in high-heeled white boots, her posture remained effortlessly graceful. Her large, expressive eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Masatsuki suspected this stark contrast in appearance and demeanor was a product of Banch's twisted sense of humor. But Banch insisted that this timid older sister was actually a manifestation of Masatsuki's own subconscious desires. Masatsuki, Banch, and Senran are bullying me. Muramasa rushed toward him, visibly flustered, and leaped into his arms, clinging onto him like a koala. All right, I got it. I'll deal with them later. Masatsuki ran his fingers through her silky hair, holding her with a smile. There's no way I have such a weird sense of humor. But this timid older sister is seriously soft and smells nice. And that contrast in her personality is kind of adorable. Masatsuki, you have to stand up for me, Muramasa mumbled weakly, resting against him as she took a deep breath, giggling to herself. Muramasa, Masatsuki-chan belongs to everyone, you can't keep him all to yourself. A cheerful voice rang out from behind. Turning his head, Masatsuki met Banch's gentle gaze. Muramasa stiffened instantly. Ain-san. She muttered sheepishly. Ain-san? What is this, some kind of delinquent girl gang? Masatsuki had no idea how to deal with this instantly submissive older sister. He couldn't even bring himself to try. Without a word, Senran grabbed Muramasa by the back of her collar and casually tossed her aside. She traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing into a pile of rubble. You went a little overboard, didn't you? Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled, though he wasn't really worried about Muramasa. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. We sisters wouldn't hurt her. With the right intent, even stone can turn soft, Senran said quickly, gazing up at the sun and moon shining together in the sky. Masatsuki grinned. I always keep you in my heart. Was this her way of reminding him to pay more attention to her? How subtle. If it were Banch, she'd just tell him straight up to care about her more instead of dancing around the point like this. I don't need your concern. Besides, saying that now doesn't sound convincing at all, Senran huffed, crossing her arms and looking away. But deep inside, she couldn't help feeling a rush of joy. Masatsuki really does care about me. He understands my feelings. Watching him rush over, Banch's whole expression brightened with delight. Oh my, I saw you getting jealous just a moment ago, and now he's ignoring you to check on another woman. What a shame. Seeing how her sister was about to fold after just a few words, Banch pursed her lips. And now he's teasing you too. Masatsuki, you really are awful. Hearing Banch's comment, Masatsuki sighed helplessly. Banch, sister. Don't be fooled by Senran's habit of throwing little tantrums. The real little devil here was Banch. She was much harder to handle. That's better. I'll let you off this time, Banch said smugly, crossing her arms and tilting her head up a bit. She loved hearing Masatsuki call her that. Seeing her triumphant expression, Masatsuki let out a relieved breath. Shall we get to business, then? Let's start. Banch nodded before turning to her sister. Senran, take off your clothes. Big sis. Ignoring her pleading look, Bansh's lips curled into a mischievous smile, her voice dripping with playful temptation. What are you so shy about? It's not like it's your first time. Besides, you don't want to be trapped in this inner world forever, do you? In the real world, there's so much more you can do. Big sis is really too good to me. She knows I get embarrassed, so she's helping me. No wonder everyone says she's kind and thoughtful. I won't forget how much she cares about me. Looking down at her sister's dazzling smile, Senran took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Just then, Masatsuki stepped beside her. Need a hand? Senran murmured, loosening her grip on her collar. But before she could move, Bansh grabbed both of her hands, her grip unbreakable. No matter how much Senran struggled, she couldn't break free. In the end, she had no choice but to accept it. We may be from the same source, but she's my big sister. Of course, she's stronger than me. It's not like I didn't try to resist. As Senran hesitated, Masatsuki remained entirely focused, his mind set on one goal: understanding everything about her. To truly materialize a Zanpakutō, one had to fully grasp its essence. Honestly, Masatsuki wasn't sure if he really needed to go this far to achieve materialization. But Bansh had told him so, and for now, he had no choice but to trust her. One thing he did know: whether her method was right or not, making his Zanpakutō happy was never a mistake. Masatsuki. After who knows how long, Senran leaned against his shoulder and softly called his name. Masatsuki couldn't tell how much time had passed. After all, the sun and moon both hung in the sky at once, unmoving. Worse yet, these two celestial ladies weren't just floating there, they were radiating their own light and heat. Ding! Congratulations, Masatsuki-chan! Materialization proficiency increased by 0.1%. Hearing the playful notification, Masatsuki turned around. This wasn't some legendary system cheat, it was just a certain mischievous girl teasing him again. Bansh stuck out her tongue. I figured seeing progress in real time would boost motivation. You really are getting to know us better, Masatsuki. Keep it up. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Bankai Training. The morning was quiet in the captain's quarters, with only Masatsuki Aozaki and Mashiro Kuna lying in bed, idly waiting for time to pass. The two were in a state of deep contemplation, feeling like a mere drop in the vast ocean of existence, marveling at the endlessness of the world. Strictly speaking, their state of mind was akin to that of a sage, indifferent to all external matters, focused only on the pursuit of truth. Seriously, I thought I'd finally get to relax after the war. But I still have to work. Mashiro Kuna grumbled, sprawled across the dark-haired man's chest. It's because the war just ended that there's so much to do. Once the aftermath is dealt with, we should be able to enjoy a long period of peace, Masatsuki replied with a smile. That's true. If it weren't for the rebel uprising, we'd have way more free time. Mashiro nodded in agreement. She had joined the Gotei 13 during peacetime. Back then, aside from training and the occasional deployment to the world of the living, there was barely anything to do. As long as one was strong, being a Shinigami was a simple job. I just didn't expect to be involved in all this. I thought I was only responsible for fighting. Doesn't Jin handle most of the paperwork? As a combatant, all you need to do is report on battlefield conditions. You don't even have to write the reports yourself, Masatsuki reassured her. Ugh, but it's such a hassle. I'd rather be practicing Hakuta than wasting time on meaningless stuff like that, Mashiro whined playfully. Alright. We'll head to the Hakuta dojo later. We worked on your muscles last night, so let's see how much stronger you've gotten today. Masatsuki spoke indulgently, though his gaze drifted toward Bansh Senran, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. The way they used quantified data to help with his Bankai training had definitely increased his motivation. If he had been able to quantify his learning efficiency back in his past life, he might have actually become the kind of model student teachers adored. According to Banch, his understanding of them had reached 19.3%. At this pace, if he trained once a day, gaining 0.1% each time, it would take a little over 2 years to reach 100%. Without external assistance, that wasn't a long time at all. It could even set a new record in the Soul Society. 2 years, hey! Masatsuki muttered, his eyes lingering on Banch Senran. Beside him, the young woman sat up and stretched, her graceful curves accentuated by the dim morning light. She dressed quickly, and the sharp, efficient cut of her Shihakushō only enhanced her energetic presence. One look was enough to tell she was full of life. No wonder she's a high-ranking seated officer specializing in Hakuta. In some ways, she even surpasses Ranjaku. The only one who could outmatch her is Yoryuki. Masatsuki, what are you looking at? Mashiro asked, catching his gaze as she stretched. Her lips curled slightly in satisfaction. She was secretly pleased. Without hesitation, she grabbed Masatsuki and yanked him up from the bed. Masatsuki instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist, glancing toward Banch Senran. It wasn't like he had seduced this energetic girl. She was simply too lively for her own good. Banch Senran's blade trembled slightly, but they didn't suddenly manifest to interrupt the moment. I have to go to the 12th Division at noon. Kiryu-san is looking for me, and I don't have much time, Masatsuki Aozaki said, stroking his chin as he glanced at the old-fashioned clock on the wall. So that means we only have 2 hours? Mashiro Kuna asked, her face twitching slightly in frustration. Despite always presenting herself as a researcher, Kiryu Hikifune was actually one of the strongest captains in the Gotei 13. Over 200 years ago, even Kenpei Kuruyashiki had acknowledged her strength. To be precise, only 1 hour. The rest has to be spent cooking. If we don't get it ready in time, something terrifying will happen. Masatsuki exaggerated, trying to scare her. Of course, he knew Kiryu wouldn't actually get that angry. If anything, she'd take the opportunity to drag him into the dorm kitchen to cook, letting him learn while eating. Spending more time together should have been good for their relationship, but Masatsuki had already mastered the art of time management, strictly scheduling every part of his day. The souls from the rebellion had all been absorbed into the Hagyaku. Whenever he had free time, he planned to wander around Rukonga to look for suitable materials. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for a captain to be delivering meals? Kisokura Harem mused as he accepted the food from Masatsuki. If people found out that Kenpei Aozaki personally brings meals to our captain every day, it might hurt the 11th Division's reputation. Masatsuki shrugged. What's the big deal about bringing food to your wife? Would you dare say that in front of Captain Kiryu? Kisuk sneered. Nope. Masatsuki declared with forced bravado, then winked. Which is why you need to keep this a secret. Don't go blabbing. And here I thought there was nothing in this world you wouldn't dare do. Kisuk shook his head but nodded nonetheless. Pranks had their limits. Some things weren't worth pushing too far. Enough about that. Let's talk about you, Masatsuki said, raising an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. It hasn't been that long since we last met, and you've already broken through to 3rd rank Ryutsu. Kisuk chuckled, his smile carrying an air of maturity beyond his years. I told you, I was confident. It was only a matter of time. True. Kiryu-san has high hopes for you as well, Masatsuki remarked. So, do you think you're up to succeeding her as captain? How's your Bankai training coming along? Just getting started. Kisuk waved it off before suddenly lowering his voice, glancing around suspiciously. Then, in a hushed tone, he asked, You're training for Bankai too, aren't you? Of course. Masatsuki nodded. It wasn't exactly a secret. Any Shinigami who reached 3rd rank spiritual power would naturally attempt to train for Bankai. It was the logical next step. Kisuke draped an arm over Masatsuki's shoulders, pulling him into the corner of the courtyard wall before whispering mysteriously, "Actually, I've been experimenting with a new method for achieving Bankai." "What kind of method?" Masatsuki already had a guess but asked anyway to confirm his suspicions. "I've developed a device that can help materialize a Zanpakutō. The prototype should be ready next week," Kisuke said excitedly. "A prototype? Don't tell me you're planning to use me as a test subject." Masatsuki recalled his past involvement with the Shinigami Research and Development Institute's experiments, several of which had ended with the lab exploding. Scientific research was seriously dangerous. Kisuke looked a little embarrassed but quickly patted his chest in reassurance. "Relax. This time, there won't be any problems. No random explosions, I swear." Masatsuki shot him a skeptical look but eventually nodded. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Senior. 12th Division, Shinigami Research and Development Institute. The Shinigami Research and Development Institute was located within the 12th Division's compound, a mysterious research facility nestled deep in the mountains. On the surface, it appeared as a towering white building, but its true core operations were hidden underground. After tidying up her desk, the purple-haired woman absent-mindedly ran her fingers through her long hair, her gaze fixed on the screen in front of her. Even the food she had lifted to her mouth seemed to have lost its appeal. At noon, the entire institute was enveloped in silence. It was hard to tell whether the rising temperature had induced a sense of laziness or if everyone had simply succumbed to drowsiness. Kiryu Hikifune never expected that her daily routine of eating, drinking, and occasionally researching temporary souls would lead to something like this. Technology really has advanced rapidly. A few hundred years ago, we didn't have such convenient tools, she mused, shaking her head as she stared at the screen in her office. Still, recalling the two figures whispering suspiciously outside the institute's entrance, Kiryu couldn't help but smile. Kisuke has done a great job, but does he not realize there's surveillance? Or does he think I wouldn't notice? And Masatsuki, that kid is way too bold. How could he say something like that in broad daylight? Her fingers twirled a strand of hair as she thought back to all the times she had personally sought out Masatsuki Aozaki to teach her his craft. The memory made her feel slightly embarrassed. Wait, do I actually like him? She shoveled a couple of mouthfuls of food into her mouth, deep in thought about their moments together. At the very least, his cooking is amazing. My stomach seems to have accepted him before I have. What am I supposed to do with that? After years of interaction, Kiryu had come to understand the kind of person Masatsuki was. Strictly speaking, he wasn't exactly a good man, but compared to most nobles, he was already one of the better ones. Still, was it really okay to let herself be won over just because of good food? But honestly, how many things in the world were more important than a great meal? Besides, it wasn't like he was a bad person. As she reflected on the past few years, the office door suddenly opened. A poised woman with flowing black hair stepped inside. "You've been working late and still haven't eaten, have you?" Senjumaru Shutara said as she walked in. "I brought you something from the division's canteen. Masatsuki is a captain now, he's bound to be busy, so you'll have to make do with this." With a flick of her puppet arms, she set the lunchbox down on the desk. "Oh my, that aroma! Did Masatsuki drop by?" "Even as Kenpeki, he still finds time to bring you meals. It looks like you're really important to that boy," she added with a teasing smile. "He doesn't even care about what others think." Kiryu quickly grabbed the lunch, her voice slightly rushed as she forced a casual laugh. "Thanks, I was starving. Honestly, the food Masatsuki brought probably wouldn't have been enough anyway." "It's nothing," Senjumaru waved her hand dismissively. But you really don't take care of yourself. Sure, you're fine now, but if something goes wrong in the future, you'll regret it. Not that it really matters anymore, she added with a smirk. You're about to join the Zero Division. Injuries and sickness won't be much of a concern for us. With the Soul King's power strengthening your body, whether it's research or cooking, you'll be able to do it for as long as you want and eat as much as you like. She glanced at the food, then licked her lips. But are you sure you can finish all this? After all, she had been there when Masatsuki taught Kiryu to cook and had tasted his food a few times herself. It really was delicious. Actually, I can't eat that much, Kiryu Hikifune said with an embarrassed smile as she looked at Senjumaru Shutara. Kiryu, of all people, getting shy? Now that was unexpected. Senjumaru was mildly surprised but covered her mouth with a chuckle. Then let me help you. Masatsuki's cooking looks quite good. Kiryu pouted. But Masatsuki made that for me. Senjumaru, with all the authority of a senior, declared righteously, Kiryu, it is only natural for a senior to assist a junior. Kiryu. At this point, she was seriously starting to suspect that Senjumaru had only brought food as an excuse to snatch Masatsuki's cooking. Late at night, Rukanga was eerily silent. In the Kagurashi district, Sukaizen stood beneath the moonlit sky, gazing up at its serene glow. Tap! 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 Footsteps echoed from underground, growing clearer as a figure slowly ascended toward the surface. Tsun, did you find something that will satisfy me? I hope to hear good news, Aizen said, his back still turned, his tone utterly indifferent. Aizen-sama. It's nothing but ruins down there, just dirt and rubble. If we try to break through with Kid, it could cause a collapse, Kanamtsen reported as he emerged from the underground passage. The lingering scent of soil made him frown slightly. You're quite cautious, Masatsuki-kun, Aizen mused, enjoying the quiet. But if you're going to such lengths to conceal something, it seems you really have learned a thing or two. For a brief moment, Tsun thought he detected something unusual in Aizen's tone. Was that approval? Just what kind of person did Aizen-sama consider this man to be? Hesitating, he ventured, it does seem that this man is hiding something from us. Aizen cut him off. Hiding from us? No, you're mistaken, Tsun. He's not hiding from us. His thoughts drifted back to that day. In Aizen's secret laboratory, the dim glow of the screens flickered across the room. Aizen-sama, Masatsuki Aozaki called out, eyes fixed on the luminous data displayed before him. What is it, Masatsuki-kun? Aizen set down his work and turned, smiling faintly. Masatsuki, as if casually making small talk, asked, can I take a look at the lab's research data? Aizen remained silent for a long moment before chuckling. Do you even realize what you're asking? That's not a joke, Masatsuki-kun. I know. And you know what I'm after, Masatsuki said with a shrug. But there's been no progress. Why not let me try? If you're not willing, then forget it. How amusing. Are you implying you can surpass me? Aizen sneered. If you truly believe that, then go ahead and try. Aizen's thoughts returned to the present. Looking back, he had been far too hasty in agreeing to that. When exactly had this damned competitive drive awakened in him? And more importantly, had that man noticed it? Aizen thought back to Masatsuki's words. No, he was certain of it. That clever man had definitely realized it. I handed him all the research. I just wanted to see how far he could go. And now, looking at the results, Aizen felt something stir inside him, an exhilaration he hadn't experienced in years. That thrill of anticipation. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Captain Examination. After the initial excitement faded, Aizen found himself contemplating a more pressing concern: Masatsuki Aozaki. With his overwhelming talent and intelligence potentially on par with Aizen's own, he could become an even greater threat in the future than Shigekuni Yamamoto. But a collapsed secret chamber wasn't enough to prove that Masatsuki had actually developed anything. It was just as likely that he had destroyed the site to prevent his research from being discovered. After all, being the captain commander's disciple made him a particularly sensitive figure, and Yamamoto himself was an infamously stubborn man. Besides, Masatsuki wasn't someone Aizen could move against lightly. Thinking about the people gathered around him, Aizen felt an impending headache. None of them were easy to deal with. Yamamoto's strength needed no explanation. As his disciple, if Masatsuki were to be harmed, an investigation would be inevitable, potentially undoing years of careful planning. Kiryu Hikifune and Kisuke Urahara were formidable in their own right, with Urahara in particular being an intellectual rival, perhaps even surpassing Aizen himself. And to make matters worse, Kiryu was accompanied by a Zero Division member. With Ryutsu that exceeded that of a standard Shinigami, his Kaika Suijutsu ability would be useless. Even his decoy had to avoid the 12th Division's territory altogether. This was turning into a real nuisance. Was this all part of your plan, Masatsuki-kun? You truly are a man whose intelligence rivals mine. You've thought everything through, haven't you? If Masatsuki knew what Aizen was thinking, he would probably tell him he was overanalyzing things. Masatsuki had every reason to be confident. Not only was he surrounded by capable allies, but he also understood exactly the kind of man Aizen was. However, he was self-aware enough to recognize his limits. His intellect was merely above average in a battle of wits, he wouldn't win. His success with the Hagyaku had only been possible thanks to the technical expertise of Kiryu Hikifune, Kisuke Urahara, and Mayuri Kuratsuki. Compared to those three, he was nothing more than a skilled amateur. Beneath the moonlight, Aizen gazed at his reflection in the water. He pursed his lips before allowing a faint smile to form. He knew that the reasoning he had just laid out, his supposed logic, was both factual and an excuse. Because deep down, he didn't want to kill Masatsuki Aozaki. If anything, he wanted to see just how far he could grow. I'll wait until the Zero Division returns to the Soul King Palace before making any decisions, Aizen murmured as he stepped to the shore of the lake, his narrowed eyes scanning the silent forest. Masatsuki, let's see who will be the one standing at the end. Tsun Kaname, who had been silently awaiting orders, suddenly stiffened. What? Nothing. We still don't know how far Masatsuki-kun has progressed. Aizen turned back slightly, casting a glance at Tsun's serious expression. I want more information. Take some men and investigate. Tsun hesitated. Do you really think he could complete something that even you weren't able to create? Of course not. That research isn't so easily replicated, Aizen replied, shaking his head. Just gathering the necessary materials would be an immense challenge, not to mention the technical expertise required. None of those details were included in the data I gave him. For a brief moment, disappointment flashed across Aizen's face. Even you can't understand me, Tsun? You really are far beneath that man. What? Do you still have doubts? Aizen didn't turn around, his gaze remaining fixed on his own reflection in the water. No, I just want to know where to start. Should I confront Masatsuki Aozaki directly, or investigate the people around him first? Kaname Tsun frowned slightly. If Masatsuki was as clever as Aizen suspected, neither approach would yield much useful information. Oh? Let's start with this basement then. See if you can find any clues. Aizen finally turned around, letting out a sigh as he gave the order. In the dead of night, the Kagurashi district of East Rukonga was silent. Two young men exchanged peculiar looks. Though blind, Tsun's other senses were exceptionally sharp. He could feel Aizen's piercing gaze on him. Tsun wasn't a fool. On the contrary, he was a strategist, skilled in warfare and deception. That's why he immediately realized he had made a mistake. If Masatsuki couldn't be touched before the Zero Division left, then the best course of action was to start somewhere less significant. And this abandoned basement was the perfect place to begin. Inwardly, he marveled at Aizen's insight, how effortlessly he saw through everything. 11th Division, Captain's Quarters. As the third seat, Mashiro Kuna had taken it upon herself to clean the captain's quarters. After a quick 15-minute tidying session, she was already finished. Meanwhile, Masatsuki Aozaki sat cross-legged on his bed, his Zanpakutō resting on his lap as he focused on Jinzen meditation. To achieve Bankai, one needed complete understanding of their Zanpakutō. Banch had carefully structured his training schedule down to the second. Masatsuki had no intention of wasting even a moment. Captain's exam. He frowned as he listened to Mashiro's explanation. The term felt both familiar and foreign. That's right. At the next captain's meeting, a candidate will be present. Supposedly, someone has mastered Bankai and has submitted a request for promotion. Mashiro nodded as she explained. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. It must be the candidate for the 3rd Division captaincy, the only vacant position in the Gotei 13. That seat had remained empty for a long time, with Chikane Iba serving as acting captain in the meantime. In the original timeline, the position was eventually filled by RJR Torabashi. Masatsuki had looked into it. Torabashi had indeed been training for Bankai, but he hadn't succeeded yet. Had he recently broken through? Or, could it be Kagekukaki? After the war, it made sense that a Shinigami with Bankai wouldn't remain in the special forces, but wasn't he just Jinrei Kukaki's lapdog? In any case, you don't need to worry about it. The selection process has nothing to do with us. The candidate is just vying for the 3rd Division captaincy. Having been a Shinigami for nearly a century, Mashiro was well versed in these procedures. She waved a hand dismissively, radiating confidence. You just have to join the other captains and determine whether he's truly qualified for the position. Who's the candidate? Masatsuki prided himself on knowing this world inside and out, but things had already deviated from the original course. He needed confirmation. No idea. The candidate's identity hasn't been revealed yet, Mashiro said as she casually settled herself in his lap. I see. I wonder who it could be. As his Banch Senran training session concluded, Masatsuki set his Zanpakutō aside. Still, he couldn't shake a strange feeling in his chest. You've been training for so long, you should take a break, Mashiro said approvingly as she eyed him. You still smell fine, but you need a proper wash. With that, she pointed toward the bathroom. Masatsuki hesitated for a moment before finally getting up and heading inside. Lying in the bath, he clenched his fist and exhaled slowly. Without realizing it, I've reached the point where I have a say in who becomes captain. He thought back to when he had first arrived in Soul Society, back when he could barely find enough to eat. And now, he had the power to influence the future of the Gotei 13. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, This is Talent. Shocking. Another young genius in the Gotei 13 has mastered Bankai. What's the story behind this? Unbelievable. This candidate for captain is so young. The title of greatest genius in history might slip from the hands of the 11th Kenpeki, Masatsuki Aozaki. The 9th Division certainly lived up to its reputation as the Gotei 13's only editorial office. Their ability to craft sensational headlines for maximum attention was nothing short of masterful. A flood of dramatic headlines filled the morning paper, making Masatsuki Aozaki wonder if Kensei Maguruma had secretly taken lessons from the Department of Shock. What was even more infuriating was that this so-called reporter had used a picture of him for the front page without permission. And given that the culprit was someone with thick eyebrows and an upright appearance, Masatsuki couldn't shake the feeling that it was an act of petty revenge, probably for stealing Mashiro Kuna away. The 9th Division's editorial standards are really slipping. I thought they were talking about some prodigy, but all they did was use a blurry silhouette to try and challenge Zanpakutō Aozaki, someone scoffed. If you ask me, they should just stick to serializing Tsuchigetsusama's masterpiece. And if that's not possible, at least update the rosy path. Even romance novels are more interesting than this garbage. This is ridiculous. The 9th division will do anything for sales, even slandering Aozaki-sama. Hey, that's not fair, someone from the crowd protested. What's wrong with the 9th division? We're the official editorial office, you know? Do you even understand the weight of the word official? Besides, just look at that silhouette, it's obviously a young guy. What's wrong with guessing he's younger than Zanpakutō Aozaki? I know you. You're one of the 9th division's editors, aren't you? So you're the bastard who wrote this article. Brother, you're in trouble now, someone laughed. This lady here is from Tsuki no Hana, we can't afford to mess with her. If I were you, I'd start running. Tsuki no Hana? What the hell is that? You don't know? And you call yourself a journalist? It's a secret society formed by the female members of the 2nd division, also known as the Masatsuki Aozaki fan club. Word is, every single female Shinigami in the 2nd division is a member. What? The entire 2nd division? Including Captain Shion? The editor paled. Screw this, I'm out. Damn it, I don't even know if the captain will be able to save me this time. His panicked retreat sparked a round of laughter from the surrounding Shinigami. Uncovering scandal was a dangerous job. Normally, the 9th division would back their own, but this time, the editor had clearly messed with the wrong people. That guy's way too spineless. A Shinigami of the Gotei 13, afraid over something so trivial? It's not like they'd actually tear him apart over this. Someone shook their head in amusement. Haha, you say that, but who in their right mind would mess with a fanatic group like that? Especially when the Shion clan is involved and several high-ranking nobles are part of it. The conversation soon shifted. But back to the main topic, the captain candidate does look young. Do you think he'll pass the selection? If he had the nerve to apply, he must have confidence. But come on, all we've seen is a silhouette. How can you even tell he's young? Look at his hands and neck, those are visible. I'd guess he's under 200 years old. Under 200? That's definitely young, but still miles behind Zanpakutō Aozaki. He's not even 30 yet. Yet, not even 30 years old. No wonder he's the greatest genius in Soul Society's history. Masatsuki-sama is the strongest. He's bound to stand alongside the captain commander one day. That's right. Masatsuki-sama is the most talented Shinigami ever. The Shinigami discussing the morning paper couldn't help but reflect on the past few years. The captain commander's personal disciple. The youngest captain in history. The prodigy who slew the 10th Zanpakutō. Masatsuki Aozaki's achievements were already legendary within the Gotei 13. For ordinary people, it was an untouchable realm of excellence. His talent was something others could only dream of reaching. Just earning the captain commander's recognition was a lifelong goal for most Shinigami. After all, the vast majority of Soul Society's population were ordinary souls. Even among Shinigami, those with true talent were 1 in 10,000. While every Shinigami held their own sense of pride, when faced with someone like Masatsuki, most didn't even entertain the idea of surpassing him. At this point, many simply hoped that the title of greatest genius would remain his. After all, geniuses like him were meant to be admired. Too many of them, and it would only leave people feeling lost, stripped of direction, unsure what they were even striving for. That was why, when veteran Shinigami encouraged their juniors, they never said, "Strive to be like Zanpakutō Aozaki. It looks like everyone has quite a bit of confidence in me." Masatsuki Aozaki strolled casually down the street, waving to the small groups of admiring fans along the way. Watching their unwavering faith in him, he couldn't help but sigh. But if Tsuki no Hana is supposed to be my fan club, how come I've never even heard of it before? Walking beside him, Itara Yamazaki remained silent, instead pondering the possibility of establishing a proper fan club. After all, Tsuki no Hana only accepted female members. How was that fair to the male squad members? Since the 11th Division was mostly composed of men, it was his duty as lieutenant to ensure that everyone's rights were protected. Masatsuki accepted a copy of the morning paper from a starry-eyed young admirer. His gaze landed on the blurry silhouette of the captain candidate, and an odd sense of familiarity struck him. Where had he seen that before? Judging by the hairstyle, it wasn't RJR Torabashi or Keiga Kukaki. TCH, that brat is full of himself. The girl delivering his newspaper is one of ours. Kensei Maguruma, walking a short distance behind, clicked his tongue in annoyance. A pretty face and some charm, and just like that, one of the girls he'd painstakingly trained had been snatched away. This wasn't over. You still thinking about revenge? That guy's a noble. If he accuses you of defaming a noble, you will lose. Shinji Hirako, his longtime friend, shot him a knowing look. Defaming a noble in a society ruled by nobles? That was more than just risky, it was outright reckless. As a captain, Kensei wouldn't face execution or anything extreme. But if a noble wanted to push for punishment, there was no avoiding it. At the very least, he'd be fined a few months' salary. Captain Kensei, talking behind someone's back isn't a very good habit. When Kensei spun around in shock only to find Masatsuki standing right there. After some time apart, he was startled to realize that Masatsuki's Ryutsu, which had only been at the lower third rank level 6 months ago, had now risen to be on par with his own. This kid's growth rate was insane. Even at a captain's level, he was still improving this quickly? And worse, how the hell was he faster than him, when their Ryutsu was supposed to be at the same level? This is talent, isn't it? Masatsuki smirked, as if reading his mind. Kensei's eye twitched. This damn brat had a habit of always poking where it hurt. Seriously, how the hell did Mashiro even like this guy? Masatsuki suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Actually, I'm quite nice to girls. Kensei and Shinji both stared at him in shock. Wait. Could this guy read minds? No, Masatsuki shrugged. But your thoughts are written all over your face. It's way too easy to guess. Kensei and Shinji were left speechless. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, The Test. The meeting room in the 1st Division Barracks. As the designated venue for the captain's meeting, the room was already filled with lieutenants. However, there weren't actually that many of them. Among the lieutenants present, one was acting as a captain's substitute ranked half a step higher than the rest, so they didn't have to wait outside with the others. The Shinigami who had just arrived outside the office walls were visibly excited. Serving in the 1st Division, they had encountered many powerful figures, with their own captain being the strongest of them all. Yet, they couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. This was the captain's seat, one of the highest positions among professional Shinigami, and today, the last remaining vacancy would finally be filled. Perhaps it was simply human nature to always yearn for something greater. Even though these elite Shinigami knew that mastering Bankai gave them a 99% chance of becoming a captain, they still wanted to witness the appointment of a new captain firsthand. After all, captain exams were a rare occurrence. Clap. 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 At the sound of approaching footsteps, silence fell over the room. 3 men, clad in white haori, walked directly into the meeting chamber, drawing admiring gazes from the gathered Shinigami. Leading the way was Kensei Maguruma, captain of the 9th Division, looking visibly irritated. Behind him was the newly appointed captain, Masatsuki Aozaki, widely regarded as the greatest prodigy in Seoul society's history, wearing a broad, unmistakably cheerful smile. Following at the rear was Shinji Hirako, captain of the 5th Division, his half-lidded eyes filled with exasperation as he watched the two ahead of him. Trailing behind them were 3 lieutenants. Aizen's gaze occasionally flickered toward Masatsuki Aozaki, but to any outside observer, the two appeared to be only distantly acquainted. "When does the captain's exam start?" A voice suddenly rang out from behind them, prompting Masatsuki Aozaki to instinctively turn toward the familiar sound. Standing at the doorway, arms crossed, was Yoriyuki Shion. Dressed in a combat-style Shihakushō with a white haori draped over her shoulders, she gazed at the massive doors before her with a nostalgic expression. "Masatsuki, good morning. Look at you, so lazy. I knew leaving the 2nd Division wouldn't suit you." Yoriyuki turned back and waved casually at him. As someone closely connected to Masatsuki Aozaki, just the sight of the two standing together immediately drew the attention of onlookers. Everyone knew their relationship was far more than just friendship. Gossip was one of humanity's greatest instincts, and a rumored affair between two captains was always a hot topic. But when discussing the peculiar dynamic between them, one couldn't ignore the presence of several other notable women in the room. Under the silent yet unmistakably menacing gaze of Retsu Anohana, Kensei Maguruma willingly vacated his spot beside Masatsuki Aozaki, allowing the two to stand side by side. Lisa Yudmaru, rumored to have spent nights in the 11th Kenpaku's dormitory, kept her head buried in a peculiar-looking book, pretending not to notice anything. Kiryo Hikifune, captain of the 12th Division, stood off to the side, munching on a melon, her expression making it clear she had no interest in getting involved. Meanwhile, Rangiku Matsumoto, neither a captain nor a lieutenant, could only watch from outside the doorway. Though she wore a bright, amused smile, even she could sense the pressure weighing on Masatsuki Aozaki at that moment. "Actually, I was just as lazy when I was in the 2nd Division. But when it's time to be serious, I can't slack off." With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Masatsuki Aozaki casually took Yoriyuki's hand in his own. As for Anohana, he knew better than to try anything. Yoriyuki nodded in satisfaction. "You two seem to be having a great time chatting. This meeting is about the operation to eliminate the rebels, isn't it? Looks like Masatsuki is already prepared." Still wearing her gentle smile, Anohana folded her hands elegantly in front of her, embodying the grace of a true Yamato Nadeshiko. "I'm not exactly suited for this kind of thing," Masatsuki admitted, studying the composed woman before him. "But fortunately, I have some help." When she wasn't in one of her moods, Anohana was truly captivating, so much so that Masatsuki often found himself thinking she would make the perfect wife. The problem was that when she did go off the rails, the only thing left in her was an overwhelming thirst for blood. Just standing near her in those moments was terrifying. Ever since he had defeated Kenpaku Kigenji, her bloodlust had only grown harder to control. There were even times when, while he was helping her arrange flowers, an inexplicable chill would creep down his spine. That constant sense of looming danger had significantly reduced his attendance at flower arrangement lessons. Unless one possessed the absolute strength to suppress this woman entirely, it was best not to provoke her carelessly. "In my experience, after the captain's meeting, the captain's exam will begin. At that time, one captain will be selected to test the strength of the candidate." Sensing Masatsuki Aozaki's longing yet hesitant gaze, Anohana was momentarily surprised. "This kid keeps getting more interesting. Have I been too overbearing?" Still, she quickly changed the subject, maintaining her gentle smile as she continued explaining the captain's exam. "But calling it an exam is a bit misleading, it's really just a demonstration of strength. Mastering Bankai is the true threshold of power, marking a clear distinction from ordinary Shinigami. After all, not everyone is like you, possessing such a unique Zanpakutō. A Bankai can amplify Ryutsu 5 to 10 times beyond Shikai. That's not a gap that can simply be bridged. Learning Bankai is essentially a ticket to becoming a captain. As long as the candidate isn't some dangerous criminal, the captains will typically approve their appointment. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded, indicating he understood. He could more or less see the reasoning behind the captain's decisions. At the end of the day, captains were the highest-ranking members of the Gotei 13, with only the captain commander above them, a seat that, for now, no one but Yamamoto could occupy. The leadership of other divisions was none of his concern. With no personal grudges involved, there was little reason to offend a Shinigami who had achieved Bankai over a position that had nothing to do with him. So, how exactly does the captain's exam work? Yoriyuki Shion asked, intrigued by Anohana's explanation. She had bypassed the usual process, directly applying through her family to replace the previous corps commander, smoothly taking over as the captain of the 2nd Division. Because of that, she wasn't particularly familiar with the standard captain examination procedure. It's actually quite simple, Anohana explained with a pleasant smile. The captain commander must be present, and at least 3 captains including the captain commander must bear witness to the exam. As for the exam itself, it's straightforward. One captain is chosen as the examiner, and they battle the candidate to determine whether they possess the strength to be a captain. One captain as the examiner. Masatsuki Aozaki rubbed his chin. I wonder who the lucky one will be. All right, that's enough talk. The captain's meeting is about to begin. Let's head inside. Glancing at the captains gathered in the meeting room, Anohana subtly tilted her head, her chin pointing toward Captain Commander Yamamoto, who sat with his eyes narrowed. He didn't even need Rijinjaka, there were already sparks in his gaze. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped into the meeting room. At Yamamoto's signal, he unfolded the manuscript Jin Ichimaru had prepared and began reporting on the battle against the rebels. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Examiner Kensei Maguruma. The captain's exam will begin shortly. Captains, please enter. Chijiro Sasakaibe, usually a stern lieutenant, now assumed the role of an equally serious assistant to the examiner. With a firm push, he opened the doors to the 1st Division's outdoor training grounds and stepped inside. Since everyone's here, take your seats. The exam is about to begin. As the group entered, Genrisai Shigakuni Yamamoto followed in from behind, waving a hand toward the standing captains. One by one, the captains took their seats except for one, who stepped forward. Yamamoto nodded at the approaching figure. Kensei Maguruma, you will be the examiner for this test. Remember, cheating is strictly forbidden. Anyone caught violating the rules will be disqualified, and the examiner will face consequences as well. Don't even think about bending the rules. With all the captains watching, there's no chance of deception. This exam is meant to evaluate the candidate's strength. Unless absolutely necessary, avoid any actions that could result in severe injury or death. Yes, Captain Commander. I understand. Kensei Maguruma gave a small nod before making his way to the center of the training field. Yamamoto moved toward his own seat but hesitated before sitting, scanning the area as if scrutinizing whether Kensei would give it his all. Masatsuki Aozaki, already seated, rolled his eyes. That was a whole lot of words with no actual meaning. How would anyone even cheat on a captain's exam? Did Yamamoto think the captains sitting here were just decoration? Even if the candidate didn't have Bankai like himself, it wasn't exactly hard to determine whether someone had captain-level combat strength. Send in the candidate. Yamamoto's stern gaze shifted toward Chijiro Sasakaibe, who gave a silent nod before leaving his seat. Who's taking the exam, anyway? Why all the secrecy? Masatsuki Aozaki half listened to Yamamoto's imposing voice while scanning his surroundings. The seats beneath them were crafted from fine cypress wood. He had to admit, as the division that led the Gotei 13, the 1st Division had the best accommodations. A cool breeze drifted through the open-air training grounds, carrying a crisp chill as winter approached. The air was fresh, but the atmosphere was heavy, filled with an unshakable tension. It was a beautiful day, yet no one could truly relax. Masatsuki's gaze drifted toward the other captains. Aside from Jinrei Kokaki, who was fully focused on the training field, the rest all spared him a glance. He felt like a celebrity under the spotlight. Sure, he was already famous throughout Seireitei, but having this many captains watching him alone was unsettling. Being handsome really is a curse. Even the guys can't stop staring at me. Masatsuki sighed to himself, basking in his own narcissism. Focus on the exam. Stop looking around. Kiryu Hikifune, seated to his right, must have noticed his wandering gaze. She turned slightly, her bright eyes blinking in silent admonition. The captain's seating arrangement followed their division numbers, which placed Masatsuki and Kiryu together, while Yoryuki Shion and Retsuo Nohana sat on the other side. Relax. We're just here to watch. The outcome doesn't really concern us. What's the harm in looking around? Masatsuki smirked, giving Kiryu a playful glance. Pfft. She stifled a laugh at his teasing, her previously composed demeanor softening. We can communicate with just a look. Have we reached that level of understanding? Feeling more at ease, Kiryu looked at Masatsuki with amusement. Captains, this is a formal occasion. Yamamoto's voice remained calm, but the underlying irritation was clear. I would appreciate it if certain individuals refrained from setting a bad example for future captains under my watch. The two so-called bad influences immediately straightened up, shifting their focus back to the training grounds. Masatsuki clicked his tongue, annoyed at the lost opportunity to bond with Kiryu. This old man, seriously. Instead of paying attention to the exam, he's got time to police me? What kind of work ethic is that? The Gotei 13 is doomed at this rate. Yamamoto shot a cold glance at the two mischief-makers before letting out a quiet scoff. If everyone is ready, the exam will begin. As his words fell, Chijiro Sasaki positioned himself at the edge of the training field, and a pale blue Rishi barrier materialized in the air. Meanwhile, Kensei Maguruma, standing beside him, attempted to offer what he thought was a friendly smile to the soon-to-be captain. Unfortunately, it looked less like encouragement and more like the sinister grin of a villain about to destroy the world. Are there any normal people left in the Gotei 13? Watching Kensei's evil expression, Sasaki twitched slightly, silently questioning the state of the organization in his mind. He steadied his emotions before announcing loudly. Next, the captain's aptitude test. The 5th Division Lieutenant, Sukaizen, enter the training ground. A refined young man stepped out from the shadows, his gentle smile as warm and reassuring as a spring breeze. Masatsuki Aozaki froze at the sight of the familiar figure. But the one who reacted even more dramatically was Shinji Hirako, who had been casually sipping tea just moments ago only to spit it out the moment Aizen's name was called. Watching this unfold, Masatsuki Aozaki immediately understood what was happening and found himself at a loss for words. Wait, your own lieutenant is about to be promoted to captain, and you, as his captain, had no idea? Seated beside him, Retsuo Nohana and Jinrei Kokaki made no effort to hide their disapproval, shifting their seats slightly away from Shinji. Waving a hand, Shinji hurriedly said, "Sorry, I got a little too excited and couldn't help myself." Even Captain Hirako didn't know. Shunsui Kiriko teased. "Looks like Lieutenant Aizen wanted to surprise you." Had. Shinji forced a stiff smile. Surprise? More like a heart attack. When the hell did this guy submit his application? I keep an eye on him every single day. How did I not notice? Noticing the change in his expression, Anohana tilted her head slightly and asked curiously. Lieutenant Aizen has already mastered Bankai? If I recall correctly, he's not even 200 years old yet. Truly a genius. Captain Hirako, aren't you happy for him? Of course I'm happy. Aizen's proving his potential, why wouldn't I be? Shinji forced out a smile, gritting his teeth. He felt absolutely miserable. He desperately wanted to tell everyone here that Aizen was dangerous. But while he had sensed something off about Aizen for a long time, he had no solid proof. If he spoke out now, no one would believe him. Worse, it might even make him look petty like a captain jealous of his own subordinate. And knowing how stubborn Captain Commander Yamamoto was, not only would he dismiss Shinji's concerns, but he'd probably reprimand him for making baseless accusations. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake